Dahn.
Let's go!
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it. AJ, never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it! What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston.
Here we go. We're live. I'm AJ Hawk right now. I'm not Pat McAfee. Obviously, if you were watching this program, the boys are all here. They're hanging out. Jabba is moving for us. Football! Oh, man, boys, we still have it. Even from this much distance, we still figure this thing out, guys.
Wow.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you doing, Edge?
You, Edge?
Oh, I'm doing great, but obviously it's me right now. My name is not Pat. I do not look like Pat. I'm not wearing a tank top up there bringing a bunch of juice to this program. Pat and his wife, he said he had a little emergency with his wife this morning. They both did, and I don't know if he's going to be back today or not. We will see. I don't know what the boys, if there's any updates, but you know what? That's where we are right now, and we're a team, and we're going to figure this thing out today, aren't we, guys?
Hell yeah, AJ.
That's what we do, AJ.
You know what? So this is Overreaction Monday, all right?
Yeah.
And I feel like after the slate of games that we have had, this is the most like opportune time for overreactions, whether that be positive or negative. I think for your football teams, you look around the league. I mean, what are the Patriots back?
Yeah.
Are the Bucks dead?
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many different things going on. The Vikings look legit.
Yeah.
The Packers
Stink.
are struggling. The Jets went in there. I don't know if they're panicking now. They said if they lost the Jets, maybe some people would be panicking.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I guess okay. Let me start with Tone Diggs. I didn't leave your Steelers victory out on purpose, Diggs. I want to know, like, how do you feel about what the Steelers were able to do? Beat Tom Brady, the Tampa Bay Bucks, with Mitch Trubisky comes in, plays very well after I think Kenny played pretty well.
Yep.
What do you think of the Steelers? And are you saying, oh no, we're good to go now, Super Bowl champs?
Kenny, I hope you're okay. Okay. Love you, Kenny.
course.
Mitch came in and played well. A couple huge third down conversions to Claypool. Huge touchdown to Claypool. But actually, while I was watching that game yesterday, because, I mean, the Steelers are, I think, half a game or one game away from being in last place in the AFC, but then they're also one game away from being in first place in the division. So that's kind of how things are going for them right now. But while I was watching that game yesterday, and I was about to text the group, and then I think something came up at my house or something like that. But if you have any Bucks futures tickets,
Man.
get out of them right now. Cancel them as fast as you can. All I could think about that entire game was how bad their offense looks and how bad they just don't. The Bucks do not. They are not an impressive football team at all. And I don't know if it's because, what's going on with Tom, and he's deciding he wants to go get boozed up at weddings instead of go to practices and stuff like that. But the Steelers had three of their top corners out. Minka was out. Obviously, T.J. Watt's out. It's their first win without T.J. Watt. I think it says more, what Coach Tomlin did with those boys. There was a lot there, but I think it says a lot about where the Bucks are. And shout out Coach Yost.
Wait, so you're taking credit away from your Pittsburgh Steelers there? You're saying the Bucks are dead and the Steelers didn't do a great job to beat them?
No. They did a great job. The defense, with what they were missing, did an incredible job. Kind of like they made the Bucks go the long way, which is I would love for them to do that more often. They got pressure on Tom. The offense did what it had to do in the end. Claypool stepped up, Mitch stepped up, but for a team that you watched the week before, what the Bills did to it. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's a good sign for the Bucks moving forward. Because I'm just talking about because expectations are high for the Bucks right now still, and they're not for the Steelers. So, talking about the Bucks there, I don't think it was a good look for them yesterday. And I watched every single play of that game, and they did not look good at all.
All right, yeah. I mean, the Bucks. I don't know what they are. I really don't know what to make of them. I think Tom's whole situation throws a whole wrench in everything. I don't know if they can. In the past, I've always said, like, oh, yeah, it's Tom Brady. They'll figure it out. He will figure it out. I'm not 100% confident in that, but a team that at least has figured it out for a little while, I feel like, when people kind of wrote them off, the New England Patriots man. So your team, I know even you said they're dead, though. So, like, that's the thing. I think a lot of Patriots people said this team is dead, but now Bailey Zappi comes in here and breathes some life into this team, and I feel like they're playing – as a whole team. We got special teams guys handing balls to Bill Belichick on the sideline. He's saying, get that out of here, buddy. I don't care. We'll talk about that after the game. Like, are the are the Patriots legit? Are they a contender? Because I guess I'm having all these natural overreactions too, just from watching all this stuff yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I might have said the Patriots were dead at once, AJ, but that was probably on an overreaction Monday, and I never felt that in my bones. I mean, I never will because of the fact that we have Bill Belichick and an unbelievable defense. But with that being said, yes, they're all the way back. Yes, they're going to the Super Bowl. Yes, they are contenders, okay? Not only do we have one top 5 quarterback in the NFL, under 25, with Bailey Zappi, we got another one with Mac Jones. I mean, at this point, you really have to kind of play the
So if you have 2, you have none, is what you're saying.
That's what they say, Connor.
That's different. If you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. If you have 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, you have 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, okay? And that's what we're dealing with. I'm not worried about who's playing quarterback because the only thing that New England Patriots fans love more than Mac Jones is winning. And if Bailey Zappi, Billy Zip on the ball Zappi is winning, then he's going to play. Now, I don't know. Originally, the timetable was, 2 to 4 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. Who knows what that is? We can already look ahead and say, hey, this is not a real week because we are playing the Chicago Bears. So we could put Cole Strange at quarterback, and he would still probably win that game for us. So I don't think there's too much of a controversy this week. I think you probably just wait for Mac to get even more healthy, maybe then think about him playing against the Jets. But, yeah, at the current moment, I'd say Zip on the ball Zappi's got a pretty good grasp on New England because everyone loves him. Everyone's in on him. He hasn't been turning the ball over. The offenses look great, but everything's great, especially when you have a defense like the Patriots do because, the Browns are the Browns. Tony said it a million times, and they still are the Browns.
They still stink.
It does appear as though they do fucking stink. Mm-hmm. But I feel great about the Patriots. I think everybody should. Matt Patricia, that's the other thing. We're talking about the quarterbacks and everything, but Matt Patricia putting up 38 points with this offense. Last week he had 29. Woo. Week before that he had 26. Like, it does seem as though we've kind of hit a stride with the offense. Love where we're at. And, yes, if you do have a Tampa ticket, to Tony's point, cash it out and take that cash out and put that money on the Patriots winning the Super Bowl because that is a great little 1-2. Because, 5 weeks from now we're probably going to be, 11-3.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Was it Mac Jones that has the all-time leading record in college football for touchdowns this season, or is it fucking Billy Zip on the ball Zappi?
Yeah, Tony, Zip on the ball Zappi threw 62 touchdowns last year, so yes, he does. Mac Jones does still have the highest completion percentage in the history of college football.
Cool.
Boom. That is what I'm saying. We have 2 Hall of Fame caliber quarterbacks, both under 25. Shit, we could trade either of them for, Aaron Donald, McCaffrey. I feel as though we could do anything with either of these guys, but the team's bought in. We all said they were dead, but Bill knows what they're doing. We're going to be just fine, and they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Well, you can't really say Zappi was a game manager yesterday. He threw for over 300 yards and 2 touchdowns with no picks. So it's like if a guy doesn't throw a bunch of picks, we just immediately call him game managers. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I don't know. People like to call whoever played in quarterback for New England game managers because they just love to hate us, and that's just how it'll always be, AJ, and I accept that.
They hate us because they ain't us, right, Colin?
Boom, because they ain't us. And the other thing, too, is the running game is so good. Like, Ramondre Stevenson's unbelievable. Obviously, we're missing Damian Harris, but there was some stat I saw this morning that on, play action passes, Zappi was like 7 to 8 for 160 yards and a touchdown.
Wide.
So, there is that other kind of facet. It's a very well-balanced offense, which I think is good. Like, we can run the ball, and then we can step back and pass. Finally, the tight ends are playing well. Belichick he went on his WEEI morning session.
He didn't go to the wedding.
No, he didn't go to the wedding.
He was focused on winning.
Him and Kraft had a little conversation. Like, you know what, the best wedding present I could give you, Bob, and that's a win over
on
Cleveland. On Sunday, and that's exactly what he did. And I'm happy for Bob Kraft. Want to send some love down to him and
Congrats,
Dana,
Bob.
Brand new wife, unbelievable, marrying a doctor. I think that's very nice. But Tony mentioned it. Brady was there. I think there's a chance that Bob Kraft and Bill said, hey, let's do a surprise wedding, and let's have all these players from around the league who are going to play on Sunday have to come up to New York on a Friday, and then, boom, they're going to lose on Sunday because they were too focused on the wedding. And that's what happened with Brady. But, the players from New England that went there, they were just drinking water. I have on good authority. They were not boozing or enjoying the wedding in any sense. Okay, they were just
Well, what if they were,
there.
though? Con, what if they were on Friday night, they were boozing, they were enjoying it, and they go out there and they get a win?
Then we should be minus 200 to win the Super Bowl because that means our team is not only resilient.
Some real throwbacks there, huh?
Exactly. Throwback players that can win in any environment no matter what they did the night or 2 nights before. I hope they did. I mean, I could see Cole Strange doing keg stands at Bob Kraft's wedding if that is what happened, although I do not think he got
I was
invited.
going to say, I don't think Cole Strange got named that.
I think Bob, lost that one in the mail, but still, Slater was there, boozing probably not actually, but the boys are there having a good time. Now that Bob Kraft has found the lady that he will spend the rest of his life with again, rest in peace, Myra. I think that the Patriots organization as a whole has never been happier. I think they've never been more together, and I do genuinely think that we will give the rest of the league a run for their money when it comes down to it.
Well, Con, you mentioned the New York Football Jets in there, didn't you? So they're playing.
Yeah.
I know New England plays them in a few weeks. So, Ty, obviously I have to direct this towards you, being the resident Packer person that absolutely lives and dies with the squad. What the hell is happening there? Why do we always feel like they're going to put it together, especially offensively, even defensively? And I guess we obviously have to give the Jets a lot of credit. Breece Hall, awesome. That dude, I love how he runs. I love how LaFleur's brother is scheming things up offensively for the New York Jets. Defense, they seem to be playing in New York with a ton of swagger, a ton of confidence. You see Sauce Gardner wearing the cheese head, which, I mean, have we ever seen anybody even try that?
No.
Good for Lazard to knock it off his head, and they didn't cause a full brawl right there in the tunnel. But at least, you know what? I think Robert Saleh is absolutely –
Mo Saleh's a good player too.
Yeah.
Great player. You're right.
Packers
They
could
all
use
bring
him.
so much juice. Remember Saleh getting a bunch of people saying, "What are you doing? You're like a corpo head coach. You're not showing emotion like you did as a coordinator." Well, guess what? Saleh's back.
He is
This dude's, especially on defense, if they make a play, that dude is all over the place, flexing on them, just pumped for this team. I guess first off, let's start with the Packers. What's going on there? Why can they not consistently stop the run defensively? And is the offense going to, I guess, put 4 quarters together eventually?
I have no idea. Yesterday was one of the most uninspired Packer performances I've seen in a really, really, really long time. I mean,
Quentin Williams as well.
Yes.
Quentin Williams was playing out of his
unbelievable.
mind. Give him a ton of credit. Yeah.
And I think that's the issue is you look at the O-line, that is supposed to be one of the best in the NFL, and they couldn't protect Rodgers at all. You go back to the running game, Aaron Jones, I think, had maybe 4 touches in the first half. He only got 9 carries total. I think he got banged up. But it's just all the little things that, have kind of plagued the Packers in years past seem to be rearing their head week after week. They get a punt blocked, it goes back for a touchdown. Special teams has obviously always been an issue. And I don't know. It's just you wonder what's going on during the week because the defense hasn't improved at all. Zach Wilson completed 10 passes for 110 yards, and they got the doors blown off. I'm that shouldn't happen. It shouldn't. And then the offense just, who knows? I mean, we said on Friday, I think they need to start fast. They need to score early so that they can kind of get settled in. And for whatever reason, they just haven't. I mean, I think it was 3-3 at halftime. There are just so many issues, and now you look at what else is happening in the NFC, The real worry is okay, Super Bowl, let's not even talk about that. When you look at some of the other really good teams around the NFL, it's shit, this team might not even make the fucking playoffs. They still have road games against the Bills, the Eagles, the Dolphins. Whew. They still have to play the Titans and the Cowboys and the Vikings at home. You look at their schedule at the start of the year, it was if you would have circled these 2 games, it's, granted, we didn't think the NFC was going to be that good and be very top-heavy, but getting beat by the Giants and the Jets, those are 2 games you have to have with how tough their stretch is going to get here. I really don't know if they're going to turn it around. You hope they will, but I also saw LaFleur said earlier in the week that he doesn't like playing against his friends or relatives, which is just a weird thing to say. And then you get your ass kicked by, I think him and
you become friends with a lot of people in the league. That's going to be tough to avoid.
Well, and also I feel if you're a competitor, you want to beat your brother's ass, you want to beat your buddy's ass, so you can talk shit and kind of hold that over his head. So I heard that and I was just that's, that's not what I want to hear from my head coach. But it does, honestly, it just feels they aren't prepared to play every week. It seems they're kind of just expecting oh, we have Rodgers and our defense is supposed to be really good. We can just rely on that. And yeah, we might not be explosive. We might not be blowing teams out, but we're always going to find a way to win. And then the last 2 weeks happen where it's just You're not making very many changes. Teams know exactly how to manipulate you and do the things that you can't really handle or do well. So it is. I mean, there's 11 games left, so I don't think it's like full-on panic mode, but yeah, they need to get a hell of a lot better. Like you watched that Eagles game last night and the Cowboys. It's like, Jesus Christ, like Packers can't beat either one of these teams. No way.
Yeah.
And you
Did
hope.
you see Aaron's press conference afterwards? He said he basically, without trying to, not speaking for him, but he said something around like the lines of, if you feel like we have the right players here, then we need to simplify things.
Right.
I guess is what he said, right?
Exactly. And you know, again, you don't like hearing that.
What does that mean? What does that mean exactly?
Yeah, I don't know. Is the offense too complex for the younger guys to pick up quickly, and is that why?
I was thinking of Gabe Davis there, Ty. Sorry to cut you off. I thought of Gabe Davis when we had him on, and he's talking about how they have all these option routes and they have so much freedom to sit in the zone and to break in and out depending on the leverage of the defender. I wonder how much they have of that in Green Bay, and if there's too much. Like, that's when I heard Gabe say that. I'm like, man, you guys are playing some high-level football over there, because you have to absolutely be on the same page with the quarterback at all times, or there's going to be picks all over the place.
Well, and you always hear about people saying, like, whether or not, like, a play designed, like, well, was that the scheme or was that the player doing it? And if you're super reliant on the scheme to give you a bunch of big plays, like, that's an issue. You need guys, like you said, like, you need guys who can go out there and kind of just play freely and let their athletic ability take over and make plays. And if you're just hoping that everything from, like, the offensive side of the ball is coming from the scheme, and then that puts a hell of a lot on the head coach. It's like, okay, well, you need to out-scheme the other guy, and you need to be calling your best game every single week. And I think LaFleur's proved, like, the last several weeks that that's not the case. And some of these veteran defensive coordinators are looking at things and they make adjustments in the second half, and then the Packers just have no response to it. It's maddening. And again, the defense, I mean, you can talk more about that, like you would know, but it just, like, just free runners. You know, the tackling is terrible. Breece Hall is just the Packers get a little bit of momentum, get back in the game. I think it's 17-10, and then boom, Breece Hall fucking takes off 32 yards untouched pretty much for a touchdown, and, like, you know, all that momentum.
Tackling downfield, yeah. Like he broke through, like it was a nice little trap. Great design that they ran. I believe that's the play you're talking about. But down the field, I mean, he's getting contacted at the 15, 20, 10-yard line, and no one can get him down. That's the thing. Like tackling too, you get him down, give yourself a chance to at least try to hold him to a field goal attempt, I guess.
And they've kind of always been relying on, like, pressures and sacks and being opportunistic and forcing turnovers. They're not doing any of that stuff. They're not getting any pressure on the quarterback. They're not turning the ball over. And when your offense is struggling mightily, you know, like, it's the defense is on the field all the time, and if they can't sustain anything or stop anyone, like, I really don't know how it's as simple as just like, hey, we got, you know, I mean, like, you look at, they play the Commanders this week, and that should be a layup. Like, you should just automatically think, like, oh, they'll handle them, they'll beat the shit out of them. But with the way they've been playing and how uninspired they've looked, like, I don't know if that's the case. You know, I don't know what the spread is early, but, like, I'm not confident right now. If, like, the Packers are, you know, they'll probably be what, like 7.5-point favorites maybe. Like, I'm not comfortable in taking that at all, because you don't trust them.
5.5 on the road, and bad news for you, it might be Heineke instead of fucking Wency boy.
Ooh, is Wentz out?
Well, wasn't there a report this weekend that his finger's hurt?
Broke his ring finger.
Mm-hmm. It could be like a 4 to 6 thing. I think I read.
Is it mild finger?
I don't know what finger it is, but I wanted to actually jump into. I want to make sure we got both New York football teams in here.
Oh yeah,
the Giants. The Giants are 5-1, guys. Did you know? Like, who thought? Like, okay,
nobody.
Is there anyone still on the fence that don't think the Giants are for real?
I don't think so. I feel like they kind of have answered a lot of questions. At least, I mean,
they play hard. Like, they play super hard.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like they play 60 minutes every single game, no matter what.
But
Thibodeau stepped up big. Big fumble at the end. Like, man, I guess they're definitely inspired. They're definitely playing super hard. But is that sustainable for 17 games in the regular season?
Daniel Jones has 4 game-winning drives already.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how many times can you keep, like, Lamar? If Lamar doesn't throw that interception yesterday, I don't think they win that game. Now, like, they're doing all they're playing really, really well in the fourth quarter. I don't know. What do you think, Edge? I don't know how to assess.
I don't know anything
Giants.
in the NFL right now. It's so hard to assess anybody right now, because week to week, especially when we're sitting here picking these games, like, there's no locks anymore. Like, I don't know if there ever was in the NFL, but there's no. I can't just hang my hat on something happening just because I don't know what it might be. They always talk about the parity in the league and the talent is so equal, like, from team to team. Yeah, maybe, but I just don't. It's hard to tell because we can't find a ton of consistency in a lot of the teams that we're used like we're used to seeing them like consistently. Okay, well they'll find a way. They'll win the game at the end. Like they may stumble a little bit, may stumble in the first half, may even stumble through 3.5 quarters, but they'll find a way to keep it somewhat close and win the games that they're supposed to win. And right now this year, I just don't see that happening a whole lot.
Think about it yesterday. Niners lose to Atlanta. Jets beat Green Bay. Baltimore loses to New York. Tampa loses to Pittsburgh. Like nobody thought any of those were going to happen.
A lot of dogs won yesterday. And like you mentioned the Giants being legit or not, like it feels as though they've made it through one of the hardest parts of their schedule. Like I forget who sent it to the group, but their next 4 or 5 games, they should absolutely win those games, especially after beating the Packers and the Ravens. And they are coming from behind a lot, and Jones has those, 4 game-winning drives, but also is that even better? Just because, okay, even when they're down, they have the adversity. Maybe we haven't seen them, just completely run a team out of the building yet, but I feel like it's like better for them to prove that they can come back against great teams and like kind of show or be given some adversity and then making it through it than them just beating the shit out of these bad teams.
Yeah, I've said, you've heard me say a lot of times, like it's good to learn how to win many different ways. It's not if you just roll through the whole regular season and you're dominating people and you're not in a whole lot of different situations, scenarios that they can try to set up in practice. If you don't deal with those in the game throughout the course of the regular season, like they're going to pop up in the playoffs most likely. So I think when you prove that you can win many different ways, also for the Giants, so much is confidence, not only with the players, the coaching staff, everybody. They beat the Ravens. Lamar Jackson, the guy's an absolute stud. They force a fumble. They force him to throw a costly pick late in the game. Like they're doing things against great teams. I feel like that. And when you look at the Ravens, not a whole lot of people. Or what was the line heading into this game?
It's 5.5, 6, something like that.
5.5. Yep.
For the Ravens, right?
Yeah.
So like people didn't give the Giants a huge chance, did they, to win this one? And the fact that they go in there and they do this, they have to sit there and be thinking like, all right, we weren't 100% sure who we are as a team, but we're pretty damn close now. We feel pretty good about us being able to find a way to get a win no matter what the situation is, no matter what the game may be. And you keep doing it, man, over and over with Wink, with Dable as a head coach. Saquon is rolling. It's they're a fun team to watch. I think both New York teams seem to be fun to watch right now.
Yeah, Saquon obviously has been unbelievable, but you just mentioned it. Like I think when you look at the Giants, it really emphasizes like how important it is to have a great coaching staff. Like coaching is very important in the NFL. I think a lot of times we forget, and it's kind of just like, oh, the star players are, the straws that stir the drink, and they're what make every team go. But having, like, everyone's great in the NFL. So you need to have coaches who actually know how to stop people and scheme up stuff, especially when, like, on the offensive side of the ball, outside of Saquon, it's not like the Giants are loaded with talent at the skill positions. They're not really getting anything out of the guy they paid a shitload of money for. And then Wink Martindale, it's like a lot of people probably thought he should have been a head coach this past year, and then for whatever reason he goes and is the D coordinator in New York. Like having a great coaching staff can really take a team with maybe like mediocre talent. Like if they buy in, like that's how you they've completely changed the culture. Look how bad the Giants were last year, and they have a very, very similar roster that they did last year. And I think a lot of that is due to coaching.
Yeah, I think great coaches, they find a way to like steal plays here and there. Maybe it's one play here, one play there, to where it's a big third down or something, and Wink can think, okay, well, I watched him do this 3 weeks ago. I have a good feeling this may happen again. He has a nice little wrinkle for that week that you show them they haven't seen before, and you're off the field or you get a big interception or something happens. Like that's what great players do too. They find a way to like steal plays based on their preparation, anticipation. They know when they can go try to make a play. And I think good coaches do the same thing. Like they know when a team may be vulnerable. If you're the offensive play caller, hey, their defense is gassed, or when we get in this certain part of the field, I know they like to do this. They rely on this certain coverage. I want to take advantage of that somehow. That's what the great coaches do. And we're seeing that in New York right now with the Giants. But how lucky are we, man, with the Bills Chiefs? Josh Allen. Josh Allen, unbelievable. Everything he does, the dude's jumping over everybody.
Freak.
Just invigorating the whole. I mean, Buffalo's they're a great fun team to watch, but also the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. We're gonna get to see these guys battle it out, hopefully for the next 20 years.
Oh yeah.
But coming away from that game, I guess, is this one of those games you say, oh, there's no real losers in that game? They're both winners. Is that what you guys said?
Well, I don't know if I said that, because there's always a winner and a loser, and if you don't think that, then you're probably a loser, just like me. But also, like, let's be real. When you do watch that game, it is clear those are the two best teams in the NFL. It feels like it doesn't seem as
sure
though,
seems that way, huh?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like there's anybody in the NFC on that tier or that level. Like the Eagles absolutely are, but I think they're still in. I think this is kind of the same as the Giants, and you can probably speak on this more, AJ. But like when you have a team that hasn't really gone on a playoff run or have played important playoff games, like is it kind of you don't know that moment till you get there, because obviously the Eagles really don't have anybody aside from Kelsey and some of the veteran D and O linemen that have played in those like massive games, and that's the same for the Giants because they're such young teams, and even the coaches, you could argue, haven't really played in those big Super Bowl caliber games. Do you think that is something that might come and like bite them in the ass almost, or do you think it's kind of like not knowing what you don't know and just kind of playing? Yep. Yeah.
I'm on to your second part, Con.
Okay,
I think sometimes it's good to be naive. It's good to not have those, like golfers. It's good to not have those misses. I've used that like analogy. I think I heard not Phil or some other golfer talk about, hey, when they were young and they're 20-something winning tournaments, they never thought about missing. Like they never thought about, oh, this happened. I got a really bad memory being on this green, putting something here. I lost the tournament. They don't have that when they're young. They're just playing off instincts and prep and having fun. And then as they get older, they get some of those things build up in their mind. And I think that kind of happens with football too at times. Sometimes it's good just to have guys that are free, having fun, and not worrying about anything else. Because I think as people get older, sometimes they do start to worry about like expectations or what they should do, or, oh, this happened to me before, I don't want that to happen again. And you play your best football when you're just free and having fun and you're super confident.
Also, like that with the Chiefs and Bills yesterday, like it's blatantly obvious. They talked about bringing in Von Miller to be the closer. Yeah. Like he is exactly the guy they needed when you have a guy like Patrick Mahomes who can move around and extend plays. Like at the end of the game, Von Miller came up huge. Like it does seem like that was kind of the one thing they circled. It's like, hey, our offense is incredible. Josh Allen's unbelievable in another year with Gabe Davis and Diggs and everyone else they have there. Like they're going to be just fine. That really does seem like it was like kind of the one missing piece that they had, and now that they have it, like it's just tough looking at the other teams in the league and trying to find someone who's going to beat the Bills, especially if they're going to go to Buffalo and do it.
Yeah, I guess one of the good things for the Chiefs, at least, obviously Pat Mahomes, we know the Chiefs are going to be fine. What about Juju? What was thought about you? And I see Juju having a day. Obviously had a costly penalty. Can anyone show the fans exactly what he did to get that penalty? And do you think Juju deserved that penalty?
It was some sort of.
You guys know what he did?
Some sort of taunting penalty. I don't know exactly what.
I think he smelled his fingers right in front of a guy, like doing the first down thing.
Well, you can't do that.
CD does.
I mean, that's what.
But he was like, it was right towards the guy, right in his face. I think on the sideline.
That's just kind of being about yourself and not the team. He did have his first good game yesterday. I was happy for Juju. I mean, they lost, but it was nice for him to have a good game.
You were not happy for him. You were not happy.
I was
for him,
super happy for it. Like I was super pumped about it.
Your tone.
What do you mean?
It doesn't sound like you were so happy for him.
Yeah.
No, I was super happy for him.
Why don't you let it go?
Yeah. Just let Juju be Juju. He's blossoming over there, Tony.
Well, it was a loss. They lost.
Yeah, he played well.
Yeah.
Come on.
The guy a break.
AJ, what are you trying to do here?
What do you mean? I'm coming to you because you've talked about Juju for the last 5 years.
No,
James.
I didn't. You guys forced.
Are you happy for his success?
You guys forced that on me. I am happy for his success, but to Bills and Chiefs, it comes down to the quarterback. That's really.
How good is Diggs? How good is Stephon Diggs too, man?
So good.
Gabe Davis. Gosh, they just have so many weapons. And you're right though, Vaughn. They talked about it before the season. Hey, we need a closer. We need a guy to end games. And they showed that many times if you're watching the broadcast when Vaughn splits like a double team inside. He like spins back underneath. Milano wraps over the top. Just great execution in how you do that, forcing a tough throw for Mahomes to throw an interception. And that's how you scheme things up, but that's players being players too. Like that's hand in hand, coaches and players doing things on the same page.
Yeah, and that last third down after when the Bills were down 2017 after the Chris Jones no call on a trip, which I think we all think is a trip, but also at the same time, Chris Jones has gone hosed, so give the guy one.
Sure,
okay,
yeah.
give him a break.
Is that what they were thinking?
I don't know.
You know what he did though? Chris Jones did a really good job in real time. Yes, of course we slowed it down. You watch it again, you see the trip, and you saw the trip in real time, but he kind of felt his leg go out, and then he put his arm out too to try to disguise the trip.
Yeah,
I think he did a very good job at that.
Yeah, it was.
That's what they do in basketball and kickballs. That you throw your leg and your arm out there to think maybe the ref sees just the arm.
Bingo.
That's right.
Yeah. Some gamesmanship. I'm here for it.
Yeah, the Bills, though, are unbelievable. I think if you have any of those, because Tony talked about cashing those Tampa tickets, if you have a Bills ticket, you hold on to that goddamn thing. Even if they start losing a couple guys, it feels like they have so many different role players that can make big plays. Like Dawson Knox had his first touchdown of the year on Sunday, yesterday, and I feel like that is kind of like another guy on that offense that we have forgotten about a little bit.
Yeah, imagine if he gets going again and
Exactly,
starts catching touchdowns every game, it seems like.
Yeah, him, Isaiah McKenzie, and Devin Singletary, he's quietly
had a tough game yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He had that drop.
We were talking
option
about
pass.
how good, like Josh Allen obviously can throw and he's super athletic, but how good he is at following and setting up his blocks.
Yep. He's awesome. That like having patience. So I played in college with Maurice Claret, and we used to run old school power, block down, pull around, all of that. And the back has to be very patient for that, because guys that are nervous and aren't that good, they're going to take that ball and run directly into the back of their offensive linemen, the pullers and everything. You got to let everything develop. And I'm with you, man. That's what Maurice did back in the day, and offensive linemen loved him for it. And I promise you that these offensive linemen and even wideouts that are blocking downfield for Josh Allen, they have to absolutely love this dude's patience, because he's going to set that guy up too. Like, he's going to use his own guy and set the defender up to put his blocker in a good position as well. So it all works together, man. It's amazing what happens when all 22 guys seem to kind of be working together, huh?
Were you impressed by Romostradamus correctly guessing what the final score would be of the Chiefs-Bills game?
Yeah, how did that happen?
What do you mean, how?
Yeah, he said,
Jim, everyone thinks points. They're going to have to matriculate the ball down the field. It's going to be 24-20, Jim. Believe
When did he say
me.
that? What part in the game did he say
in
that?
like the first quarter, yeah.
Like 5 minutes left. It was 0-0.
I mean, I'll tell you what. So now is he going to be guessing scores for every game he ever does?
If he's smart, he will.
Yeah, and if
If
he
he
does, I'll
remembers
bet
doing
it.
that, yeah.
Yeah,
It's pretty
yeah.
amazing. He did hit it. He hit it spot on somehow.
Oh, yeah, he nailed it. And while we're still talking about the Bills and the Chiefs, and I don't mean to get away from Romostradamus, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I did
that was
not
good.
say that right. But it feels like both those teams can win in any way. Like, obviously, they can sling it. But if the Chiefs need to, or if the Bills need to, like, they can run the fucking ball down your throat. Obviously, having Josh Allen, helps. And I don't think he's ever been tackled and onto his back. It feels like he will gain at least 5 yards every time he runs the ball because he falls forward. And with the Chiefs, obviously, they have CEH, but Pacheco is also a dog. Number 10 on their team.
McKinnon's look good.
McKinnon's looks really good. Like, they are just so good in every phase of the game. It does feel as though, even though, it's week 6 wrapping up tonight, like, we are on a collision course for Chiefs-Bills AFC Championship game, and who knows how that ends, but it does seem as though winner of that game will probably, go the whole way, because aside from the Eagles, like, are there any teams in the NFC that you're like, oh, yeah, they're really, really good right now?
Not right now, but I don't, especially with how weird this year is, somebody could change our mind, I think, if they put together a good 3 or 4 weeks in a row. Another team could absolutely change our mind. Also, like, what if, like, Odell Beckham Jr. goes to the Packers? What if they pick him up or something? Like, what if there's different moves or some big-time trades where a weapon gets shuffled from a team that's not a contender to a contender, and all of a sudden, bam, it brings a bunch of juice to their offense and adds a spark? I don't know. We will see, but right now it doesn't feel great.
Vikings are 5-1, but I still don't like. For some reason in my head, like, I still don't know who
You
the
don't like
Vikings
Kirk.
are. Huh?
Because you don't trust Kirk.
Yeah, he's
No,
scary.
I like Kirk.
I like Kirk too, but he does scare me.
But they have all the weapons, like Thielen,
Yeah.
Jefferson. Dalvin Cook had a long touchdown yesterday.
Irv Smith Jr.
Herb Smith had a touchdown yesterday. And I think, is their defense back to being the defense that it was 3 or 4 years ago? Like, the Vikings, when you go in that division, I think the Vikings are probably the favorite right now in that division.
For sure.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I want to ask you about the Cardinals game. What the hell is going on? Why is Dane Orlovsky calling for Cliff Kingsbury to be fired? I feel like on ESPN, or saying he got question his job. What are they doing? Like, what's happening in Arizona?
I don't know. It seems as though it's burning down. I mean, it seemed that way though since the Kyler Murray contract came out. Like, it's not like this is out of nowhere. internally, it does seem as though there's some things going on. But also, like, DeAndre Hopkins comes back this week. If they go on beat the shit out of the Saints, who's missing everybody on Thursday, they already ruled out Michael Thomas, Jarvis Landry, and Marshawn Lattimore. Like, if Hopkins comes back, they put up, 30, 40 points, then I feel like we're going to be back in on the Cardinals. And before it seemed as though, or not, it didn't seem, before it has been Cardinals season, like the first 10 weeks, and they drop off at the end. But now they have a chance here. They're
smart.
Yeah, they're 2-4. They've decided, let's start slow this year. Let's play our best ball in November and December instead of September and October. And then they go on a run. And it does seem, we'll see what happens, but the Cardinals feel like a team who could say, you know what, let's go trade for Christian McCaffrey. Because James Conner was hurt, and even with James Conner, like, what if they do go after McCaffrey? They put McCaffrey more in the slot, kind of take those big hits off of him as a running back and use him a little differently. Like, that seems like a team that could really go if, Hopkins comes back and he is same old DeAndre Hopkins and their offense becomes, what their offense was for most of the year last year.
I think the most concerning thing, though, is like in years past, like you really didn't have the kind of weird, very visible animosity between Cliff and Kyler. Like now it is very evident. Like it seems these guys hate each other.
Yeah.
Like they do not like working together, I don't think. And it just like if that's already happening 6 weeks into the season, like
then Cliff knows he's the one to go too, right?
Exactly.
He's the first one to go, not Kyler.
Exactly. So it's just like anytime you have like that kind of weird power struggle already, and it's not. I mean, obviously, power struggle is a strong term, and it's not super public, but like. You watch any of their games, like the body language between them two, it's so evident. And I feel like if you have that type of shit going on in the locker room at the very top with arguably your two most important guys, like what kind of precedent does that set for everyone else? And how do you all of a sudden just kind of flip, like, change that and fix it?
Also with them, I feel like now Kyler's he's not playing really well at all, but like on the outside, is it like, sure, AJ Green's there, but AJ Green is kind of old now.
Little
all of their weapons are like 5'7" and under when D Hop's not in there, and now
other than Ertz, I guess.
Now Hollywood Brown's. Did they say that he's done or whatever his injury was? It'll be. I don't know if it's fair to judge them completely before D Hop's back, but they stink without him for sure. And I watched a little bit of that game yesterday, and that's a Seattle defense that has been letting up at least 30 points a game. And at no point did the Cardinals offense look good at all unless there was a few scrambles by Kyler. Like there was never anything like on time that looked good in the offense. It was all, if anything looked good in the offense, it was just him scrambling, and that was it.
Which, that's awesome. It's great. It's great highlights, but you can't count on that for 17 weeks to win your football games. Like Kyler going above and beyond and having 19-second plays where he makes 14 guys miss and then somehow throws a touchdown. Like, that's awesome, but we need that to be like a supplement to everything else that he does, and drop back game and running the ball with your running. Like, just, I don't know where they go from here. And if there is that weird animosity between head coach and quarterback, I don't know how you get over it. I really don't. And if it's truly where they like resent each other at times and Kyler hates the play calls and probably suggests other calls, like, I don't know, man. I'm not saying that's the case there, but if it is, good luck. You got to sit in a room and talk about it somehow.
The good news is that division's still up for grabs. Everyone else is 3-3. The Rams offense still looked like shit yesterday. Niners obviously looked like shit yesterday, and they have injuries on the defensive side, and that's really what was carrying them so far. Seahawks defense stinks. I think
what did Robbie Anderson do to get kicked off the sideline?
Who knows?
Yeah, him and the wide receivers coach got into it, and then at one point he was talking to the head coach. Robbie Anderson was, and the head coach was telling the wide receivers coach to calm down, and then eventually they just sent Bob packing. But there was this shot of the entire offense like on the bench talking to the OC, talking to each respective position coach, and Bob Anderson just had a hat on and he was sitting on a cooler like away from the team.
They've been talking about trading him for a week or so, haven't they?
Yeah. I mean,
him seasons.
CMC might get traded potentially.
DJ Moore,
Cam Akers. Who knows what's going on there with the Rams situation? Might be an interesting trade deadline, which never is in the NFL. It's never. We always like talk about it, but it never is.
It wouldn't be that fun to be. If you're a Carolina Panther now, man, you got to figure something out. But going back to the Cardinals, we joked about it before the season. Like they chose the wrong time to win last year. Like they started out hot, everything's great, and then everyone's like, oh my goodness, what a colossal meltdown. What happened? Now they just started out that way. So now if they finish strong and maybe get in the playoffs and win a game in the playoffs or lose a close game in the playoffs, everyone's like, hey, you know what? We have a lot of hope. We started to put it together there the last month and a half of the season.
Yeah, even if they make the playoffs, I feel like that's a massive success just based off the 2-4 start. But it does seem as though I'm not out on them. I wouldn't say it's like a 2-4 team like maybe Cleveland. Like there are some teams that have a bad record or are 3-3 that can definitely make a run, and some aren't as strong. But the big worry is like, hey, Seahawks are the worst defense in the league. The Saints with a backup quarterback put up 40 points on them last week, and you're telling me the guy they just paid $150 million guaranteed can't go out and put up like a couple scores. And he did have a couple of those explosive plays. He had like a 42-yard run right off the bat. Like in the first quarter. It was like, okay, so Kyler is still Kyler. Like he can make something out of nothing. But their offense just looked like shit. And that can't happen if you pay your quarterback who's a mobile guy. You trade, a first-round pick for a wide receiver, and Hollywood Brown got hurt. It is what it is. But it's not as if they're lacking weapons. Like, I don't know who you can add to that offense where it's like, okay, now this offense is going to be really good. Like, to Ty's point, if Cliff and Kyler are just going to have this, they're just going to be button heads all year, then they are in for, a pretty brutal season.
Well, and like that doesn't matter. I mean, if you're winning, that doesn't matter, right? It's like
if you win, it's fun. If you win, they can yell back and forth at each other in the sidelines and games and then laugh about it afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're winning, when you're losing, though, that's when it turns nasty.
Well, and if they keep losing, like who's to say like Kyler isn't just going to be like, you know what, fuck you, Cliff. Like I don't even care what play you're giving me. Like I'm calling this game. And obviously D-Hop is unbelievable. He's one of the best players in football, but getting one guy back like that, like, is that really enough for them all of a sudden to just flip a switch and be unbelievable? Like, yeah, he might go off in his first game back, but, like, don't you think, like, defenses are going to recognize that? It's like, oh, okay, if we take away DeAndre Hopkins, like, their offense can't do anything. Like, so it's tough to imagine that despite how good he is, getting one guy back, like, I don't think that's all of a sudden going to make them world beaters. And it's like, oh, Cardinals are back now. They're a team to be reckoned with. Like, yeah, that's kind of tough to believe.
Yeah, it should. Getting him back, it's just one player, even though he's unbelievable and will draw double teams. And if he's ever one-on-one, absolutely, Kyler better throw it up to him, give him a chance. But I guess it could open up some other guys on that offense if D-Hop is – if you need a bunch of attention on him, maybe A.J. Green, Ertz, other guys get more one-on-ones where they can find some space and make some plays. But I want to switch quick to the Jags-Colts. Was anyone at the Jags-Colts game?
AJ, real quick.
Yeah.
What happened?
I just said, do you think like they need to go over to one of their houses and like make some pizza rolls and have some dew and some Doritos?
Right.
And
Wait, who's this?
Cliff and Kyler.
Okay.
And set up like a bunch of gaming consoles and just have like a good old fashioned and they could watch like Breakfast Club and stuff like that. Just have like a good old fashioned like powwow and sleepover.
Lock in.
Bro, Breakfast Club was made like in 1982. You think Kyler's heard of that?
Well, even better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Emilio Estevez.
Because there's a lot of life lessons in that movie, and I think maybe that's what those two need.
You know what? You never know. You never know, Diggs, what could help people come together. If that movie can do it, then maybe you should send a copy of the old VHS out to Cliff's house.
I will. I'm on it.
Do that. Maybe like Spy Kids, something they both like.
Holes.
Holes. There you go.
Oh, Holes is good.
Yeah. Hector.
Hubie
Signs.
and what is 30 Days of Halloween on Freeform? Like maybe and Hubie's on Netflix. So
yeah, Hubie Halloween would be
Hubie,
awesome.
that's the Sandler one, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what? I watched that with my kids. I didn't. You know what? That thing, did it get any Emmy nods or Oscar
2.
nods?
Yeah, actually
it
got
got
nominated
a
for
couple.
10 Oscars.
10.
How many did they win? They win all of them?
They won best
6.
costume. I remember.
Yep, makeup design.
Makeup design. Best.
Hey, who was at the Colts game? Who was at the Colts game yesterday?
I was at the Colts game.
Foxy.
Hell of a win.
Wow,
Yeah,
what a
Foxy was
game,
there.
man! What
Bill.
Matt Ryan throws almost 60 times, 3 touchdowns. The dude's
No
an
sacks.
absolute monster, man.
Yeah,
No
absolute
sacks.
monster. No sacks. O-line played great. The wide receivers played great. I would like to hear what you thought about them being down by 1 point. It's 3rd and 12, and there's like 40 seconds left. And, the Jags have one more timeout. They ran it on 1st and 2nd down. Instead of running it, they decided, you know what, fuck it. Let's, throw this one to the end zone. Like, if that doesn't – and we were talking about this while it was – or right after it happened. If that doesn't and thank God it was a touchdown.
Hell yeah.
But if that gets incomplete, and then they have a 50-yard field goal, like not a chip shot, like a 48-yard field goal.
Roof was open too, right?
Roof was open too.
Yeah.
There's a little
Wind
bit of wind.
swirling, huh?
There was
Yeah.
wind because they dropped those T-shirts with the mini parachutes on them.
Marvel
from
was
the
there?
rafters.
Oh, I love when they do that.
Yeah, me too. Marvel was there. I did not see Marvel. I was just a little late to the game. I think they were out before the
Did
game.
the cheerleaders have shields again?
Cheerleaders had shields. They were very, very cool. They were blocking all the haters. But it did seem as though Frank Reich possibly might have made the wrong decision again if that is, a complete miss. And even if they hit the field goal. Now, it was a great pass from Matt Ryan, and he was balling out the entire game. But there were some points in that first half where, it was 14-3.
Yeah.
Maybe this happened where Matt Ryan got a delay a game and knocked him out of field goal range on 4th down. And so there were a few things that happened. But no, Colts are all the way back.
Well,
they're 3-2-1.
Let's not. I don't think we should. I don't think we should dismiss that. It was the first game that Sam Ehlinger was QB number 2, so Matt maybe didn't feel as comfortable with his job as he did when Foles was just sitting back there doing absolutely nothing. Now, I'm pretty sure Ehlinger put a little bit of pressure on him, and I think that sparked Matt Ryan's game yesterday.
Well, I believe they say it Ehlinger I don't know, but maybe it's Ehlinger. But why? How does Nick Foles go from backup to third string mid-season from practice?
Because he stinks.
If you watched any practices of theirs, obviously Ehlinger, he's a dog.
Yeah.
Okay, he
is.
He was 112 of 114 completions in preseason. Scored 473 points. He was an absolute. It's just. I'm telling you,
You might want to make that kid the starter if those are his numbers.
I called for it early yesterday when the Colts didn't look good.
Yeah, it's a thought.
And Jacksonville looked really good again early. I don't know how you like Jacksonville. They ran for a bunch, and then Trevor was like 22 of 24, and they lose somehow.
Yeah,
that
he
was
had
an interesting game.
Couple rushing touchdowns. It was like a weird game even watching it. But to your point about Foles, I do believe similar to Jelani Woods, he was told to, say the prayer for the team on Saturday night before the game, and he said his prayer, but he forgot to bless the food. And a couple players in the Colts had the shits. Some of them were throwing up on Saturday night.
Sure.
And because he didn't bless the food, Frank Reich said, "You son of a bitch, there's still devil in some of those cutlets." And here we are now. And a lot of their players, weren't feeling up to snuff on Sunday. Still got it done, God willing, but that's why Ehlinger was the backup.
God willing, we shall.
Got it. Thank you for clearing that up, Con. I did not know about. I didn't hear
Well
Greeny
said.
say that this morning. So thank you very much, Con. You're right. Some of them cutlets still had the devil in them, but unfortunately, they were able to uncover. They overcame that adversity, though, right,
They did.
Con? Look at them. They're winning many different ways.
Yeah, it was huge. And, they got Tennessee coming off a bye next week. The AFC South is an absolute dump fest, and it's pretty awesome to watch just because, I don't think any of us thought they were going to be, unbelievable, but I don't think anyone thought the Colts were going to be in first place in the division after that Broncos Thursday night game. But, yeah, everyone could probably make a case that maybe the Texans win it. Maybe the Jags win it. Maybe the Colts win it. Maybe the Titans win
Oh,
it.
Easterby's gone.
We'll save that.
Mid-season too. I know. Yeah, that's a shame. That is weird. Anytime somebody gets let go in the middle of the season, if you're a front office or whatever, it's weird, isn't it? Did something happen?
I think once again, this was. It's got to be a situation with our Lord and Savior.
They asked Lovey about it.
Like maybe Jesus stopped talking to him, and so he lost. That's basically why he had a job.
Really?
Yeah, reading tea leaves.
Yeah, he was a prophet.
But if Jesus stopped talking to him, why would you admit? Would he admit that to the McNairs?
Has to.
Yeah.
Yes. Who does?
Yeah.
he?
Doesn't have a
good
choice.
Christian.
When you go into
Hands to God.
confession,
Hey, somebody's got a good tweet from that. Maybe it's on the group chat. Someone put a tweet out that who's the Texans?
John McClain.
Yeah.
He was not. He said that Easterby was a
riddance.
habitual leak of information from the Texans organization.
Man, and Lovey, they asked Lovey about it, and Lovey said, "I don't know. That's something you should ask ownership."
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Lovey said, like, I don't know that bald fucker. How the hell am I supposed to know why they let him go? But, I mean.
Seems out of character.
No, but I mean, it was bye week. You make changes on the bye week. I'm surprised the.
Self-scout. You're right.
I'm
Self-scout.
surprised the Lions didn't fire every single person on their defensive staff yesterday. That would have been.
If it's a young head coach, it might make a little bit of a difference. But, like, I can't imagine that Easterby and Lovey Smith saw eye to eye on too much stuff. A guy who's just a football lifer who's been a head coach in the league for like 20-plus years, and you got this goofy fucking guy coming in who was a team chaplain, and all of a sudden he's making a bunch of football-related decisions. Like, I have a hard time believing that him and Lovey were as thick as thieves, but maybe they were.
Judging by Lovey's comments, I'm just taking a shot in the dark here. Maybe they weren't thick as thieves, but you never know. I guess the future will tell us what really happened. But the Bengals beating the Saints, 26-20, I believe was the final score?
30-26.
30-26, my bad. Joe Burrow, man, Jamar Chase. Obviously, that connection will be fun to watch for another 12, 15 years. The Saints almost got it done with Andy Dalton there at the helm, didn't they?
Yeah, that revenge, the Red Rifle revenge game, I really did think was going to come through in the
Didn't
end.
they say it's the third time? That's the third team he's played with against his old team, the Bengals?
Really?
Or is it the second?
Bears definitely played the Bengals at some point.
Yep.
When he was there.
Bears, Cowboys, and now Saints, right?
The Saints,
Was it the Bengals when he played for the Cowboys when his head got knocked off and it was rolling around the turf and the linemen were kicking it around
he
like
was
a soccer
on
ball?
the Cowboys. When
He was on the Cowboys.
That was
Cowboys
against
football team.
Yeah, that was against football team.
Oh,
Bingo.
okay.
That was when football team was a football team.
Yeah, that did not happen yesterday, so that's a win for Andy. But yeah, I mean they kind of blew it in the second half too. Jamar Chase
Saints
and
are
Joe
kind of
Burrow.
a weird. Saints are kind of a weird team right now. You have no idea what you're going to get from them on a week-to-week basis.
Yeah, they're
And they
banged
are
up.
very banged up.
Yeah, it does
Everybody's
not look good for them. Yeah, but that division's also on fire.
Yes.
Like you got the Bucks, who, Tom Brady's going to weddings and mingling or doing whatever he wants to do. And then
Hey, how pissed do you think? Have they asked Tom about that? Like, did they ask him post-game, hey, Tom, do you think you attending Mr. Kraft's wedding and then flying private directly to Pittsburgh and not with the team, do you think that had an impact on this game?
They save those. The media knows that they save the tough questions for his showing tonight on SiriusXM.
Yeah,
with,
Jim Gray will
Jim
be
Gray.
asking him those questions.
Jim Gray will put his feet to the fire and ask the tough ones.
Okay. What's the steakhouse there, Ty, for that show?
Well, it depends what day, but usually it's, if you're hungry, Tom, you could get a juicy steak from Morton's this weekend.
Hell yeah.
There is a good Morton's in the Steel City, so that could have been where they were at, where he was at this weekend.
At what
Great
point?
ambiance.
At what point does that start? Especially when you see Brady motherfucking those linemen and stuff like that. Like, at what point does that really start to kind of just fracture and crack? Like, because I have a feeling when you're not in the building, like, I listen, everyone knows what Tom's done, but I have a feeling, like, at what point is one of those guys like, hey, fuck you, pal. Like, you didn't practice all week. I did. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I mean, there's obviously all players kind of have a point to, like a breaking point, I think. But with Tom Brady, he's gonna have to push these guys pretty damn far for one of them, especially a young guy, to snap on Tom. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if you're even gonna see like a Peyton and Jeff Saturday type situation with that. I don't know. Like, I doubt any of these guys are coming back at Tom. I mean, Tom is viewed as he's Tom. He's up there and everybody else is down here. So I don't think that's going to cause a huge issue. But also with Tom, listen to any guy that's ever played with him or been around him. Like, I'm sure he has a great way of bringing those guys back, like behind the scenes and pumping them up when they do things right. Like, I'm sure Tom will figure that part out. Well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I'm not sure about anything right now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about anything going on in the NFL. It's really tough to try to predict anything. And I would imagine there's a lot of coaches around the NFL that are very frustrated too, because they don't know game to game what team is going to show up when they roll the ball out there, as they like to say.
Yeah, and with Tom, I think the crazy part is, like, it's week 6. Like, they have a long season, and it already feels like he is done with playing football this season already. Like, it's not as if this is the first time that, Tom has been pissed off on the sidelines, and this is the first game that they probably should have won and lost. Like, this has happened a few times already. And, maybe not having Gronk, you could say that. Maybe not having the same offense that they've had in the past years. They don't have that as much. But still, just the Bucs you're just not confident in them the same way you're not confident in the Packers. Like, you don't know what you're going to get every week. And I think even last week against the Falcons, it was like they easily could have lost that game if it wasn't for roughing the passer at the end.
Yeah, and hey, I tell you what, Falcons obviously got a great win over the Niners, chugging beers with Artie Smith. Oh, after the game. I love it. I hope it's a tradition that a lot of teams start. But, guys, we're going to get out to a quick 5-minute break. You know that?
Yeah. Sure.
We're going to take 5 time.
Take 5.
We're going to take 5. We'll come back. And there's a million other things going on. We're going to bop around the league, too, I think, in the second hour, right? Isn't that what you call it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
bop.
Got to bop to all the different games.
Let's bop around the league with different we're going to have some beat reporters from different places. We're going to talk to a million other things to happen. Big game tonight, too, we get to watch and talk about. So, everyone, stay right there. We'll be back in 5.
Take 5.
Big brain football. Man, I love this.
What is it about this spectacular game that we all love? The passing, the running, the hitting, the kicking, the scheming, the drama, the athleticism?
Let's go. Right here, big drop.
I think it's a combination of all of those things, but I believe it all boils down to this. The competition level is fucking awesome.
For the win with 2 seconds left.
A finger can literally be the difference between a W and an L.
What a turn of events!
It's what makes football wildly fun to watch and, in turn, wildly fun to bet on, but I digress. The reason I'm doing this segment every week is to hopefully grow the respect for the game and to give love to the players who make all of this shit happen. Not just their skill and their amazing playmaking ability.
What I really like is the finish, man. Not a lot of guys would be able to make that 6 points.
This will be all about respecting these guys' big fucking brains.
Strong like bull. Smart like tractor.
I'm gonna be smart in this game, man.
Coaches usually get all of the credit in this beautiful minds of football space, but I want to shine a light on the players' brains.
Let's go do this thing, baby. Let's go.
Stuff like Mahomes and Kelsey cooking up a last-second drive in one of the best playoff games of all time.
They're playing like that seam is open.
That ball go down immediately.
Bills rush 4. Mahomes throws. Kelsey open inside the 40. Breaks the tackle and down.
And stuff like this, all from week 1. How about scary Terry McLaurin recognizing a corner is playing lazy cover 2 technique all game, telling everyone and their mother about it.
Gotta let us run by that dude, bro. This cover 2, bro. They playing it so lazy. They're playing lazy over there all day.
Then, in the 4th quarter, when it matters, Carson Wentz hits Terry behind that lazy cover 2 corner.
Taking a shot down the field. There's McLaurin. On it again. And in.
That's big brain football.
Come on, man. Hey, I've been lazy all day. All day.
How about Sunday night in Dallas? Tom Brady asking Mike Evans, "What you want, babe?" And Evans calling his shot. "Give me the fade."
Yo, Tom said, "What you want?" Tom said, "What you want, man?" I said, "Fade."
He knows the man across from him and knows how to beat him.
I know how to get him. He trying to do that little stab. Yeah. I slow blade. Back out. I slapped him so hard right now at the line. Watch me see it. I slapped it.
That's some beautiful, big brain football.
Hard to beat in the air. Mike Evans.
Which brings us to our main feature this week, Josh Allen. He doesn't just have a big arm. He doesn't just have big cojones. He has a big old brain, too.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Up 14 against the world champs, 3rd and 4. He's across the line from a man who called him trash just 4 years ago. Allen knows that particular man peeks and cheats, himself a big brain player trying to gain an advantage, often with eyes more on the quarterback and less on the receivers.
He's thinking you ain't gonna throw a ball deep. So five is literally looking and not even worried about you on the trips.
Allen knows Jalen Ramsey loves sitting on routes, especially on 3rd and 4, the money down. So he tells his guy, Mr. Minneapolis Miracle himself, Stephon Diggs, "Hey, dude, don't run the called route. Just go deep."
Can you take us through the touchdown, just what you saw in that play?
Josh showed me just run.
Allen's hunch that 5 would peak and Diggs could get behind him paid off like a same-game parlay.
Their corners were really looking at the quarterback, and Diggs just ran a heck of a route.
Zone cover, Jalen Ramsey was trying to read the eyes of Josh Allen and let Diggs go past him, and Josh Allen soars it over Ramsey's head.
The look on Josh's face when he runs up on Ramsey is quite a, what was that, pal? Moment. I'm sure he's saying something like, I knew you would do the exact thing you just did, so I told my guy to adjust, and we beat your ass. That's not trash, Jalen. That's not a garbage pick. No, that's big brain football.
Took him off and he gonna squat. It was simple. I knew it. It was simple. I said, all right, go.
I hang my hat on as a player that he got that dog.
The amount of times this stuff happens in an NFL game is straight up wild. I was lucky enough to see it firsthand from the Sheriff and so many other genius teammates. Every week this season, you'll get this feature right here on this show from us and our friends at NFL Films, giving love to the players for their commitment to the game, for their smarts, for their big brain football.
Wasn't no butch. I just got a big brain, bro. I got a big brain. Smart guys who do.
You just used the word drug, right, to refer to ayahuasca. You know, I saw a few articles people sent me about us doing the tea celebration. I just want to stop you there right away, because the reference to ayahuasca or even marijuana, putting the tag drug on them, is a manipulative word that creates a bias against those specific things. And it happens all over society, right? Think about the word fat and sugar when it comes to food. Fat brings an image of unhealthiness and maybe obesity, death, where sugar is sweet, right? Sweet is kindness. Kindness is loving. So we have these two words that couldn't be more opposite. Fat, you know, high fat foods are actually usually pretty good for you. Foods with high sugar are terrible for you. And sugar, you know, you cut sugar out of your diet, and it has an immediate impact on your cells and your body, especially if there's, you know, cancerous growth in your body or precancerous growth. Sugar, not good for you. Fat, you know, most, you know, fats are pretty good for you. Drugs, you think about drugs, you start labeling, you know, marijuana a drug, which is a plant, ayahuasca a drug, which is a plant, psilocybin a drug, that's a fungi. Also comes from the earth. Then you think about medicine, right? What is medicine? Medicine is like, oh, you know, I'm going to take my my daily medicine, my aspirin, that's a drug. Cough medicine, well, that's a drug. That's not a plant. Those are drugs. Ayahuasca is not a drug. It has properties in it that have hallucinogenic abilities, but it's not a drug. We're talking about plants here. I think it's a very important point to make, and this is how words are used in our society to create a bias against certain things. And I do think that's important enough to go on this ridiculous tangent that I went on.
No.
To remind people how words are used.
Not ridiculous.
How words are used to create bias in certain situations. Those bias create fears, and those fears prevent people from doing the research themselves or looking into it or having their own idea or truth about a certain situation.
Hey, great tangent.
Let's really think about the words that we use, because words are spelled for a reason, because they cast spells and create energy around positive and negative associations with certain things.
Okay. Didn't get the last part, but everything else valid.
Hey,
What?
let's go!
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it. AJ, never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it! What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston
Hello, beautiful people. It is Overreaction Monday, October 17th, 2022. Hour 2 starts right now. Football! I hope you had an incredible weekend of football gambling and football watching, because the football gods were blessing us with incredible outcomes and tales and stories and narratives going into this season that we could have never guessed here at week 6. I am so thankful to be back here on this glorious Overreaction Monday, October 17th at 11 a.m. this morning. I got a call from my wife. There was a family emergency taking place. Ran to a doctor. Doctor gave us incredible news. It wasn't an emergency. It wasn't a massive thing. It was just a little bit of a scare. We are all good, and I am thankful to be talking about the greatest sport on earth right now with all of you. Joining the Toxic Table, who's been here for the first hour, holding it down in beautiful fashion, at Boston Connor, at Ty Schmidt. Ty, hell of a night on Saturday night. You had, like, what, 10 whiskeys?
What?
The little watch-along was a blast. It's great to
time.
see you, Ty Schmidt.
Hey, thank you very much, Pat. It's great to see you as well. Yeah, watch-along was great. It was a lot of fun. Listen, sometimes, once that whiskey hits your lips, you kind of need to have one more.
What?
And then another one.
What?
And then another one.
What?
And then another one.
What?
So, what are you going to do?
Yeah, well, you did great. You did fantastic. Lou Holtz on ESPN2 for a good 10 minutes almost.
Yeah.
I mean, what a day. What a time to be alive. We're so incredibly thankful to be here. Connor, the Patriots are all the way back. I heard you in the first hour. That was electrifying. Ty, the Packers are all the way dead. I heard you in the first hour. That was electrifying. Tone Diggs, is Mitchell Trubisky the guy? Can't wait to continue that conversation and watch Hammer Down today. And joining us once again, the man who led the ship for the first hour, finding out about 29 minutes before the first hour started that he was going to be doing as such, the college football national champion, the Super Bowl champion, the Ryder Cup champion, and COVID survivor. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hall.
Hey.
AJ, how you doing? You did incredible in the first hour. I appreciate you, man. I got to watch there for a bit.
Hey, I'm glad to hear you guys got some good news, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, great news. There was quite an anxiety. I mean, I was on one of these this morning. You know what I mean? It was real. I woke up feeling good, got a good night's sleep. Wasn't able to sleep on Saturday night. Had to wake up, go to the Colts game, watch them beat the Jags easily.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Blowout.
That was, the Colts just handled that game from the beginning to the end. If you didn't watch it, don't worry about it. Just know the Colts are all the way back. That was not the case at all. The Colts look like the worst football team in the NFL for a long time. And then Matt Ryan, for the fourth time this season, leads a game-winning drive in the end of the game, and he throws for 348 and a couple tuds. Would have never known if you watched it live for the first three quarters. But I am so thankful that the Colts got a win. I didn't really sleep much. Do that last night, passed out. Had to watch the second half of the Eagles-Cowboys this morning. That became a good game.
Oh, yeah.
That became very good. I didn't see it live. I had to watch it this morning, but I slept in, felt good, got a call from the wife at 11. Everything goes the other way. Full heart. Oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. Get to the house, go to the doctor. Everything's good. Oh, everything's good.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. So before I almost had the heart attack there, what were all the good things? Oh, well rested. Life's good. Okay, we're right back. So it's been like quite a little bit of a roller coaster here. I'm back into the good vibes here for the last 30 minutes or so. It's great to be here. And AJ, you did fantastic. Let's dive right into what we know. The Colts are obviously back in Super Bowl contention.
Yeah.
That's great news.
Of course.
Okay, we don't even have to talk about the game.
All the way back.
Was that AJ? You said something?
I mean, this overreaction Monday, I find myself falling victim to it as well.
Me too.
Of course. One game changes how we feel about it, week to week.
Yeah.
We just
have to.
We're just a mess.
Yeah, how could we not, though? You know, in Overreaction Monday began on this program because it seemed to be what everybody else did. And we're mocking everybody else. So we're going to do Overreaction Monday. We're going to call it an entire thing. We're going to get people to tweet about it. People tweet about it all over the place. We're very thankful. We get to read those. Everybody overreacts. But now that we're in it, it's hard not to, isn't it? Hey. Like the Dolphins might be dead.
Yeah, big time.
You know, like what are we going to do with the Dolphins? Tua's going to come back next week. Everybody's going to talk about should he be back? Should this guy ever play football again? Should he ever do something for a living that's paying him very well to take care of his family and generations to come? Or should he worry about his brain in the future for his family in the generations to come? I don't know if there's an answer to that one, and the people that feel very strongly one way are going to feel that way forever, and the people that feel very strongly the other way are going to feel that way forever. So that conversation is going to happen no matter when Tua comes back. If it's next week, if it's 10 weeks, if it's next year, that conversation is going to happen. But without Tua, without all that, are the Dolphins dead? Just a couple weeks ago, we said McDaniel was the fucking genius and Shanahan was an idiot. Now he loses to the Falcons. Is Artie Smith drinking the Bud Lights? Is he the greatest coach of all time? That team's supposed to be 32. Now they're fucking running on the Niners, running them out of fucking Atlanta. Then they're drinking Bud Lights. Why? Like it's an XFL game. Why? Art Smith and the offensive line doing their thing. Are they a team that's in contention? Tom Brady, did he make the worst decision of all time?
Yep. Feels like it.
Of all time, AJ. Coming out of retirement, losing his family, it seems like, losing a team, going to weddings, missing walkthroughs, telling the offensive line, y'all motherfuckers trash, dude. You can play so much better than you're playing right now. Is he done? What's his legacy going to be by the end of the year? It is time to overreact. How could you not, AJ? That's what we're supposed to do, man.
Well, with you laying it out like that, believe me, I told you, I am a victim. I am a victim of – I didn't think I would fall into that. But, yeah, I'm watching games, and I'm like, geez, all right, I was totally wrong on this team. This team's legit. Oh, no, they're no good. Like, that's how I watch the games now, and I got to take my emotions out of it a little bit, I think.
Yeah, it's hard not to just look – like, we're at that Colts game. And the reason why the Swede is so much money is for when Alec Pierce scores that touchdown right down the sideline. Now, I was not there for it. Okay. I had left.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Gotta beat the
That
traffic.
was a nightmare.
The Colts traffic's a nightmare.
Man.
Also, my Saturday was pretty long, and the wife and I hadn't really had any time to just kind of chill, hang out, have a good time, and relax. So we see the Colts score, go and lead in the fourth quarter. We're like, all right, there's been no offense in this game other than a couple long runs. We'll be good to get out of here. The Colts won, by the way.
Yeah.
There you go. And then Lawrence goes on a 9.5-minute drive, just fucking beating down the Colts on the other. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm watching this in the car. We have it on the Hulu and the phone while we're driving. And I'm like, damn, okay. And then they get the ball back. It's like, oh, there's about to be electrifying. There's a chance for an electrifying moment here. They get in the field goal range, 3rd and 13 all of a sudden. It's fringe field goal, going to be a long one, but we're back in it. We could take the win. And then I see fucking Matt Ryan uncork, freezes.
No.
Yeah. Freezes on the phone.
No way.
Obviously.
Yeah, it was awesome. Freezes on the phone, and then it comes back, and Pierce is celebrating right in front of our right in front of our suite. I'm like, oh my God, that would have been right in front of us. And then I see fucking Bruce Brown's head poking. Connor pokes his head in. I'm like, that's why it is so goddamn expensive. And I'll never talk about it again because I missed the reason why you buy. So I can't even talk about how expensive that thing is anymore because given the opportunity to experience why you're paying that, I wasn't there. I wish somebody could have potentially got Alec Pierce, I think, with one of those, like as he was skipping by. Would have been amazing. Nonetheless, I was gone. So, Chiefs-Bills, though. Had to get home for that.
Oh, yeah.
Had to get home to relax with the wife. Had to get home to enjoy a little bit of the day. And it's hard not to overreact to it all. And we're going to do Feel the Beat here in a little bit, AJ. And we got local reporters, and we're going to see how they're overreacting because they're the kings of it, AJ. We know that.
Yeah, well, because they kind of have I guess local fan bases love to overreact, don't they? Like one way or the other. Now, like they either crown them after each game. You either crown your team champs or you say we're dead and we're playing for the draft.
You want to crown them? Fucking crown them. Speaking of that team, we have some breaking news. If you do recall, going into the season, the conversation was Kyler Murray gets a new contract.
Yep.
Kyler Murray needs to watch more film. The Arizona Cardinals are going all in to try to win a Super Bowl. Now, if you watch the Arizona Cardinals play against, the Seahawks, if it wasn't for a blocked punt touchdown, they have 0 touchdowns against the Seattle Seahawks defense. Now, I understand the Seahawks offense is supposed to be fantastic, number 1 in the league. They weren't that proficient either. So maybe the Cardinals defense can hang their hat on that, but nonetheless, the offense is fucking abysmal to watch. You got a young, offensive guru head coach in Cliff Kingsbury who just signed a new deal with the Cardinals. He's going to be there for a while. You got Kyler Murray, who's the new offensive project that every team is trying to get mobile, can throw the ball, seems to be incredibly likable, is popular. This seems to be the quarterback. If you're going to try to build a franchise, especially one in the 4th largest city in America in Phoenix, this is the perfect guy. You put those two together, it seems like you got fucking magic. You got an owner that spends money, you're going to be good, but they didn't have D-Hop for 6 weeks, so they thought, how are they going to be better for the first 6 weeks as opposed to what they were at the end of the season last year when D-Hop was out with an injury. They fucking sucked without him. So now for 6 weeks, are they going to be able to figure out how to be a team without him? They haven't. He's coming back. Will that change anything? I don't know. They look boring, but they have made a trade. That is right. As of this morning, the Arizona Cardinals have traded for Robbie Anderson, the wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers who got kicked off the field just yesterday. With the addition of Robbie Anderson from Carolina and D-Hop coming back, will that be enough to make this Arizona Cardinals offense that has been boring and stale and terrible become good? AJ, your initial thoughts to hearing about this trade? I'm happy for Robbie Anderson. He said, there are some codes, basically, that I grew up on. I'm a man first, and that respect is mandated. So him and the wide receiver coach did not get along. Him and the head coach, I guess, did not get along. There was some shit probably said or actions that happened that made Robbie say, fuck this place. But now he's got a new home in Arizona, and they need to figure it out. Does this help him? I think, obviously, yes, AJ. How do they get him involved?
I think it helps everyone involved. It helps Robbie Anderson. He gets out of Carolina, a place obviously having some issues with. They're not winning football games. He goes to Arizona now with Kyler, gets a new life. And then D-Hop's coming back. I mean, if you're Kyler Murray and you're Cliff Kingsbury, you got to be pretty excited about adding these two weapons now.
Here's what Robbie tweeted to Ian Rappaport's ice cold. Thank God. Fingers crossed. To the moon.
That's right.
Boom.
So Robbie's pumped.
He's elated.
Robbie seems like he's bumped.
Here we go.
Robbie's happy. You know, back in the day, and I hate that we always have to bring this up, but back in the day, that situation happens with Robbie Anderson yesterday and the head coach. The rest of the NFL says this guy, untouchable, fucking can't do it. But there's numerous situations now over the past few years that in recent history of the NFL, guys and GMs and people that are in positions of power have said, it didn't work there, but that don't fucking mean shit to us. We can make it work here. Worked great for the Rams last year with Odell Beckham Jr. Is Robbie Anderson going to Arizona enough to shift that culture offensively and to become something great with D-Hop coming back at the same time? Why not? It's Overreaction Monday. Fucking good for Robbie. Good for the Cardinals. They fucking are terrible to watch, and it can't be like that for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and granted, it was a much different situation with Robbie Anderson, but this feels like the first of many for the Panthers this week. Like, who knows if McCaffrey is on the move now? DJ Moore also just signed a big deal. Who knows if they trade him too? Like, the Panthers might blow this entire thing up, and there might be a few of these teams similar to the Cardinals who are, on paper very good, and then add that another piece to make them even better.
We'll talk to
Is someone giving up 2 1s though? Is someone gonna give up 2 1s for Christian McCaffrey?
So that's what Schrag said. Schrag said that there's going to be multiple first-rounders to pick up Christian McCaffrey, and I don't know what the money situation is. I guess we should have looked into that. He got paid a lot of money, so maybe it's one of those, he's up for trade. Like Kevin Durant was up for trade.
Right.
It's like, you need to give us, percentage of your fucking team.
Everything.
But yeah, we'll give you that. Is that what the conversation is? Or is he? We'll talk to Sheena Quick, beat writer for the Panthers, in about 12 minutes. We got Sal Capaccio joining us in about 2 minutes. Rick Stroud of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be joining us, and Mark Caboli of Pittsburgh. So we're about to feel the beat around town. Sheena's going to be a great conversation, especially with this trade. But you're right. Who all will they be on loading, you think, over there? You know what I mean? Maybe Baker.
I mean, there's a long season to go, too. You still got to field a team and play games and try to win some games. Do
you?
Wilkes wants to win some games.
Yeah.
The interim head coach sure as hell wants to win some games.
Steve might. Do you think Tepper does, though, after fucking everything he's done to try to get a quarterback? I don't know. What do they have ones next year? Probably not. They give up a one next year?
I think they do, but I don't think they. I mean, if they don't get a top 5 pick, it's not a situation like the Eagles where they just have a bunch of first round picks. So they need to hit whoever they get. At the top.
Yeah,
of
but
the
they
draft.
also maybe get a real high draft pick.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And nobody ever wants to talk about tanking in the NFL because I was on a team where the people were saying that we were sucking for luck. I was trying to punt the ball as far as fucking possible. I had about $1 million on the line. And I think a lot of my teammates had the same exact thing. So I don't know if it's necessarily possible for Steve Wilkes and for the team to ever want to tank. I mean, honestly, unless somebody debunks that, I don't think it's possible at all because jobs and careers can only be as long, and what you put on tape is what you put on tape. But if there's a way for Tepper to figure out how to fucking get that team.
He can trade away all the players, yeah. You can do that easy. And you're just playing with one hand behind your back because you trade away a lot of your best players.
Yeah, Steve, we're paying all of his salary this year, too, so you have no extra cap room.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck out there. Steve's like, I'm trying to win some fucking games for these people. Yeah, so are we. Come on. Win. I'll say his fucking left guard pretty good. Get him out of here. Let's get this guy. Is that the only way? I guess that would be the only way, and that would be
playing the long game. The owner can say, I'm playing the long game. I can't. You're thinking too short term. I'm thinking the long game.
Yeah.
They do have their first, but they only have 3 other draft picks other than that. So they could be looking for some draft capital for next season.
Look at them making some moves, dude. Good luck to the Panthers figuring it out. We'll talk to Sheena in about 10 minutes. Joining us now, though, is the first for today, but not the first time we've done this segment. When this segment debuted in the offseason, we thought to ourselves, we got gold.
Mm-hmm. This is it.
Mostly because it's not us talking, it's other people talking. It's also more information than we would have at an international level, at a much more local level, a boots on the ground level. Whenever you're in the NFL, you see these local reporters walking around every single day. They see the great, they see the terrible. They get their own narratives, their own beliefs on why things are doing. And we said, we got to start talking to those people more. So we created a segment called Feel the Beat. That's right. Feel the Beat, where we talk to beat reporters around the NFL. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us once again from the Buffalo Bills, Bills Mafia, one of our favorite ever paisanos, Sal Capaccio.
Hey!
She's back.
I love being your Feel the Beat guy, man. Love being a part of your show. Thanks a lot, as always, guys.
Hey, thank you. The stand-up mic right now with the AirPods. Are you at the facility right now waiting for some press conferences or something like that?
Believe it or not, I'm at a car dealership. My parents just moved from Florida back to Buffalo, and I'm helping them buy a car. So while this was going on, I told the car dealership, I'm like, hey, do you have a spot where I can go on McAfee? And they put me in the conference room.
Hopefully they give you a little bit of a deal. Let's make sure we run the
There you
Carfax
go.
on this thing. You're a good human, Sal. Thank you for making time for us.
No problem, man. No problem.
Okay, let's talk about this Buffalo Bills team, man. Massive win yesterday. Josh Allen proves to be he's the alien he is. Seems like this team, though, has thought about this going into the season, that they haven't won shit, but they're a very good team. Is that still the vibe? Even after what happened yesterday, they could probably start feeling themselves a little bit, right?
I mean, look, yesterday was massive for a lot of reasons, right? It's 5-1, the only team at 5-1 in the AFC. Not only are they the top record in the AFC, but the other three division leaders who would be your seeds 2, 3, and 4, they've already beaten head-to-head. Tennessee in the South, Baltimore in the North, now Kansas City in the West. We all know how big getting home field advantage is, but maybe even more importantly, having that extra bye week, that 1 week that only the one seed gets now. But as far as the last few years, I think this team feels like, it's a Sean McDermott mindset, and that's what he'll tell you. That word he uses a lot. It's the mindset of we keep growing, and every part of our journey, we don't necessarily have to forget about 13 seconds. We say, hey, that's going to be a part of our story. So I think they know who they are. I think they know that they had an opportunity last year, but I think they've embraced it, and it's fueled them for this year.
Sal, can you talk a little bit about what Jordan Poyer had to do to get on the field yesterday?
Yeah, he had to drive 15 hours from Buffalo to Kansas City. And John Scott, our great reporter here from Spectrum News, reported it afterwards. Jordan talked to him about it, and I had no idea. I texted John. I said, this is insane. He said, yeah, he told me all about it. And then obviously now you guys know the story. It's been picked up and talked about a lot. But he was cleared to play football, but he wasn't cleared to fly because doctors were afraid apparently about a collapsed lung or something like that could happen because of the air pressure. So the team arranged for him to make sure he got to Kansas City. He drove there. They arranged for his family to get a ride to Kansas City. They all got there in time. And of course, he was part of that defense that held the number one offense in the league to 20 points and sealed it at the end of the game with Taron Johnson's interception.
Milano seems to be a real guy out there. It was fantastic to watch that team. Poyer was just in Indy. I guess he's driving through. I think we'll be talking to him in 42 minutes.
Yep.
We were talking to him about 42 minutes from the Sprinter van that he drove, that the Bills got him in there. And it's crazy to think that the football game is safer than flying, but I guess that's because of the pressurization of the cabin there. Don't want the lung to collapse. Is he going to be okay for the long haul? I know we got the bye week coming up. Is there any other injuries that everybody's got their eyes on? Or are we okay coming in?
So let me start with Poyer, okay? I want to tell you guys something. Think about this. This is the guy he wants a new contract. We know that, right? Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, he wants a new contract. I mean, you guys, you've been in the league. How often do you know of a guy who wants a new contract? He's in a situation like this. He's like, I'm not risking myself. I'm putting a lot of money on the line. What does that tell you about Jordan Poyer? His commitment, his dedication to this football team and this franchise to make sure he goes out there and balls with his teammates while he's in this situation where doctors won't even clear him to fly. So any notion of Jordan taking it easy, contract year, nothing like that. He wants the ball. He's going to get paid, whether it's by the Bills or somebody else, but he wants to win a Lombardi trophy in Buffalo, and he wants to stay in Buffalo, and we hope it happens. The Bills had a lot of injuries the last few weeks, guys. They really got cleaned up before yesterday's game. Only one big injury came out of the game. We'll see where it goes. It's Spencer Brown, the starting right tackle. It looked horrible while he was down, but he came out in a walking boot later on. He was walking around. It's an ankle injury. They do have a bye week. Maybe they'll get him back, but right now they're a lot cleaner and a lot healthier than they've been all season.
What about Josh Allen? Is there any worry on how much they may use him in the run game going on? It's like everyone wants to talk about, oh, Josh Allen, he's so dynamic, jumping over people, so physical. Do you see them dialing that back at all as the season goes?
I mean, he jumped over.
We talk about it a lot, right? You guys do. I do. Media does. Fans do. But he's Josh Allen, right? And he's going to do whatever it takes to win the game. And sometimes, as you know, you got to protect guys from themselves. And Josh is going to do so much that even when he's in a situation where maybe he shouldn't go for that extra yard or two, he's going to do that because he wants to win all the time. We did see last year under Brian Daboll, of course, they did kind of dial it back a little bit as opposed to the previous year, and then they ramped him up as the season went on, as they needed the games late in the season, when they went in the playoffs. That's what they did. Fourth quarter, games you need a run on the line. I think we might see a little bit of that, but yesterday was a game where Josh has hurt Kansas City with his legs in the past. They did blitz a lot. There were some running lanes, and he got going a little bit. So I think they will, in the long run, dial him back a little bit. But really, when the game is on the line, they need a run. They're not afraid to use Josh Allen. They shouldn't be because he's so great at it.
Tony and I were talking about this earlier. He runs like a running back too. He'll wait for the lineman to get in front of him, and then he'll wait it out. He looks like a running back running the ball. He's as big as a defensive end. I mean, it is quite a weapon that you guys have that nobody else does, and I think you should take advantage of it. 5-1 going into the bye. What a fucking time to be a Buffalo Bill. Patriots fan, Boston Connor, your question for Sal Capaccio.
Yeah, Sal, Dawson Knox got in the end zone yesterday for the first time. What was kind of the vibe when he came off the field after? And how big was that for the team to see him kind of performing yesterday?
Yeah, and in case some of your listeners or viewers don't know, I'm sure you've covered it, but Dawson lost his younger brother Luke in this offseason, right around week 1, week 2, maybe right to the preseason, I should say. Luke was a student athlete at Florida Atlantic. He was a football player as well. Suddenly lost him, very tragic. Dawson went through a lot, obviously. Dawson is one heck of a football player, but he's an incredible human being as well. Dawson's foundation here that he's a big part of is the Punt Foundation. It's for pediatric research, research for pediatric cancer to combat that. Brian Moorman, the former punter. There you go, Pat, the former punter, Brian Moorman. He's a big part of the Punt Foundation as well. Dawson's involved with that. And, the community, as you know, here in Buffalo, Bills Mafia rallies around these causes all the time. And they really rallied around Dawson and donated a lot of money. But for Dawson to get that touchdown, I'm getting chills thinking about it, guys. I was on the field and he did the kiss and looked up and pointed up to his brother in the sky. And for him to have that touchdown from his good friend Josh Allen, it was really awesome. And by the way, he signed that contract extension in the offseason. We're so thankful to have Dawson that's going to be a part of our community and here a part of the football team for several more years.
Hell yeah. And I listened to what Stephon Diggs said about him. You saw him get a little bit emotional about Dawson Knox and the whole experience that has taken place with the loss of his brother. And then the tweet that does it. And Twitter is filled with, a lot of things. And you can say a lot of things about Twitter. I don't think I've ever looked at a tweet and immediately got a little bit emotional. Dawson put out a tweet that basically said, hey, this one's for you, 16 or whatever. And I'm almost getting emotional thinking about it right now. What a moment. It feels like the Buffalo Bills have it all humming. And seems like they're the tightest group in the NFL too. Yeah. That feels like a group that's like a family up there, Sal. Honestly, it truly feels that way.
You guys can speak about this. I grew up playing sports. I grew up playing football. Didn't make it to the level you guys did, but I believe in the culture and the family atmosphere of football. That's what it's about. You're never going to be
team.
I think playing football.
Team. That's in any team sport, I think.
That's right. But I tell you, I think playing football, and I played a lot of sports, but I think football more than anything really got me to learn about how to play with, how to interact with different people of all different walks of life, and to love the person next to you and play for them and everything on the line, right? And that's what football is about. And Sean McDermott is old school, and he believes in that. I had a front office member tell me in 2017 he's never seen, and he's been around a while, he's never seen anyone bring a locker room together the way Sean McDermott can bring a locker room together. And that's real, right? We had a lot of debates. Everybody says they're going to change the culture. Every time a new coach comes in, going to change the culture. Well, you can have your own culture. That's okay. Rex Ryan had his own culture. But this team's culture is all about that. It's all about family. It's all about team. It's all about putting the team before yourself. Dedicated individuals to their craft and what they're doing. They like to say here, Bills DNA. When they bring someone in, they have to have a Bills DNA. That is real. That is what they preach. That is what they practice. And you're seeing the fruits of that on the field. These guys truly do love each other and play for each other.
That's amazing to hear. It's paying off. And on the field, it looks spectacular. Massive win. There was a Super Bowl in October is what everybody was saying. And we were lucky to watch it at 425. We're also lucky to chat with you every chance we get, even whenever you're buying a car for your parents because you're a good person. Ladies and gentlemen, Buffalo Bills beat reporter, absolute stallion and chip. Were you on the field yesterday? We saw you on the field yesterday.
Yeah, I was on the field. They caught me. I was doing my post-game interview. I'm the Bills Radio Network sideline reporter, so I'm on every game I'm on the field. But
as you should be.
I was doing I was going out to interview Taron Johnson post-game after the win, and I was right in the middle of the field as all the cameras were coming between Pat and Josh, and then Sean McDermott walked by. So I looked at Sean and I said, "Hey, congratulations!" Shook his hand, obviously. So yeah, it was a great moment. But listen, here's the thing: I remember walking off that field after last year, 13 seconds. And how different the feeling was, and just seeing the looks on those Bills' faces last year, and Jordan Poyer, who was emotional last year after the game, after the loss, looking over and see the cameras on Mahomes. Hey, it's not the playoffs yet, right? We know that, but that feeling yesterday was really special, and to get back home and know this team has a bye week. So,
absolutely.
Hey, listen, you guys know I love being on with you too. Much love to you so much, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. You're the best, Paisan Sal Capaccio. All right. I mean, the Bills seem to have it all figured out going into a bye. Early bye for a team of the Bills' stature, don't you think?
Yeah, a little bit early. I'd almost want to keep it rolling, but hey, they don't really get to choose, do they?
No, but that's what I'm saying though. Like the Titans had a bye this past week. It's like Titans were number 1 in the AFC last year. If I'm the Titans, I'm looking at schedule maker. I'm like, fucking week 6, dude. 18 weeks. What? We're number 1 in the AFC.
Who makes that decision? Who makes those decisions?
I don't know. Is it the schedule maker? I always thought if you had a good team, it'd be a favorable bye. Like, hey, we'll get you like 10 week, 11 week, 12 week, some in there. Titans are like, we're number 1 team in AFC. And we got the first available bye week, week 6. I mean, it's a long haul, longest season of all time, earliest bye week we've ever had. What did we do to get that? Oh, we just won 1 in the AFC last year. I was wild because the Lions, Texans, okay, makes sense. Raiders, I mean, with the team they built in the offseason, you would think not, but how they've been the last 20 years probably is indicator of that. And then the Titans, it's like, that's a tough early bye week, man. You got a long haul. There ain't nothing you can do about it. But that is a long haul on the other side.
Payback for giving the lead COVID.
Oh, you think like, hey, remember when?
Yeah.
Remember when you gave the lead, COVID-19. Remember when? You got a week 6 bye now. Hope you enjoy it. All right, it's time to continue to feel the beat. I think we hit it for the first time.
Yeah, that was money.
Honestly, we were feeling that beat. It's time to get back in and learn a little bit about what's going on the streets of Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheena Quinn.
Yeah,
Sheena, thank you for joining us again. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Well, we're doing better than the Carolina Panthers, it does appear. I mean, yesterday, a big loss to the Super Bowl champs. I think we all expected that. But now Robbie Anderson gets kicked off the field by the coach. Then now this morning, he's traded to the Arizona Cardinals. He's one of your best players. What the hell's going on over there, Sheena?
I don't even think the coaches know what is going on. So many things have happened over the last 7 days. People expected for if there was going to be a coordinator fired, they would have assumed it would be Ben McAdoo because the offense has been so poor. But it made sense for it to be Phil Snow because that's Rule's right-hand man. So I was asked a couple weeks ago if I felt like the Panthers' offensive struggles were Baker or Ben McAdoo, and I said both. So with all those other factors gone, Rule's gone, Baker's injured, that was all Ben McAdoo's offense that you saw on Sunday that only could muster 3 points.
What about Christian McCaffrey? We're hearing that he's on the trade block possibly, and it might take a couple first-rounders to get him. Do you see him being moved?
I don't think so. I think it would take a lot for him to be moved, and I don't know if a team is willing to take on that type of burden. I mean, he's a great player, but he still has kind of like the injury issues kind of in the back of your mind from the past 2 seasons. He's been healthy so far, but you got to imagine that plays into the negotiations at least a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds like they don't want to move him. That's why the price tag is 2 first-rounders. But what do they want to do, you think? Yeah, I mean, is Robbie Anderson just because they think they can still win games if they get rid of Robbie, who might not have seen the same way? Or are they trying to unload right now, you think, Sheena? What's the feeling? Oh, sorry, Sheena. You think they're trying to unload right now? Is that what it feels like?
Not. Let's see if I can.
Oh, no. You back?
Now I can hear you. Yep.
Hey, great to see you again, Sheena. You're doing fantastic. We apologize for the technical difficulties. But what do you think it is going on over there? You think they're trying to unload to get a better draft pick? Do you think they moved Robbie Anderson because he wasn't going to buy into new culture that Steve Wilkes had? They're trying to win. What do you think it is right now in Carolina?
I don't think that's what it is. I think that playbook is extra conservative. If you looked at the game, or if you were, I apologize. If you had to watch that game yesterday, there was only one ball thrown past 10 yards. Robbie Anderson is your deep ball threat. So there was effectively no inclusion for him in the offensive game plan yesterday, and that frustration bubbled over. But that's not the first week that this has happened. We've seen several times where he gets little to no targets per game. So you're not really, I mean, it doesn't matter how good he is or how good his numbers have been in the past. If you're not factoring him into the game plan, what's the point of him being there? So I don't think it was a failure to buy in, so to speak. I do think it's frustration with the play calling and not getting the ball in his hands.
Okay, do you think front office and ownership, though, are trying to suck right now? Because the players and coaches never going to be able to do that. I was on a team where everybody said that we were sucking for luck, and it's like I actually had $1 million on the line for how I did. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about Andrew Luck. Like, I am trying to do my job. Like,
Right.
players are never going to try to tank. Coaches are never going to try to tank because coaches' jobs are on the line and their careers can only do this. But do you think front office is okay with them? Or what do you think is the expectation out there from up top in Carolina on this particular season?
Well, I don't think that they're purposely failing. I think they're failing because of just lack of experience. This is David Tepper's, fourth year being an owner? And he put it in perspective when he talked to us after he fired Matt Rule. He said, there's guys with 40 years in the game. I'm kind of just learning to conform in some areas. He's a self-made billionaire, so he marches to the beat of his own drum. And I think that that's been the biggest thing holding him back. Is not that he can just come in here and run this football team with no experience, no outside input, or shaking things up and trying to do something different. It's just not working yet. But I don't think that he's setting out to tank. I really don't, because it really, really bothers him that the fans are just done with this team. So I don't think it's a failure on purpose. I think it's a failure by process.
Okay, got it. So the Robbie Anderson trading isn't just like a sign of things to come where they're going to be like, hey, you're good at football, let's get you out of here. You're good at football, let's get you out of here. That's good news for everybody, Sheena. Let's hope that doesn't happen anywhere in the NFL. Ty, you have a question for Sheena?
Right. Yeah, so Sheena, if there's not an impending fire sale coming, do you think that Steve Wilkes is actually going to get an opportunity to be retained as the head coach, or do you think the front office is kind of already starting to put a motion and plan to find out who the next head coach is going to be?
I think they're already putting a plan in motion. I mean, he wasn't really given a lot to mess with right here. I mean, it's not a bad roster, which is the reason I don't see a fire sale, but they cannot score. So, in my opinion, I just don't think it's a fire sale. I'm sorry.
So
I don't. I mean, that's my consensus. I'm sorry. It's not a lot to draw off of when it comes to this team to try to be nice and positive. I mean, the entertaining thing was that Robbie was losing his mind on the sideline. It's not a good thing, but it did kind of wake everybody up. After that first drive, Carolina was a snooze fest.
Okay, Sheena, so vastly different than what we thought going into the season. Remember, we talked to you in training camp. It seemed like it was going well. Baker was playing. The defense was going to be good. It was going to be fun. It's terrible right now in Carolina. Is that what you're saying? It is no bueno down there in Carolina right now, Sheena?
It is terrible, horrible, no good, very bad season in Carolina right now.
No.
And I mean, but it's just bad because if you look at the roster, they should win games. They just don't have any competent coaching right now. And unfortunately, I think they're going to ride this thing out with Ben McAdoo. I don't know what he was thinking yesterday. It's either a pass-happy offense or a run-happy offense. There's never any balance. You're not playing to the strength of your players. And, yeah, Baker's out. Yes, Sam is out. But to be fair, Baker was thinking it up before he left. So it's not like P.J. Walker is a vast downgrade.
No, we love P.J. Walker. Sounds like you're loving your Sounds like you're loving it down there right now, Sheena. We apologize that it stinks. It's no good, terrible. What'd you say?
Terrible, no good, very bad season. The terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. That's what they're having down in Carolina, to the point where I knew that I was going to have to come back on here and talk about this team. So I was like, let me just get my hair braided. So my hair will already be done. I felt the Matt Rule firing coming. I did. I felt the firing coming. I was like, let me just throw the braids in so I'll be ready to go at whatever part of the country I'm in when Pat calls me, because something's going to happen here.
Man.
Lo and behold, my braids did not go to waste. Matt's gone.
Hey.
We don't know what's going on with the Baker Mayfield. We hear something different about his injury every day. Sam Darnold is turning to Sammy D. He's walking around in the locker room with a full beard and a temp fade, almost like Joe Brady. So it's just crazy stuff happening, and I was like, I just need to be prepared.
Well, we appreciate you. The braids look amazing. Robbie Anderson gets traded on top of that. We can't thank you enough. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheena Quake.
Yeah.
We did feel the beat and asked for Sheena just because Carolina's as a whole, and then Robbie Anderson gets traded after that. I mean, it was like Carolina right now is a real story, and this goes back to the the convo about Tepper saying, if you ain't winning, I will make moves. And I think she alluded to that a little bit. Self-made billionaire. He was a minority owner, I think, for the Steelers there for a bit, right?
5%.
He had 5%. So he didn't get to learn anything about the fucking NFL whenever he was doing that, or you just kind of hands off, you're nowhere to be found whenever that happened?
I have no idea how it works.
Well, because that was interesting, her saying he had no experience running a team. I don't know what that.
Yeah, what kind of input do you have if you own 5% of a team? Do you get any input, or they just send you the quarterly letters to tell you how it's going?
Yeah. Do you want a suite? You'll go down to 4.5%. Is that what it is? You just hands off completely, has no idea what it is being an NFL team, I guess, and that's why the hiring maybe is what she's referring to. Is The hirings have stunk completely.
Yeah, but even like having input, I feel like that's not as important when you're just trying to learn. Isn't just being in the room and kind of seeing how the Rooneys do it versus like actually
what
participating.
exactly? What? So it's the hiring. Is that the big part? The hiring is what the owner, who had no idea what the fuck they were doing, would fuck up?
I guess, yeah. I mean, if you think about it, if you have never, well, I guess he has been in football, but if you never hired a head NFL coach, it's a pretty big undertaking, I guess, to try to do.
GM would be a big one too, I guess.
Yeah, that'd be the first move, right? And also
GM, head coach, it's a huge decision you have to make there.
Yeah, and if you fuck it up, you are fucked.
You got to restart again. Here we go again.
Taking that risk on a college coach, too, that's never coached in the NFL, also a very bold way to start it off.
Yeah, but he saw something in him.
Yeah.
He did. He saw something in him. All right, let's continue to feel the beat. Hell yeah. It is time to go back to an old faithful. A man who's been on IR because of a surgery, because of an infection where he almost lost his goddamn leg. Ladies and gentlemen, a man who has had to recover from 2 Achilles tears, an infection breakout, and almost losing it all. Pittsburgh Steelers beat reporter for The Athletic, Mark Ward.
What's up, guys?
Hey, look at you, back better than ever, pal. We have missed you mightily on the internet, Mark.
Oh, I missed you guys as well, but it's been a heck of 11 months. I don't wish it on anybody, but hey, no use complaining because nobody cares.
We care, Mark.
We care.
Mark. That's why we reached out to you. We care. But this is the recent one. You almost lost your damn leg. Is that real?
Well, I blame it all on Cleveland. I came home from Cleveland on that Thursday night, and next thing you know, I'm in the emergency room 2 days later. My leg the size of about, a tree trunk or redwood. 5 days later and having surgery. And let me tell you something about infections in legs. It's not good. So, like I said, coming off the IR fully tomorrow and see where we go there. Hopefully it's not one of those, 1 or 2 day things and I got to go back on IR, but I don't believe so.
Hey, that a baby, Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
Shout out to your body fighting that infection from Cleveland. I do love the fact that you're just burying Cleveland. It continues to add to the lore of Pittsburgh versus Cleveland. Let's talk about Pittsburgh versus Pittsburgh right now. Mitchell Trubisky gets on the field after Kenny Pickett gets a concussion, and he makes some big-time plays. I seen you tweeting about, hey, Mitch don't give a shit. Trubisky, he might be the guy right now. Is that the conversation around Pittsburgh, or is that just you about Mitch Trubisky continuing to lead the team while we let Kenny Pickett maybe watch him and learn a little bit this year?
Yeah, it's a tough situation right now because Pittsburgh's still in love with Kenny Pickett, and rightfully so. He's a guy who is going to be the future. But the question the Steelers need to know is if they want to win now. And if you have that Mitch Trubisky that you saw on Sunday come in there, and like I said, he doesn't really care, just winging it around, converting 3rd and 16s, scrambling, taking hits, making throws down the field, you have a chance to win. You're only a game out of first place in the division, but you're only like a game out of the worst team in the AFC as well. So it's a tough thing to balance right there. But Mitch came in yesterday, and he really did not give a shit. Let me tell you that. He was just winging it, saying, what do I have to lose? And it worked out pretty well for him.
Hell yeah.
And one guy that I guess did very well with that was Claypool. Chase Claypool, I think, had a huge day. Sometimes people love to give him a hard time for things he says or does off the field or dancing or whatever, like old school people that have no room for anyone to have a personality. But I think Chase is a monster, and he proved it yesterday. Do you think we'll continue to see that?
Yeah, they need to. If you looked after the game, Tomlin wasn't going to throw much praise his way. Somebody asked him about Claypool's performance. He goes, yeah, that's one game. Because he knows that Chase can get distracted at times. He has to have his mind set straight. And when he does, he's a 6'4", 230-pound receiver that can get open and, is just a big, strong guy. And they need him to be successful and need him to make that plays. And you look down that stretch, those final 2 drives where if anything happened in there, if they have to punt, they're going to lose. I mean, Tom Brady's going to come down and score, and you're going to lose.
Wow.
And Claypool made play after play, and that's what you need from him. So look at it as a step in the right direction.
Is it Trubisky throwing the ball and not giving a shit, or is it Canada maybe drawing up some plays for them to actually attack downfield and give Chase Claypool and George Pickens, White, and the whole crew an actual chance? What do you think it is, Kaboli?
There is nobody giving Matt Canada any credit, so I wouldn't even go there. So,
so hold on, why not? Nobody here or there, anywhere?
No, nowhere. It was, when was the last time an offensive? When was the last time an offensive coordinator? I mean, in the league, or at least in Pittsburgh, was revered. Nobody. I mean, everybody thinks they play Madden, they can call a game but better than Matt Canada. There has been a lot of suspect play calling here.
Valid.
I think it was Mitch. I don't think they wanted Mitch. I think they beat into Mitch's head so much that they didn't want him to make the mistake. Like defense win the game, run the ball, win like they did yesterday. And I think he was being hesitant. I mean, how many more chances is he going to get with this team? You go out there and instead of throwing that check down, you try to throw it in between three guys and you make a play, let George Pickens make a play or not. And I think that's what it was. I think Mitch took it on himself and saying, this is maybe my last opportunity. So I'm just going to go out there. And you see the touchdown pass to Claypool, right on rhythm, boom, in between three guys. I don't know if he makes that throw 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's very different whenever you get to watch somebody else have a little bit of success and then also take it in. He's got to watch Josh Allen, that offense, do very well. I wonder what he learned from there. He was able to watch how he was performing with the Steelers, which was very boring. I mean, that was super, super boring. Is it him? Is it play call? He came back in and said, I don't give a fuck what the play call is. Let's make some damn plays. I'm Mitch, don't give a shit. Trubisky and Schittsburg. What's going on, Tone Diggs?
Mark, my favorite thing to do is follow on Twitter what the Steelers fans want week by week. Is there ever a chance that Jalen Warren is the starting running back over Najee? I know Tomlin's been very complimented of him, but one's undrafted, one's first round. That's never going to happen.
Najee scored a touchdown yesterday. Yeah,
Which Najee's touchdown was probably a pretty good play call by Matt Canada. If you go back and look, he was wide open. So you can't really give him credit on that. However, if it was up to Pittsburgh, Jalen Warren would be starting. He would probably be in the Ring of Honor come tomorrow. He might be a pro football. I mean, he has about 8 carries, so for about 40 yards. So that qualifies him for Hall of Fame. But I don't see. I mean, you got to have space. I mean, and there was not much of the offensive line creating space for anybody and getting to the second level. And you got to get to the second level to be able to get runs that are, more than 2 or 3 yards. And you look yesterday, and even in the past, I mean, Harris is getting hit before he even touches the ball. I mean, I don't care who you put in there. You can put Walter Payton in there. You can put in Barry Sanders, and maybe not Barry Sanders because he can make people miss, but it's hard. You got to have a hole.
He does. That's what I'm just telling you what Kaboli said.
Yeah.
It's not what I said. He said Barry maybe. Walter.
Not a chance.
Here's the problem. Walter would run somebody over. Barry would just make him miss, and I think you need to make people miss. I think there was 3 or 4 times again yesterday that Harris Najee was hitting the backfield. So, I mean, you're not going to get anything like that, right? Uh-oh.
Was that Najee? Was that Matt Canada calling saying, hey, thanks for sticking up
Canada's on the horn, wants me to see in his office tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Hey, is Canada a good guy? Canada a good guy?
He is a guy that's very interesting. I don't want to rip on him because I've only talked to him in the formal situation.
Well, that's what this guy says.
That's what Kaboli, don't say what I say.
We talked to him in the formal situation, and the personality doesn't quite come through. Put it that way.
Oh, the guy sucks. The guy sucks in press conference. He's not giving you guys anything. I love that, actually.
I mean, it's just dry. It's dry. And you know what he likes to say? He likes to say, well, I appreciate your question. But then he doesn't answer it. What are you appreciating for? That's a fair question to ask, and he doesn't answer it. He's not going to give you much of anything. So I'm sure it gets filtered through the internet to him that what people think about him around here. So,
especially with what you're saying. Go ahead, AJ. Sorry about it.
Kaboli, any update the day after with Kenny Pickett and his, I believe, concussion symptoms or whatever, and also T.J. Watt? What's his timetable look like?
Yeah, it looks like T.J. Watt will be back after the bye week. That's the word on the street right now. What is that, November 13th, maybe against the Saints? They got 2 tough games. They go to Miami next weekend and then across the state to Philadelphia. So if you're able to get one of those games, you're still in it and have T.J. Watt back. And he's obviously a catalyst to this whole defense. I mean, the defense played spectacular. What people don't seem to understand yesterday is they beat Tom Brady without their first, second, third cornerbacks and one of the best safeties in the league. They were pulling people off the practice squad that you had no idea what their name was, and you're looking at the roster and say, who's 31, who's 16? So that defense has played extremely well, but they need Watt back. And as for Pickett, he's just going to go through the protocol and how it looks like what's happening in the league nowadays. They're being very cautious. So, I mean, without just totally speculating, I think it might be tough for him to play in Miami Sunday night.
Yeah. We're not allowed to speculate on those types of things, but you are, Kaboli, because you got your ear to the ground and you're listening to the word on the street. We appreciate you from The Athletic, the legend, who's back off IR tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Kaboli. Yeah! Baby Kaboli. Fucking love that guy.
He's
word on street, AJ. You know what I mean?
I love when he talks about Canada and he just paused for 10 seconds before he answered it, really.
He's interesting. Let's go to the other side of the ball in that particular game. Let's head down to the team that lost to a team who didn't have their first, second, or third corner, had practice squad guys getting signed on Saturday, getting a win on Sunday. A man who covers the team down in Tampa Bay. Let's continue to feel the beat. Yesterday was a tough day for this particular team. Yesterday was a tough day for a city that had a champion just a couple years back. Yesterday was a tough day for everybody in Tampa Bay. Joining us now is a man who's been covering the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for like 40 years. He is a writer for the Tampa Bay Times and also a part of Sports Day Tampa Bay podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, Rick Stroud. Rick, what's going on?
What's up, Pat?
Hey, press conference just ended with Todd Bowles. Is that why you're standing there? And what did we hear? Can we dive right into it? What is Todd Bowles' message after the loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday?
Well, I mean, they got to get better at situational football. You know, there's not a facet that they didn't do well in, right? Short yardage is kicking their butts right now. Red zone, third and long, like all the things that pro football is about, they're getting beat with. And there's a lot of talk about the offensive line. Doesn't sound like any changes personnel-wise are in store with Luke Gedeke or anybody. But they're a very frustrated football team right now. And you know, yesterday after the game, he talked about he hoped that guys weren't living off the Super Bowl from 2 years ago. They've gotten so many pats on the back that it's one thing to think you're a good football team, but they're not playing that way.
Hey, they're going to be able to go into any party for the rest of their lives as Super Bowl champions. I guess that honeymoon phase of being able to walk around with the ring has been maybe lingering into the building, and that's the only reason why he brought it up, is if he thought that that was the case, both as an assistant coach last year, now as a head coach. He said, hey, these seem to be the problems. Let's talk about a problem that you alluded to there, the offensive line. Tom Brady, who I think was at Robert Kraft's wedding that was officiated by Al Michaels on Friday and might have missed the walkthrough on Saturday, on Sunday with a hat on, is telling the offensive line, you guys are so much better than what you're fucking doing right now. Is that type of stuff seeping into the team right now? Is there a little bit of beef, or why are people stinking right now, Stroud? What do you think's going on down there?
Well, wouldn't you like to know what those thought bubbles are from the offensive lineman when he's laying into them? Like, yeah, where were you on Saturday, or Friday?
Could have fixed this on Saturday.
Yeah.
Could have had this one figured out on Saturday, maybe. Yeah, but he's the GOAT, right? Is that kind of the thing? He's the greatest of all time, so it's whatever.
Well, you know what? I'm sure they talk about it in the locker room. You guys know that, just like we talk about things. I'm sure they do too. And there's no question he has missed time this year. When you're losing, it becomes a topic. But as Todd Bowles said today, he said, listen, guys get days off all the time. Nobody knows about it. You know, it's not publicized. There's 53 guys on this football team, but if Tom Brady shows up in a photo, at Bob Kraft's wedding, then obviously we all know where he's at. So he doesn't think that it's any different than the other players. I mean, I would submit to you that he's earned it. Let's be honest. They didn't lose that football game because he went to a wedding. They lost it because they couldn't score and couldn't get a yard when they needed to. And so, Tom is still the most prepared quarterback in the NFL. I don't care how many weddings he attends during the week. He's still going to be ready to play. He's just not playing well, and he's not playing well. I saw a lot of throws that balls were in the dirt. He was under 50% in the first half. They say nothing's wrong with him, but you worry about that shoulder. and what kind of impact that might have on him longer, short term. So we'll just have to see how it plays out. But he has not played his best football either.
Rick, is there anything, I know it's tough to like speculate why, is there anything when you watch and you're around the team and you feel like what the culture is like, can you sense any reason of why it is like this? Like they don't seem to be on the same page, especially offensively?
I just think it's not a good offensive line. I mean, they've had too many changes, right? And the one guy that they miss the most is Ryan Jensen, and not just because of him being a veteran. It's the snarl. Running the football is as much about attitude as anything, right? And they don't have that guy, right? They don't have the leader in the the snarl department, yeah. and so you've got a young guy in Gedeke that's trying to learn how to play. Ali Marpet was a Pro Bowl player as well. Didn't talk a lot, but he brought it. And so when they've been bad in short yardage all this time. Second and goal at the 1 yard line, 1 foot line. And, it's just been bad. And you were so close to winning that game, even though you played poorly. So I think the leadership on this team, the guys after the game talked about that. When you lose an Ndamukong Suh, when you lose a Jason Pierre-Paul, yeah, maybe those guys aren't great players anymore, but they were great leaders, and they did it on game day. And right now they need some more guys to step up and make plays. I think you lead by making plays. And the Shaq Barretts and the Levante Davids and these kind of guys, need to start making plays.
What about the coach? Like Byron Leftwich is now, it's his offense, right? No more BA without BA. And I wonder what BA's thoughts are when he lays his head down about how this is all going, not publicly or around the team, but actual genuine thoughts, because it appears as if all hell is broken loose since he's left. He's still around day to day. Byron Leftwich, what's he saying in these press conferences about why the offense is what it is? Is it the same thing you're saying? Like, we got to get protected better, and then once we get protected better, we're off and running. Can he coach around that? Can he script around that, or no?
Well, first of all, Byron was averaging 30 points a game with Tom the last 2 years, and now they're down to 20. I think that's more than just an offensive line. I think there's some philosophical changes as well, and I think Tom probably welcomed them. I don't think he wanted to lead the league in pass attempts at 719. I think at 45, he doesn't want to get back there and get hit as much. So, they're playing complementary football. They're doing it to help their defense a little bit against these high-powered teams. But at the end of the day, it's really Brady and Leftwich together trying to figure this thing out. And it's not working very well, whether it's the play calling, the execution, all of it. It's all bad right now. So just like when you got all the glory when you were scoring 30 points a game with Tom Brady, now you got to take the heat. You got the greatest quarterback of all time that can't throw more than one touchdown a game. That's a problem. And so it falls on his shoulders and Tom's to kind of figure this thing out, because this season can get, it's not going to get away from him in the NFC South. I still think they'll win this division, but there's not a lot of good vibe in this building right now.
Man, it's crazy to think about where they were 2 years ago, last year, and then now, week 6, going into week 7, everybody's thinking Tampa might be in some real trouble. And they got Tom, who, Tone tweeted it, might have made the worst unretirement in the history of any sport of all time. Connor, your question for Rick Stride.
Yeah, Rick, what's going on with Julio Jones? Are they just trying to save him for more so the end of the season, maybe a playoff push? And do you see the Bucs being kind of buyers here towards the deadline and maybe adding to the team?
You know what? They need to be buyers. I'll start with Julio. I don't think it's a surprise. And really, you can look at their whole free agent class. When you sign older players that have been injured, they normally don't get less injured and more productive. It just doesn't happen in this league. It's still kind of a young man's league. I mean, obviously Brady is the unicorn, but everybody else, Akeem Hicks was injured, and he's injured again. Julio Jones, not only can he not play, he can't practice. And that was a problem in Tennessee. That's why they got rid of him. Russell Gage hasn't shown very much. Kyle Rudolph can't get on the field. So this free agent class has not been good and hasn't really lent a lot to it. So, I think the thing with Julio is if he's going to play, they want him to be there for an extended period. They feel like they got Godwin, they got Evans. They'll find a third receiver until you get to the money time in November, December, and hope, which is not a plan, that he will come back. Now, I don't see why they wouldn't be in for every single free agent that's out there. This is Brady's last year, certainly Brady's last year in Tampa. you've got to pound the door for OBJ. Heck, if Christian McCaffrey, if you can afford him, Leonard Fournette's going to wear out at some point. So, and I don't think that'll happen because it's Carolina. But I still think that any guy that has a resume that can help this team win a game in the postseason, they got to be in it for it.
That's one of my favorite overreaction Monday rants of all time. Mm-hmm. Not that it's an overreaction either. Seems like it's pretty legit, and all eyes are on how Tampa can turn this thing back around. And to add to another free agent, Cole Beasley retired after being there for a week and a half.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, this ain't what I fucking signed up for. Ty, your question, last one here for Rick Stroud.
Yeah, Rick, you kind of alluded to the vibes and everything that's going on there. And for the media, it's been very easy to say, hey, everything's burning down in Tampa with all the Tom stuff and Cole Beasley retiring early and all that kind of stuff. Do you think any of that is actually kind of starting to seep into the locker room, or not really? Is it just getting emphasized because they haven't been winning? And do you assume that this team, come playoff time, is going to be ready to go and a team to be reckoned with?
Well, you can't predict, right, what's going to happen tomorrow and the next day. I mean, it's not a deep team to begin with in certain areas, and starting with the offensive line. So they can't sustain injuries to either tackle. There's a lot of players, if I took off this team, I would drastically change their hopes in the postseason. But again, I still look at the NFC South, and I think they have the best football team. They've got a game up on Atlanta. They've obviously beaten New Orleans. They got to go to Carolina this week. They need to win that game desperately because you can't fall below 500 in any sense. But I think they'll be there if they can stay healthy. But right now, that's a big if, And they're betting that these younger guys are going to get better, and maybe even some of the older guys get healthier. But that's a long way to go, man. I think I'd be surprised if you don't see new players in here added along the way. That would surprise me if that didn't happen.
Well, we can't thank you enough for joining us. We will certainly call you back anytime there is a conversation that needs to be had, that needs to know all the information from the streets of Tampa Bay. Ladies and gentlemen, Tampa legend, Rick Stroud.
Yeah!
Damn. Huh? AJ, damn.
Sounds like, yeah. I don't know what they're going to do.
Gloom, doom, no. I mean, there ain't much glitz and glamour there in Tampa Bay.
There should be. After what I watched yesterday, I mean, there shouldn't be any fucking hope at all.
Well, listen to Caboli go, Pittsburgh all win without their 1, 2, 3 corners.
Yeah.
No TJ Watt, no safety. Against Tom Brady, it'd be Tom Brady.
Mike Evans, Godwin. Sounds like they both should have had 250 yards apiece.
And that's probably what they were assuming. And then Tom goes over. That's why Tom goes over to the offensive line room. He goes, they're without their fucking 1, 2, and 3 corner. No goddamn Minka Fitzpatrick. No D-line. I skipped the fucking walkthrough because of who we had playing against us. And you guys can't stop a goddamn nosebleed. What are we doing, boys? And everybody in that offensive line room is thinking to themselves, where the fuck were you yesterday?
What's that, Tom?
How about I didn't understand that from Stroud. I didn't want to stop Stroud because he was on quite a run there. But him saying it's just like any other player. No, I don't know motherfuckers that miss walkthroughs. Do you?
Not a Saturday walkthrough before a game, no.
No way.
Now, I do.
Guys get days off, throughout the week, like Wednesday off or something.
Practice off, not like practice, just don't show up at the building.
But they're there.
Yeah,
Wedding was Friday night?
Yeah, it was Friday night surprise one.
So, but Saturday, what time's the walkthrough normally Saturday? You can't get a flight to...
Oh, what do you think? He's just drinking water all night? You seen him come off that boat?
That's what I'm saying. Old Tom and old Alex Guerrero wouldn't let Tom be boozing up on a Friday night before a fight.
Alex Guerrero had the hydration drops in the tequila.
That's right.
Yeah. He was okay. He also had to get a certain amount of sleep. That wedding goes so late. He must get 8 hours of sleep. That just so happened to cut directly in to when the walkthrough was scheduled. Sorry about it. You're going to have to move that to the afternoon.
Yeah,
hearing him talk about the free agent class, too, and being like, hey, all these guys have stunk. Like, when we won the Super Bowl, all the guys we picked up were good. And now all these guys fucking stink and they don't play.
Yeah, we tried to get better this offseason.
Forgot Kyle Rudolph was on the team.
I had no idea.
Yeah, what's going on with Kyle?
I don't know.
He leaves the Giants, they get good.
Yeah.
I love Kyle.
The rookie they have, or maybe it's the second year, Cam Otten or something. 88.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually been really good for him. And Cameron Brake got hurt yesterday, so maybe we'll see Rudolph a little more.
All I was thinking yesterday is Tom, instead of dealing with all this, instead of potentially dealing with all of this the last few weeks in the offseason, stuff like that, he could be calling Packers Jets right now. Just $300 million.
$75 million.
No hurt to his reputation at all.
Giselle
has a family. Yeah.
And now he's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on a Sunday, looking at a group of offensive linemen that he didn't even know before the season started. Saying, what the fuck, boys?
Yeah, maybe that's why he went to Bob Kraft's wedding.
He needed some of that old. He just needed
some of the old love, but also hey, sometimes you can get remarried and still be happy and find love after your first.
You guys got Bailey Zappi. Now you're already trying to fucking run him out. You already ran Mac out. Did anybody attack him for the no bull shoes that he's still wearing and the Mac Jones jersey and how Mac is the future? And then now, as of yesterday, he's literally like, if Bill likes Bailey, I've always been on Team Bill. What does that mean about Mac Jones? Who cares about McCorkle? We are here for the Patriots and the Patriots alone. Did anybody push back on him in the first hour at all about that?
Well, he said that not only do they have one Hall of Fame quarterback in Bailey Zappi, they have two Hall of Fame quarterbacks. They also have Mac Jones. So I don't know, which side he's standing on right now.
Oh, that's because he doesn't know what Bill's going to do. And as soon as Bill gives his marching orders,
that's right.
Connor's going to be like, thought so. Fuck McCorkle. Hated that name, but as long as they're winning, who cares, huh?
Exactly. You just took the words right out of my mouth. There's only one thing New England Patriots fans love more than Mac Jones. That's winning football games.
All right.
And if Zip on the Ball is going to do that, then we love Zip on the Ball.
Is that what you call him, or?
That's his name.
What'd you call him? Footsteps, Joe Flacco?
Footsteps Flacco, Zip on the Ball Zappy. Zip on the Ball Zappy, 3-3. Tom Brady, 3-3.
Wide.
Coincidence?
Tell me.
I think not. I think not.
Is Drew Bledsoe McCorkle in this situation?
Drew Bledsoe's a first-round pick. Mac Jones is a first-round pick.
Drew Bledsoe was paid like $20 million though. Mac Jones not, so it's a better situation. You're saying?
Yeah, basically, Zip on the Ball Zappy was not a first-round pick. Tom Brady was not a first-round pick. So if I'm connecting the dots here, we have the new GOAT, and Bill Zip on the Ball Zappy might win us 8 Super Bowls.
You're in a better situation. You're because Zip on the Zappy, like we said, all-time leader for college football touchdowns in a season, so he's better than Tom.
Yeah, word on the street is
Tom didn't even play really at Michigan.
Exactly. And word on the street is the culture thinking about trading Jonathan Taylor for Mac Jones. So Zip on the Ball Zappy might have a new running back to give it to.
Relax.
That's just the word on the street.
Colts, no Jonathan Taylor, no Nyheim Hines.
Yeah.
Win over Jags.
Yeah, true, no Shaq Leonard. Maybe that's who
I'd like to get your thoughts.
my arms.
I thought Matt Ryan played really good because Sam Ellinger pushed him. Now that Sam's the number 2, he pushed Matt Ryan.
There's a chance that we're back. With the way that guy's built, like he's always walking off a horse, there's a chance that Sam Ellinger say, hey, Matty Ice, you either pick it up or you get the fuck home.
Exactly. Thank you.
Because I got a team to lead here. And I love that Sam Ellinger's number 2 overall. I like the Colts are all the way back. Not sure they'll be able to win a Super Bowl, but we will talk to a guy who might be on a team that is destined to win a Super Bowl after a massive victory just yesterday against the Chiefs. He'll be in a Sprinter van live. Joining us in about 2 minutes, Jordan Poyer of the Buffalo Bills from his Sprinter van from Kansas City back to Buffalo will be joining us. Be a friend, tell a friend. We'll see you in 2. Ladies and gentlemen, a man with the dog mentality, Paisano, Coach Sirianni. You're fucking awesome, dude. Did you ever feel any pressure that you were going to have to change and adapt to being a head coach and speaking in the same bullshit ways that every other head coach talks in?
Some of the best advice I got was be yourself, because if you're not yourself, everyone's going to see through it.
The messaging is the same. You're just doing it in your own way, and I think that's the most important part. And being authentic, you're 100% right. As you were saying, if I wasn't me, everybody would tell the fucking locker room immediately going to be like, well, this guy, he's a stooge. There's another coach that wants to talk to you. Coach Sirianni, your question for Coach Sirianni.
I feel like I know you just as good as I know myself.
What is it about Jalen, you think, from your point of view, last year to this year, that is like cementing him as a guy that people are talking about? This motherfucker might win the MVP.
Well, I know which one thing you want me to say. He's a dog.
Yeah! Yeah!
He's a dog!
Yeah! Fucking dog!
Do you maybe want to play best 2 out of 3, rock, paper, scissors, coach versus coach?
You're there forever, huh? Like, you have to have that mindset as the head coach. Like, do you feel like you're the perfect head coach for the Philadelphia Eagles? Because it feels like the team is the perfect representative of the city of Philadelphia. And I might be wrong. I'm from Pittsburgh, so the Johns are going to judge me for that.
I love the passion of the city and how much they care about football, because I care about football. I love football. I don't have a lot of hobbies. My biggest hobby is football.
Rock, paper, scissors,
shoot.
Oh,
What you got?
Scissors.
Yeah, the same person. We both threw scissors.
Dog mentality really is to be in the moment that you're in now and not worry about what happened in the past, not worry about what's going to happen in the future. It's all about our process and about being here today to make sure we're about to go 1-0 this week. That's it.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, one rock.
I definitely got Jason Kelsey the kegs of beer. I was just trying to sweeten the deal of him coming back. As long as I'm the football coach here, I want him here, so I'm ready to give as many kegs of beer to him next year and the year after that and the year after that because that guy is a dog.
Rock, paper, scissors,
shoot.
Same man.
We are getting our ass kicked in this preseason game. Belichick is taking it to us. It's halftime, and we are getting booed like you've never been. I was like,
paper,
rock, paper,
scissors,
shoot.
Oh, I think you might have rock
Hey,
there, but hey.
you got no idea what I'm going to do because you're like, there's no way he's throwing scissors again. Come on, baby. I got a damn flower thrown at me. Right? A flower chucked down. We lost to the Chargers. Boom, flower chucked down.
Hey, how's your little manure settling in? That's literally what that John said as they were throwing that John at you. They were like, how's the manure and how's the flowers coming, coach?
Hey, this is game 7 here. Rock,
paper,
scissors,
shoot.
Oh. Scissors again. He threw scissors again, so did I. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, you guys are the same. Come on, hey, this is for 15 or 10.
Paper,
scissors,
shoot.
Oh! Dog mentality.
I got dog mentality, coach. What can I tell you?
Let's go! This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it. AJ, you never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it! What the fuck are you doing?
Boston
Welcome back to Overreaction Monday, October 17th, 2022. Hour 3 starts right now. Football! AJ, hell of a sport football is. What an incredible football weekend. Saturday, Tennessee upsets Alabama in Knoxville. $125,000 or $150,000 for a new goalpost in which the Tennessee Volunteers football team tweeted for other people to give to them. Don't give any money to that. If they would have asked me, I would have donated it. If they would have asked Peyton, he would have donated it. The school should be paying for it because what a magical moment that is. It was a great to be a Tennessee ball. Wasn't it on Saturday? And then Sunday backed it up. We had Chiefs and Bills. We had low-scoring dog fights in the first half of the 1 o'clock games. Last night, the Eagles and Sirianni proved to be absolute dogs. And tonight, we got a massive one. It's a great day to be an NFL and a football fan as a whole, AJ Hawk.
I mean, absolutely. And I know we have a guest. I don't know if he's on now or not, but this dude is an absolute legend. This is why I'm doing this, because I love how pissed you get.
Yeah, wouldn't have asked you a question if we would have already had him. Obviously, I had to restart an entire computer back there, but you couldn't have been told that because we don't have the capability to tell you that. We'll just hope 3 years into this thing, you would have got a good read on that. The Toxic Table is here at Boston Connor. At Ty Schmidt is here. One half of the Hammer. Dahn. Cowboys. Tone Diggs is here. And joining us live from a Sprinter van on his trip back to Buffalo from Kansas City, a man who's a stallion. A man who, if he gets 12 interceptions this season and breaks the all-time NFL safety record for picks, will get $1 million to his foundation, Jordan Poyer.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry, my service is a little spotty, but we're here, man. We're here. Got 6 more hours left.
Okay, where are you right now? Are you in Ohio?
No, we're just south of Fort Wayne. I think we got like 30 minutes left to get to Fort Wayne. Like I said, about 6 more hours left, bro.
All right.
It's been a long trip.
All right, we're probably going to lose you. We appreciate you joining us. Let's dive right into it. When did you know you weren't going to be able to fly? Because football is safer than flying for your lungs. What the hell happened here? How did we get here, Jordan?
Right. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I think it's just the air pressure. I have a resolving pneumothorax, and basically, I got air pockets in my lungs. It's healing. I was just listening to the doctors. They told me probably about Monday that I probably wasn't gonna be able to fly. I was a little shocked about it. So we just started planning on the drive. I knew probably about Tuesday or Wednesday I was gonna have to make the trip to drive. And I got my driver here, Joseph. He's a boss, man.
Joseph.
The whole way. Hey, Joseph's been going crazy. He's famous now online. Everybody's talking about the drive. So got the family in the back sleeping, man. It's just been we just turned it into a family trip, you know.
That's awesome. Go ahead, AJ.
Well, how did you feel physically actually in the game? Like, not only did you have to ride 15 hours because of this condition, but then you went and played an unbelievable football game. How'd you feel?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, it was tough, man. You know, just you know, you get in such a routine on away games as far as, you know, you you get off the plane, you do this, you do that. And so really we left Friday after practice. We drove to Indianapolis, and stayed the night there. It was 7 hours, and then we woke up Saturday morning and then drove to Kansas City. It was another 7 hours. It was just a different kind of routine, man. And you know, it was really more mentally. I had to prepare myself to play in that game than anything. But you know, I had my boys around me, my boys supporting me. Everybody was, you know, we was rocking, so it was easy to get ready for the game, man. And you know, it's a lot better we driving back with a W. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a victory ride as opposed to a long ass pissed off. We just lost again to this damn team ride. Hey, we don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about that. You could have stayed at my house instead.
Yes, sir.
You could have stayed at my house instead of a hotel on Friday if you would have let us know. We're happy it was all successful. Now, you said Nemo, and I saw it. What is it called? And is that like that's going to go away, or is that with you for the rest of your life? What is that?
Yeah. No, it's gonna go away. It's called pneumothorax. It's basically a lung contusion. So my ribs, it was on the pick I had against Baltimore. I got a cracked rib and then a lung contusion with it, and basically just air pocket builds up in the lung, and it's not safe to fly because of the air pressure. So, you know, once they told me I was green light to be able to play, I didn't ask any questions. I was all for it, man. And you know, like I said, I just couldn't wait to get out here and play this game and be a part of that victory.
Well, it was a hell of a win. It feels like we might lose you here in the next couple of moments. If those Indiana roads or anything like that.
I apologize, boys.
No, do not apologize to us. We are thankful that you joined us. What was the vibes like after that game? Obviously, vastly different than the last time you two squared off. What was the locker room like? I know it's just another game. It was week 6. But also, let's go. Your quarterback's a dog. The defense held the most powerful offense in the NFL to next to nothing. I mean, how was the vibes after the game, Jordan?
I mean, obviously, you know, anytime you get a victory on the road, that's huge. Against the top team in the NFL, that's huge too, and it just continues to build our momentum, especially going on into the bye week. You know, that's a good football team, and you know, probably game could have gone either way. And at the end of the day, we just made one more play than they did. Terrence Johnson with a huge kick at the end. Obviously, you know, Josh throwing a beautiful ball to Knox in the back of the end zone. So it was an awesome team victory, man. Everybody was juiced and hyped. I wish I was able to be on the flight with them boys, but you know, like I said, going into a bye week with a win like that, it was huge for our team, and you know, we want to continue that momentum going forward.
Last question before we let you go. Enjoy the rest of this ride, another 6.5 hours or so. Bye week, week 7. This is so early, isn't it? I mean, this is very early. Is that what are your thoughts on it right now?
I think we're kind of used to it right now. I think in the 6 years I've been in Buffalo, we've had one bye week where we was past week 7, which was week 11. I think all the other bye weeks have been week 6 and week 7 right in this time. So I think we're used to it. We're going to get fresh, get healthy coming into this bye, and then hit our 11-game streak and going into the playoffs. So we're just going to continue, like I said, take one game at a time, man. It was a huge win for us, like I said, going into a bye week, but we got to get healthy, man, and we got Packers coming at home. That'll be a big game. That'll be a big game. I think it's a night game too, though. That'll be a big game for Bills Mafia.
Oh man!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, getting the Bills after a bye. Real excited for that.
That's all. Ladies and gentlemen, and safe travels, man. We're proud of you, stud.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you having me on, man. I appreciate it for real.
Hey, try to get an interception during the bye week, bub. You get to 12, we'll donate $1 million.
Hey, I know. I got you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Poyer.
Yeah, Jordan!
I did not know it was the Packers.
Yeah. Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
Sorry, we didn't talk about the Packers whenever I was on in the last hour because I missed the first hour. I don't know what all you said, Ty. I do know that you look a little disheveled this morning after what happened yesterday. Could have been the Jacks from Saturday night when we watched FSU Clemson in that game. Third quarter.
Man.
Is that the worst football ever be put on television? And then fourth quarter came back alive. And the fact that we do that show, it is very stupid. We're thankful for anybody that watched. If anybody watched, that's tough stuff, though. We got to make that better next time. I don't know if we can. But let's move on. The Packers, AJ, what was your thought on it? It just looks bad. It looks bad. He's getting killed. He's missing balls that he doesn't normally miss. The defense, who we were told is going to be a team now, it might be the Giants just being, or the Jets just being fucking unbelievable. But like this Packers team just doesn't look anything like what they looked like last year. They lose Devontae and all hell breaks loose. What is it, AJ?
Yeah, offensively, I don't know. I know Aaron said in his post-game presser, and I mentioned it earlier, like if you feel like we have the right players on this team, then we need to simplify things. Which, okay,
what does that mean? What does that mean?
I guess what they've. I mean, when you say simplify things, I think of it when they talk about defensively. A lot of defenses that they have so much in their game plan, like guys just can't keep up with all the checks and things. And I'm wondering if their offense, they're just giving them too much. Maybe it's too big, and you just have to condense it. So each, especially guys that are struggling, only have like a certain package of plays they need to know.
So tomorrow's convo.
Yeah.
What do we think? What do we? Because he was trending. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers was trending, and I didn't get to watch the entire game. I'll watch it tonight going in, or tomorrow morning going into Aaron Rodgers Tuesday. Because I like to know what could potentially pop up in convo whenever he goes. Well, we're on that second down in the third quarter. It's like, all right, I got to watch the entire fucking games here just so I have a little bit of it. Coming into tomorrow, he was trending yesterday. A lot of tweets about him. I clicked them. Our show is mentioned by a lot of people, and they're saying, we want to see Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee Show. He better not be smiling on a Pat McAfee Show. And we've had this in the past where the Packers have suffered a bad loss, and Aaron comes on, and he's like, oh, we got another game coming up. Like, we got to move on. We got to do that. That's how players view it. But fans don't want to hear that shit at all. Ty, you don't give a fuck about anything right now if the Packers can't turn this around, right? It feels as if, now obviously you're family, but I'm talking about the Packers feel like they can really break some hearts this season out of nowhere, and I don't think anybody was expecting that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the worst part is like they weren't competitive at all. Like it didn't feel at any point during that game like, oh, they actually might win. Like it was very apparent from early on. And then I mentioned in the first hour, like you hear all this stuff like, hey, we need to simplify things. It's like we've talked about it. At this point in the season, 6 weeks in, like you kind of are who you are. And it's tough to imagine that all of a sudden, guess what? They're not going to go get OBJ tomorrow. Like, they're not going to have a completely new offense or a new defense, like, within the coming weeks. And they still have a very difficult stretch of games. Like, when we were looking at the schedule before the season, like, you circle the Jets and the Giants, it's like, those are two games we have to have. You have to win those games. And they don't. And then now you're looking at, like I said earlier, like, they play the Commanders this week. Before the season, you're thinking, oh, they're going to beat the shit out of the Commanders. Like, no worries whatsoever. We're going to Washington. I don't know if that's the case. Like,
whoa, the manifesting. Look, this guy manifesting. I went Bigfoot hunting once. We didn't see Bigfoot because the guide told us, the guy that lives up in the woods for his entire life and has no friends, somebody in our group didn't believe enough. Remember, Aaron said, if we don't manifest this type of shit, we're going to have it happen to us. We need to start thinking positively. Sounds like on this Overreaction Monday, you're saying, we lose to the Commanders. Oh, fucking mail it in. It sounds like what you're saying, pal.
I don't know about that because there's a lot of season left, but it's like, what is there to be positive about? Like, I fucking watched the game yesterday. It's like, what is there to be positive about?
You blocked a punt.
Who gives a shit? They got beat by 17 and
had one blocked for a tud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just
had a field goal block too.
Oh yeah, Crosby guy. That was Quinnen.
Quinnen Williams.
Yeah, I think it was Quinnen who had a massive game.
Yeah.
Massive game Quinnen had. I like seeing that because, as soon as you see somebody sneeze, bless themselves, and then say thank you to themselves,
right.
You hope that particular person goes on to have a lot of success.
Awesome. Yeah. So awesome.
Bless you. Thank you. casual.
Yeah, very casual.
Would like that guy
To succeed.
Yes. Would like that guy to go all the way to the top of whatever the profession is. And maybe this is going to be the year where we see that and experience that. He had a hell of a day yesterday to put himself not only on the map, because we all know of him, obviously we just mentioned that, but you do that shit to the Packers, it's a big goddamn deal, especially when the Packers are supposed to go on and win the whole thing this year.
Yeah, I mean, they've went 13-3 in all of LaFleur's season so far. We're fucking sitting at 3-3 with a very tough schedule coming up. And also, I'd be interested to hear your take on this. Earlier in the week, LaFleur, they asked him about, because his brother is the offensive coordinator, and he was the best man in Salah's wedding. He said he doesn't like coaching against his friends because then it's just awkward, like, after the fact. And for me, early in the week, looking at that, I was like, oh, shit, that is not what I want to hear from my head coach. It's like, if you're good.
What's awkward about it?
Well,
isn't it
I
beat your ass?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's like, don't you, if you're coaching against your brother, don't you want to beat his ass so you can talk shit and have bragging rights over it? And then,
but he loves his brother more.
Yeah, that's sure. But you also come from the Sean McVay tree where it's like, guess what? You got a lot of buddies who are coaching around the league. So if that's the case, like, are we not? It just, I don't know. Things just aren't.
Players. You have a lot of players playing against some of their best friends. Like you play against played against college roommates. You play against guys you've played with. That's just how it is. It's fun. It's fun to blast your head into your buddies.
Well, you believe that. You and Kuhn did that every single day in practice for so long because you're both too big of meatheads with too big of heads to just say,
we're trying to get better. Trying to get better every day.
Of course. I mean, I'm certain there was a practice or two where you both got worse, for sure, because you were hitting your head into it. But I'm never, neither here.
Definitely. Probably more than one or two.
For those that don't know, he and John Kuhn literally, Kuhn was a fullback for the Packers. AJ was middle linebacker. They were on the same team for like 8-9 years, and there was not a single practice rep where they took off because they were each trying to alpha each other every single time. And if you know a Kuhn, because he used to run so hard with a massive melon, and this guy, obviously, one of his teeth got blown into smithereens on a tackle one time. That's how hard he was hitting. So those dudes were literally running their faces into each other every single day. It's because neither you guys love each other and are friends. Neither of you wanted to tell the other person, like, hey, today, can you take just one time somebody didn't want to be heard saying, hey, today I'd rather not do it. Because for the rest of eternity, the other guy is like, hey, you remember when your little baby back bitch said that you didn't want it on a Thursday practice or whatever? Yeah. That's the same thing when you're competing against a friend. Or, hey, you remember when we went into Lambeau and you guys did nothing with Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback? The other LaFleur and Salah, who said, I'm keeping receipts, they are going to say that to fucking Matt LaFleur. Yeah, and I think he needs to. I don't know is he the only one in that situation who's like, it's a little uncomfortable when you beat your friends. I think all his friends are like, we can't wait to fucking bury Matt LaFleur with his little Aaron Rodgers. No adversity really since becoming a head coach. What's his big adversity? Well, him and Aaron might not get along. Other than that, he's had Aaron Rodgers as his fucking head coach or as his quarterback, calling plays, helping him go through plays, make plays happen. Right. They had the number one wide receiver in the goddamn league at Devontae Adams for a long time. They had number one quarterback, number one wide receiver. Of course, LaFleur's having a good time. LaFleur doesn't think other coaches are looking at him as a guy who's just been handed a fucking gift, a man who woke up on third base as a head coach and thought he hit a triple. He doesn't think other people are thinking that, including his friends. He's out of his goddamn mind. So maybe that is a little bit of a worry, AJ. Maybe it is a little bit of worry to LaFleur.
He has to know that he walked into a great situation with Aaron Rodgers there. Obviously, Devontae is who Devontae is as well. So he knows that, but he also knows that he has a big impact on everything too. But, yeah, I don't know. This is a weird time for him, isn't it? He hasn't faced a whole lot of adversity in his time there.
The biggest adversity is what, like?
Losing the playoffs.
Are they getting loud?
Yeah, is it loud enough in Lambeau? Yeah.
Are they getting loud? Well, you lose in the playoffs, though. You have one press conference, and then you're done for all of offseason until combine and build for the next one. When you lose a lot in the season, you got to answer those questions every single day. You got to adjust for the next week. You got to do that. Losing in the season, I know it doesn't matter nearly as much as losing in the postseason, but losing in the season, you have to answer a lot more fucking questions about losing than whenever you lose in the championship or in the playoffs, which is what they've done. So I would like LaFleur to know, hey, your eyebrows are fantastic. Your brain is a good one. It seems if you're going to be a great football coach, but when you're playing your friends, you want to win more because those motherfuckers are going to bring them up all the time to you. And if not, you're a very good human and we appreciate and respect the hell out of you, but that might not be the killer instinct you need to win a fucking Super Bowl.
Yeah, and with the exception of, the play calling against Tampa the year that Tampa won the Super Bowl, like typically he's not regardless of how he calls the game, like Rodgers is going to be the one who's catching all the heat if they get beat in the playoffs, like with the way he is. Like, everyone in the media is going to talk about, oh, Rodgers came up short again. Like, they're not really saying Matt LaFleur was the one who kind of bungled this. But as a Packers fan, the biggest concern, we mentioned it. I mean, they play Washington this week. That showcase, Sunday night game against the Bills coming off a bye week, like if they don't at least look a little bit competitive, like if they go out there and get beat fucking 45-3, like I think that is really going to be like a, whoa boy.
Once again, we don't want to undersell it. The Jets might be, right?
Legit.
Might be a brand new Jet squad with Zach and Salah and the vibes over there being great. And they kept receipts. I'm sure we're going to be on it. Like Gary B, the intuitive iguana, and goddamn Gary B are going to be coming after us at some point, I assume, for what we said about the Jets, who, to be clear, fucking stunk. Okay, you guys were terrible for a long time, long. You weren't even good enough at being bad. You wouldn't even get the number 1 overall pick, and if you did, you trade them fuck away. Like the Jets stunk for a long time. I was fortunate to play against some good Jets teams back in the day, but it has not been like that. So I appreciate keeping receipts of people that said that they stunk, and we're probably going to be on it because we have eyeballs and we watch football, and they have stunk, but they have a whole new vibe over there. Hey, they have a whole new energy. Bob Saleh's back to having energy on the sideline. I mean, the defense is humming. They're blocking kicks. They're scoring tuds. They're dancing. There's receipts. There's what you say, cheese sauce? What?
What's his name?
Sauce Gardner grabbing the cheese head.
No, the comedian that does that host
Bill Cosby.
That hosts Red Zone. Scott Hansen. He was calling him cheese sauce yesterday because he was wearing the cheese head. It was, man, I fucking almost pissed myself.
Well, that's something that Scott Hansen would never do because he actually eats a certain type of olive that holds on to the water. I saw his meal. He had crispy bacon. He had these olives. He had a Diet Pepsi, the official sponsor of the NFL. I like Scott Hansen. I don't really watch his channel. I like the way he's been able to carve a great niche into the entire thing, and he rocks with people, and people spend 7-8 hours with him every Sunday. But Tone does believe that he believes he's a comedian. Maybe he should dial that back, do more football. That's what Tone says, not me. I'm a fucking big fan. You introduced him as a fucking comedian, not a commentator. That was you.
I thought that was a compliment.
Well, now you said the same thing about the guy that was with Mark Sanchez in England last week. What was that comedian who was calling the game? That's what Tone does.
But what did you think about Sauce putting on the cheese head and fucking running around?
I liked Alan Lazard just batting that thing off and not becoming a massive brawl and him just jogging by. Sauce got the sauce. Sauce going to do what Sauce does. If he finds a cheese head and he wants to put that on, and he did what he did against the Packers, he had a pick 6 too, I believe, that got called back there. He was. I thought Sauce Gardner was about to have another Sauce Gardner day. If you do recall from a week ago, he caused a safety and pick very quick. I mean, he's really coming into his own, and I assume Darius is going to break down some of Sauce. I guess him and Patrick Surtain are like these young. There's a young wide receiver base that's very good because these 1-on-1s and 7-on-7s that everybody's doing. Feels like the same thing's going to be happening at DB as well. There's going to be a run on young DBs, I think, that are going to be unbelievable, who have been playing 7-on-7, breaking up passes against dudes their entire life, making content out of breaking up passes. Their drills to keep their feet tight and their reaction quick and everything like that are content. It's like, I think we're about to be into a DB era that we haven't seen in a long time, and this guy is a fucking guy, and he put on cheesehead. I love everything about it.
And Woolen, or whatever his name is, from the Seahawks, has a pick in 4 straight games. He's been on everything. DB, the guy who runs like a 4-1, these young DBs are fucking balling.
Young wide receivers, young DBs are benefiting from the 7-on-7s and the 1-on-1s that are going on at a younger age. It's like, this is good news for the future of the football. But I think the NFL tried to change some rules to make it more high scoring. You looked at that 1 o'clock slate. It was like 3-3, 10-3, 6-0. There was a 2 in there, I think, at one point. It was like, that's because the defense is starting to become just the most athletic freaks out there. In the RPO game, D linemen now are able to read them both. Linebackers have a feel and an intuition because they've been doing RPO since high school on whether they should go or not. It feels like this new offense that was supposed to captivate and take over is kind of being checked by defense. And the defense is these young freak athletes, AJ, that have been in this game for some time now.
Well, I mean, the thing, like Sauce and all of these guys they're young studs playing DB, they're supremely confident in themselves. And that's one of the biggest things. Think if you're a corner and you're on an island every single play, and you're like, all right, I can lock this dude up for 55 plays. But at the end of the game, if we're up 3 and I give up a touchdown, I'm the turd. I'm the scrub. And I had 55 unbelievable plays where I locked this dude down. So, like, to have that confidence, wearing the cheese head, whatever, Yeah, you beat a team. I say it all the time. You beat a team, you can do whatever you want in their stadium, like whatever you want. Do it. It's something that I feel like Lazard. You're right though. Knocked it off and then just kept running, which was good.
Smart.
Don't make it a thing. You already got beat in the game. We understand you don't need to make it a full team brawl right there.
But you answered for your team. You did your thing. And I think Sauce ran it back to the owner after that. It was like a kind of a cool, this was handled perfectly. You were about to say something, I think, about the young DBs?
Well, I mean, I was just going to kind of mention, not every 1 o'clock team had Zip It on the ball, Zappy playing. That's why they didn't score as much. But to your point about the young DBs, know how these wide receivers are getting moved so much, like especially this offseason, because they couldn't get paid? Do you think that's possibly what's going to happen with the DBs now? Is that these guys, and I'm not saying, the Jets won't pay Sauce, but some of these younger guys who are studs, they might become kind of the guys who go from team to team because you can draft a bunch of dudes coming in.
Joining us now is a man who might know the answer to that and what the future of football looks like, and also what happened yesterday to keep us updated on all the injuries and storylines. The senior NFL insider for the NFL itself, the network it owns, and the host of the weekly wrap-up with Rap Sheet and Friends, us being friends, he being Rap Sheet, ladies and gentlemen, father of Max Rappaport, Ian Rappaport.
Hey!
What's up, buddy?
We don't have Max to spill any beans today, which I appreciate. He's in school, finally.
So this segment's going to suck. All right.
Damn.
We'll go back to the regular scheduled awesomeness that I usually bring.
Nah, we kind of thought we were getting a package deal with Max going forward.
Yeah. He was real excited about his new fame, though. Real excited. Get recognized at school as the guy on McAfee. It was pretty cool.
That's what I'm talking about, Max. Hey, Max, next time you can get on a hit, please do. We need to learn more information. Rap, let's dive right into what we were talking about there, and then we'll ask about what happened yesterday. There's this theory happening now that these younger wide receivers are much better, much quicker. Now, we didn't know if it was just draft class, if it just was an anomaly, or if this was going to become a new standard. Feels like it's going to become a new standard. I think it's because the 7-on-7s that are taking place year-round and the amount of competition and skills and practice that's taking place. On the flip side, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. That's right. Are the DBs and the corners also, because we got some young guys that are taking over games, do you see this happening in the future, and how will this affect the salary cap, Ian Rappaport, as we go forward, which I think you are definitely the person to ask this question to.
I would agree. I'm essentially an expert in this, First of all, we've already seen it with the receivers, right? Because receivers got paid this offseason like we have never seen before. Everyone was getting paid. Everyone was making over $20 million, it seemed. I mean, just new benchmark after new benchmark. It's just, it was an explosion. And I think these guys, where it used to be like, are we really going to pay a lot for a receiver? He better be, Calvin Johnson. Now it's like, you got to have one of these guys. And they've been worth it. Like, Tyreek's been worth it. You watch A.J. Brown last night. Mm-hmm. He is great. This is, a year ago, people were like, I don't pay him money. So we've seen the receivers pay off. And I do think you're seeing some of that come with the corners, too. There's not a lot of, great, let's say, 26-year-old corners, right? But a lot of really good young corners. So it is coming around a little bit. Meanwhile, it feels like the offensive linemen are not coming around like that because it's all 7-on-7 and when you're growing up. But you give some, you take some, Go
ahead, AJ.
Speaking of a place where the offensive line got some attention, Tampa Bay, Tom Brady wasn't super happy with the offensive line. What do you think is going to happen in Tampa? Is Tom healthy? Is anything else going on? Can they turn this thing around?
Oh, it's ugly.
Tom is healthy. He's healthy-ish. He's got a little bit of a shoulder thing, but I think he's mostly – which, you actually saw him warm up during the game to keep it loose. I don't know if you guys saw it. There was an injured player, and he's literally, on the field throwing to keep his shoulder loose as if he was, a pitcher. So I think that's kind of noteworthy. I believe they're going to figure it out. They've had some injuries to the offensive line. Brady always figures it out. I think he's probably under fire more for going to Robert Kraft's wedding than it is for the actual play on the field. But just like I always think that the Patriots are going to figure it out, I always think that Tom Brady's going to figure it out. I believe they're going to be fine because they have too much talent. They have issues going on in offense like Mike Evans only getting 4 targets. That's not good, but they are way too talented to be mediocre.
Health is an interesting thing, especially in 2022. I don't believe Tom Brady is, the same Tom Brady he was a year ago or 2 years ago. Did he make the worst No, not going to say it. I'm not going to put it out there.
Say it. Ask it.
The worst unretirement in the history of unretirement of all sports. It sounds like, it seems like from outside looking in, we don't know Tom. I do not know Tom. Outside looking in, hate that his entire personal life is being aired and grieved. It is. That's a reality.
Agreed.
We have to talk about it because it is seeming to affect what's going on the field, which is what we talk about. That shit. Everything seems to have gone to shit since him unretiring. And that's like a real conversation that's going to have to take place because he is the greatest of all time. He is Tom Brady. He could be doing everything else. Ugh. So let's move on. The Vikings go to Miami, beat the hell out of them. The Vikings might be a team that are going to win a Super Bowl. Skylar Thompson starts at quarterback. He gets hurt. Teddy Bridgewater comes in. Their original starting quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa, is the reason why there's a new protocol maybe or enhanced protocols on concussion protocols with everybody. What do you see happening with Tua? Is there a timeline? And anytime he comes back, the world is going to be upside down. Right, Ian?
First of all, Tua is going to come back this week against the Pittsburgh Steelers on primetime.
Oh, great.
Okay.
So that's Sunday night, right?
Yep.
So we're going to see him Sunday night. The whole thing was, the concussion stuff was interesting. The return to play stuff, how the Miami Dolphins handled it, I thought was just as interesting because Bridgewater was back Thursday, and he eventually was cleared, but he didn't start because they wanted Skylar Thompson to get the full week of reps. Tua was also cleared before the game, and he also didn't play because he didn't have any reps. Whereas I feel like many coaches basically just make sure that, hey, look, if my guy's healthy, he's going to play. It wasn't like that with the Dolphins. Now, Teddy played and ended up playing just okay. But it's all been very interesting to see how the Dolphins handled it. Now, they get Tua back, and I think they're going to be fine, but the emphasis on practice and reps from Mike McDaniel is not something you always see.
Yeah, it makes sense if he's that, worried about timing and what plays we're running and how can we best suit the offense for the guy that we know we're going to play. Teddy B gets in there. They don't have success anyways. It's an interesting tale of just a couple weeks ago. McDaniel's the greatest coach of all time, baby. Dolphins are all the way back, and then now it's like with Tua, they're going to be able to rebound to where they were. AJ, hope that water was fantastic. Now, Boston Connor with a great question. I can't wait to hear about Zip on the Ball Bailey and Mac Jones, I'd assume.
Goddamn right. Rap sheet, this week not as important with the Patriots because against the Bears on Monday Night Football, Bob Kraft could probably play quarterback and they could win. But next week against the Jets, if Bobby Zip on the Ball Zappy and Mac Jones are both healthy, do you see a chance where Bill goes with the hot hand and Zappy, or are they definitely going to go back to Mac when he comes back?
It's the Patriots and it's Bill Belichick, and I would not say definitely. I would say likely, but I would not say definitely. And because unlike maybe anyone else, I don't know, unlike anyone else, Bill Belichick starts with a clean slate. He evaluates what is in front of him without caring about anything that came before, and he evaluates what he has. So, the fact that Mac Jones was a first-round pick is interesting and noteworthy, but not a decision maker. The other thing is, Mac Jones is not going anywhere. He's not fully healthy yet. Would I be surprised if they waited another week and just had Zappy start until Mac gets healthy? No, that would make some sense. Make sure Mac is fully healthy. But he's not going anywhere, so if they say, we're just going to ride the hot hand until they can do that. The other thing is, I do think Bailey Zappe is benefiting from them being able to run the ball pretty well. And I would expect this increased run game to help whoever is the quarterback.
Okay, I see. Are you getting breaking news right now? Do you have to do something?
I wouldn't say breaking news, but I'm going to tweet something, and then I will have a little bit of breaking news probably in about 5 minutes.
Okay, so let's talk about some breaking news you had earlier before we get to this tweet that you were sending out right now. Look at Ian on the job, about to rattle the entire NFL sphere right here in front of us. Thank you. Thank you, Ian. You broke news this morning about Robbie Anderson being traded to the Arizona Cardinals. Robbie Anderson quote tweeted your tweet and said, "It's cold, prayers up, he's fingers crossed to go to the moon."
The cold is good, right?
Yeah, ice cold. Yeah, he's ready to go. Yeah, I think it's a good thing.
Because I was like, Arizona is very warm, and someone needs to educate. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, you think Robbie Anderson doesn't know that he's going to the fucking desert? That's
that's
very nice.
Winter.
Yeah.
It's October.
Okay. All right. Anyways, no. But is that because Hollywood Brown? And what do you see happening with the Carolina Panthers going forward? Because are they about to just clean slate like you talked about Bill Belichick doing?
I don't think the Panthers are going to go clean slate, but I do think everyone in the world is calling them. And what's going to happen is either they're going to get the deals they want or they won't. And I think Christian McCaffrey is probably the most interesting one. You know they're going to want a first-round pick for a premium player. You know other teams are not going to want to give that. But right now, me saying this doesn't really matter. What matters is when it comes down to it, when the trade deadline is close, what are the actual best offers? So I think there's a chance McCaffrey's traded. I think the Panthers would like to be forced into it. Like, we could not turn down this deal. We had to do it. And remember, they're going to have a new coach, and they're going to present the new coach with either, here's this franchise running back who's awesome, or here's a first-round pick to help us get a quarterback. Both those things are good. I think they would like one or the other. The other thing is the Robbie Anderson thing, obviously, we were talking about.
That's right.
I think that needed to happen. I think the scene on the sideline yesterday was not great. I would say this. I thought they were going to have to cut him. But the fact that Hollywood Brown suffered, not a break, I think it's more like a sprain, but it does seem to be more on the serious side. He's getting an MRI actually now, or he might have just had it. He's waiting for the results. But how serious that is, we will see. But clearly they had a hole here, and clearly there is a possibility that Hollywood Brown goes on injured reserve. So Robbie Anderson comes in and takes his spot.
Robbie Anderson's over there. D-Hop is back. Is Hollywood worried about a season or no? This is just a couple weeks.
A season is possible. I don't know that for sure, but a season is possible, yes.
What is your...
Because, think about it. It's already mid-October, and so if it's a 2-month injury, it's like, that's almost, so we'll see. I don't know enough now to know whether it's definitively for a season.
You know what's crazy is tomorrow when we wake up, we will be 1/3 through the regular season of the NFL.
No.
Yeah, third. That's pretty deep into the season.
That's one period of hockey.
Ty, your question for Ian Rappaport. That's right.
Rap Sheet, is there anything to be concerned with Aaron Rodgers' thumb? He said it affected him only on a few throws, but it looked like he was a little banged up. And then also, is there a chance that Carson Wentz doesn't play on Sunday against the Packers? Are they going to Taylor Heineke?
First on Rodgers, some of those deep throws did not look like the usual Aaron Rodgers deep throws, right? I mean, I'm watching the same thing you guys are. I know it's a real thing. I know he had it taped up. I know it was limited during the week. I'm sure it's going to get better, but to me, not being able to hit any of those deep throws was like debilitating for the Packers. And, to be able to sort of like precision pass down the field is tough. You need some of those big plays. And I think without it, it was a lot tougher. It was a lot tougher for the offense. Hold on, I actually might be getting some of our breaking news right now.
Here we go. You said 5 minutes. That was 4 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So that's
was that 4 minutes?
Is Easterby interviewing for head coaching gigs?
It feels like he's
I'm not sure. I'm not sure Jack Easterby is going to end up in the NFL.
Didn't say no.
Never would have guessed.
I think that has been.
What?
I think it's been a good run.
Really?
He made a lot of money. Depends what good is. It's been a run.
Yeah. Getting signed by Joel Osteen, maybe.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
It's been that's the. I'm not going to say anything. One of the more intriguing and bizarre and interesting characters in the NFL in recent memory, who ascended to unbelievable levels of power and influence without very much behind it,
and abused and ruined it all.
I think did some good things had he stuck to just what he was doing, but did not.
Talking to God.
And I would imagine there's not a lot of sad people in Houston. But the other thing is, Easterby had not had a lot of football influence over the course of the last 3 or 4 months. So once Lovey basically came in, he was kind of like to the side, and I think he knew it, which is one reason this was probably more mutual than a firing. All right, I'm going to tweet some news.
Yeah. How many characters? A lot of characters? Does it need a lot of explaining? Is it because your last one was a special teams guy, Josh being signed. Congrats to him.
Oh, yeah. That was awesome.
That was awesome. What's this one?
Carson Wentz is facing a 4 to 6 week recovery.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's that broken, fractured finger, which we actually saw him. Okay, and if we are to talk about this in a realistic standpoint, let's be humans about this. When he was shaking his hand like this with a fractured finger, Do you know how bad that had to hurt? He must have just thought it was some joint thing, like he could go ahead and stretch out a ligament.
How about every throw? Every throw looked like he was in pain.
Yeah.
Like, say whatever you want about Carson Wentz. That is amazing.
Do you know how horrible that would feel with a fractured finger? Just doing it. And this goes to the story of what Carson Wentz is. He's one of the toughest fucking dudes of all time. He has a fractured finger that is now being reported as a 4 to 6 week recovery window. Probably going to have to do the splint and whole surgery. He has bones cracked in the hand in which he throws footballs. And his ass was shaking it like this, thinking that it was going to pop back into place. Instead, that bone is just whipping around. Had to hurt so bad.
So bad.
Carson just kept marching down the field. Almost he won the game for the Commanders. He is so incredibly tough. Too tough for his own good, I think. We saw it in Indianapolis. It is now happening at the Commanders. And now Taylor Heineke is the quarterback for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Who knows how long after that going forward. But that hand whip thing had to hurt so bad with a fractured finger out there, Ian.
Yeah, and look, it's so there's that part of it. He is insanely tough. It looked awful, and everyone kind of downplayed it after the game, but you knew something was wrong. The other part is, I'm not sure the offense had been working great. It's going to be Taylor Heineke now moving forward. When he has, I got to jump on it. When he has played, it's been actually pretty productive. So we will see. I'm going to go do some TV. Hold on. There you go. I'm going to go do some TV. Thank you for understanding.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Rappaport. Okay, so Carson's out for 4 to 6 weeks.
Do you know the worst part of that?
No, he's good, dude.
He's gonna miss.
You use,
bro.
Don't you use the little
Not
thing?
him.
You
No.
hold a little clicker in your little.
No,
I forget what they call it.
Come on, he's old school. He fucking
dude,
pulls it.
that thing is attached right here, bro. He's pulling that with his wrist.
I mean, he'll pull that.
Putting that up on right on the goddamn. I mean, maybe even pulling his cheek like this right here,
Not.
and then
Draw.
You might just use a crossbow for a few months.
There we go.
He'll use his fucking teeth to pull that bow back if he has to.
some of those are so heavy.
Yeah.
I went archery shooting with Vinatieri one time during training camp, and I'll tell you what, I didn't have obviously the little tool thing to pull. They have a thing to pull the goddamn, because the poundage or how strong it is. I couldn't get the goddamn thing to go.
Is this a crossbow or a compound?
Well, it's compound and cross. Shot both, but crossbow also a nightmare.
Yeah.
But yeah, they have a thing that you can pull and set it in there. I couldn't fucking do it. They're like, look at this guy, guys with camo and a goddamn. I mean, never felt like a worse human in my life. That's like I saw somebody get handed a knife and they didn't know how to close it. They didn't know how to close the knife. I'm like, oh, you are getting judged so hard right now. You have no idea. I could feel the discomfort from miles away. But yeah, Carson's not going to miss hunting season. I don't know what you think this is. I think it's his middle finger. Yeah, he ain't worried about nothing. That's his wrist, pal.
That's not Carson.
You're right. But,
Who's that?
Who is that?
It's not. That's just standard person shooting a bow and arrow in the woods.
Nice background.
Could be Carl. His twin brother Carl once.
Well,
thought Carl was Carl.
Carl once played. Carson plays like Carl when he's playing bad. That's why Carl's not in the NFL.
Oh.
What was that?
It made sense, dude.
Yeah.
It's like zip it on Ball Bailey.
That's right.
Zip on the ball Zappy.
Yeah. Fucking Bobby Zip on the ball Zappy.
Man, so there's some breaking news today. Robbie Anderson was traded. Sounds like Hollywood Brown potentially out
for a while.
Maybe. Ian was like, yeah, there is a chance that is a full season. Is that why Robbie Anderson, he's doing his MRI right now, or Hollywood Brown is for the Arizona Cardinals? D-Hop's coming back. Carson Wentz is out 4 to 6 weeks. There's a lot cooking right now, AJ, in the NFL on this Overreaction Monday, and that's because we're almost a goddamn third of the way through this regular season. We have to respect and appreciate all these games, AJ.
I agree. And I wanted to ask Ian, does that Robbie Anderson trade just happen? Does it start during the game or right after the game? Did they get it all done last night?
Probably called last night or this morning, right? Because Brandon Beane, the GM for the Buffalo Bills, he says he keeps his ear to the ground for any drama happening around the NFL. And if any drama takes place with a player, he'll give a call and say, hey, how we feeling? How we feeling? I would assume over there in Carolina after what happened yesterday, somebody gives a call like Steve Keim and says, Hey, that guy, what a rude guy.
Terrible.
Saw him disrespecting your guys. And Steve Wilkes, he knows him from Arizona. You know, they know Steve Wilkes very well from Arizona. Steve Wilkes doesn't deserve that type of shit.
Yeah.
Let me get him off of your hands. What was he traded for? Do we know what the
No, it hasn't
exact
come out
return was? What will that be? Let's give a prediction. 3rd rounder, 4th rounder?
Oh,
6 or 7.
6th, yeah.
Oh, really? I don't know.
I thought
Ian
contract.
said they thought they were going to have to cut him. So, I mean, that just.
I thought he had a big contract, too.
So it's both. It's a 6th round pick from this upcoming draft and a 7th round pick for the next one, is what Zito is saying.
Yeah.
6th and a 7th. Shefty tweeted that out. Zito was just confirming in my ear. 6th and a 7th. God
It's a safe bet by the Cardinals.
How come we are always... Who gives a fuck about draft picks? Honestly, who cares? If it's not a 1st or a 2nd, and I was a 7th round pick. Look, I was picked 222. They could have very easily done without me, though. I mean, they would have been just fine without me. A compensation update: Panthers traded Robbie Anderson to the Cardinals in exchange for a 6th round pick in 2024 and a 7th round pick in 2025. They can get those picks back easy. They can get a 6th rounder in 2024, which is a year or 2 out, and a 7th rounder in 2025. Like, no problem. They can do that with a fucking special teams guy that they have at the end of training camp. I don't understand any of it. That's how bad Carolina wanted to get him the fuck out of the building, I guess, AJ.
Yeah, and Robbie, it seems like Robbie, I'm sure, is perfectly fine with this trade, too. Moving on, like, fresh scene, fresh team, here we go, new start.
Yeah. His emoji game said.
Yeah, he's juiced.
Thank
Let's
fucking
go.
God.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's take 5. And on the other side, we'll have overreactions from around the internet, which we'll be giving some merch to. If we end up picking your overreaction, we should send some merch to.
Yeah.
I think that's something you should do, don't you?
Might as well.
I think we can take phone calls like starting in the next couple of days.
Here we go.
I think.
Boom!
Walk off. All right, we'll give 10 people who retweet this, say something nice to somebody, and put their hashtag in a reply tweet, $500. We can't thank you enough for rocking with us on this Overreaction Monday, October 17th. We're back in 5. Take 5.
You ready? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Every morning you gotta wake up, man, feeling blessed. Another opportunity. Do it for your brother. Do it for the man went back of that jersey, man. Go out there and make prayer.
Mom's birthday in 2 days. It's like an early birthday present for her. We're gonna shine.
We're gonna party when we win, okay?
Church work. Make them feel like they can't get out. It's up to us. Remember what we do and why we do it. And stick together. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go!
3rd and goal from the 1. Bears lead 22-21, 2.5 minutes to go.
There was that. Cousins on the spring. Touchdown! We just got in because of you, bud. You got us in, bud.
Fires across the middle. Andrews has it at the 5. Turns and he's in for a touchdown.
You were too wide open. I ain't had to shoot and run it there right now. Yoga, how do you come in so low and still keep your balance? I don't know. That's impressive. I just try not to think about it.
Ron Miller has another sack, his 4th as a Buffalo Bill.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go to stop here. It gotta be us. It gotta be us.
3rd down and 2. Gino scrambles out of pocket. And Cam Jordan is going to sling him down.
Yes! Yes, sir!
Snap back. Here comes the blindside rush. Jalen Ramsey decks Cooper Rush.
I got it! I got it, big boy! You see I finally got me a sack?
Yes.
That was the first one of my career, huh? That was a good one, huh? Yeah, fumble too. He fumbled? Hell yeah. It's because you did that podcast this week. You know, we should do it. We should do it every week. Nah, congrats, my boy.
I mean, you send me a pay stub, you got a deal.
I'm trying to hit rare. Rare is my new. You can be, hey, you can be good. You can be great. You can be legendary. But somewhere in there,
You can be rare, elite, legendary. Rare encompasses all of it.
Yeah, let's pray first. You're absolutely right. Yeah, we got to wait on our head ball coach. He's right behind you.
How you doing?
We came on the road, and we're leaving here with the mission accomplished. All right? Mission's accomplished.
You fight your asses off, okay? Find a way, and it's got to be so much better, okay? Starting with us, okay, and then all the way down to each and every player.
I'm so proud of you guys. I'm so proud of the fight. I'm so proud of the effort. I'm so proud of the fact that you stuck together.
Hey, great team win. I love you.
Dude, I love this team, man.
Cowboys on three. 1, 2, 3. Cowboys!
It's nice to see that there's still Ken Dorsey's out there, though.
Yeah.
We're talking full fucking fit. Whenever this game ended without them being able to spike it and take a long field goal or whatever the fuck they were going to do. Ken Dorsey here closest. He's a married man, got a medal. Oh, you fucking it, we did it.
Damn it.
We talked about this all week. We talked about it all week. Get the fuck down.
Son of a bitch.
Break this fucking thing.
Yeah. I love how the other coach, too, is looking over like, oh, shit. I
Bald
didn't know
guy?
Ken had, I didn't, maybe he didn't know Ken had this in him.
And the bearded guy should feel good about how he looks right now.
Yeah.
Bearded guy's ponytail, fucking great.
Great.
Top notch.
Beard, unbelievable.
Gumpy.
Looks to be a bit of a thick, stock gentleman. But Ken Dorsey losing his fucking bananas.
Hat.
Taking this, get this. Why is this in front of me right now? Get out of my way, dude. Why are you still on the desk, bro? Fuck you.
Fucking thing.
Bang.
Hey, fuck. Oh, he's
Bang.
going to get fined for that.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to get fined for that. Tom
lot.
Brady, 1 week ago, broke a Microsoft Surface. Now there's a rule. Hey, no players or coaches are allowed to break anything. Did he break? He's getting fined for that.
100%.
Oh, no.
I thought that's why he was trying to cover the camera at the end.
Oh, so he was saying, hey, fuck. No, I don't think he was trying to cover it. I think he was saying, find me, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, I
Fuck
think,
you, too.
Boom.
Hey, somebody else came and covered the camera, though. Whatever other coach put his hand over that camera.
No, I think that was Dorsey. I think it was.
No,
Yes.
watch his hand come in.
Oh,
yeah.
Shit,
It's a right
shit,
hand.
shit.
Oh, my God. I didn't even notice that, AJ.
Yeah, you think he's going to cover the camera in the middle of that rant?
No, I
He's
think
going to kill somebody.
I thought that was the shit he
Yeah,
threw.
it was
Something at it.
No, I watched it a few times. That's a hand.
Wow.
Hey, that's good teamwork.
AJ.
Yeah.
That's good teamwork up there. Now, I do believe he's going to get fined for the Microsoft Surface bash after the Tom Brady one became a rule. And maybe that's what the co-worker said. Oh, come on, Ken. There's a camera.
They can see you.
There's a camera. Jesus, you're going to go viral.
Sorry, Ken.
They're riding in that elevator down to the locker room after the game. And Ken's standing there with his fucking papers all disheveled and a Microsoft Surface cracked screen. And his notebook's been ripped in half because he has superhero strength at that moment. It's like he's ripping a fucking phone book. And they hit the basement button to go down there. At some point, there was an awkward silence. The bearded guy is looking to his left. The bald guy's like, oh. And then whoever covered that up was like, you're going to go viral. Yeah.
Welcome back to the Pat McAfee Show on Overreaction Monday. Today's show is presented by Cash App. Zip on the ball, Zappy being the dog. That's money. I didn't make that up. Bruce put it. Danny Dimes leading his 4th game-winning drive. That's money. Colts throwing it to Jelani Woods in the red zone.
Finally.
That's money.
Yeah, okay.
When personal finance connects you to both your funds and the stuff that matters, that's money, and that's Cash App. You guys know what else is money?
What's that?
Buying Bitcoin or stocks with as little as $1.
What?
Being able to handle our giveaways quickly.
What?
Sending, spending, saving, splitting, tipping, donating, all in a single finance app. That's money. That's Cash App.
Hell yeah.
Download Cash App and use code McAfee for $15. Terms apply.
Shout out to Cash App. They're being used right now for the giveaway that we currently are hosting on Twitter. You know, I felt good out of the hand.
Yeah. I mean, you walked it off. You didn't even wait to see it go in.
It felt good out of the hand. It felt like Harrison Butker hitting that 62-yarder.
Boot.
How about Ian Rappaport seeing that happen and go, did he turn around in the middle of that thing? He did. That ball was still in the end zone flying, and he's doing a full hell yeah. That ball was fucking decapitated by Harrison Butker. He murders the ball. Also, big right down there for the Vikings against Miami. He had like a 73 or 74-yard ball out of the back of the end zone that traveled 80 yards in the air. He's a monster. Tommy Townsend hit a 58-yard fucking fair catch, AJ. A 58-yard fair catch.
Pretty good, huh?
Yes, people are going to say, what? I see a guy hit a 73-yard ball. I see a guy hit a 60-yard punt. I hear like a 59-yard punt. That's impressive. It's like, no, a 58-yard fair catch should be chatted about, because for a fair catch to happen, the returner has to think that he is worried that he's going to get blown up by the coverage team. He thinks the coverage team is so close that it would be a risk for him to take any yards. The right move is just secure it, boom, and get our offense on the field. So for a ball to travel 58 yards from the line of scrimmage, let alone him lining up 14 yards behind that. So for this ball to travel 72 yards from where he stopped at, the height that ball has to reach to get his gunners down 58 yards down the field while they're being blocked and potentially double teamed, it is a fucking murdered ball. This thing's hang time caused a drug test immediately after the game. For good fucking reason, too, by the way. This guy right here, okay? This dude right here, Tommy Townsend, he hit a bad punt in the Super Bowl his rookie year.
Yep.
Okay? Didn't know what was going to happen to him. Thought he was potentially going to die. Because you hit a shank in the Super Bowl, it's backed up, it's like a 20-yard thing. 100 million people watch you hit a bad shot. And with everything being mental, you have no idea what a guy's going to do. This dude, since that moment going forward, hits the biggest fucking balls I've ever seen in my entire life. I saw the Colts play the Chiefs. I was there for warm-ups. And I was watching him punt in warm-ups, and I said, oh, the Chiefs have the best fucking punter I've ever seen in my entire life. He was hitting balls that were almost hitting those fucking banners.
Wow.
That are hanging up there at Lucas Oil Stadium.
So many of them.
Yeah, you're damn right.
Yeah, one Super Bowl one.
They're all good ones. So this angle isn't fantastic. We'll hope for another one.
Low snap, too, though.
Yeah, low snap. He also only takes a couple steps. Let's go back to the beginning of this thing. And the whole thing just froze, of course. So this punt, we'll try to get it from directly on the side.
It's the only angle they sent us.
Yep, got it. So, and I think it's probably the only angle they put on it, because normally the punt play leads right to commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Even if somebody hits a 58-yard fucking fair catch. If you just look, okay, at the goddamn line. This is the line of scrimmage right here, all right? So 60 yards is the line of scrimmage is at the 20 to the other 20. So you move it up 7, so the line's like the 27. So they have to get from the fucking 13 to the 27. They have humans attempting to block them out here. So it's not just a direct sprint. There is misdirection. There's already a couple loops happening. If you see, he probably started out here, so he comes in this way because he knows it's going to be. So he's not running directly 58 yards either. You start doing some math on what people run at 40s and clock time. To get 58 yards, you think at least 5 seconds, 6 seconds, but then they're rerouted. That's like 7 seconds, 8 seconds, with a snap to kick being 1.67 or what, 2 seconds total. He had to hit this ball so fucking high, and they're waiting. This dude's waiting on him. This dude is waiting on his fucking, it is incredible at what he was able to accomplish. And I just hope Tommy Townsend continues to get the respect that he deserves, because he fucking murders balls. And he takes small little steps and he sits back and he punts that fucker straight up in the air. And it takes massive courage to do that, because if you hit one bad when you're aiming up like this, that thing's going real short. So normally people trade a little bit lower trajectory, a little safer. If you miss, it's probably going to go like 35, 40 yards as opposed to like 10, 11 yards when you're trying to punt that fucker straight up. So I got massive respect for that dude. He has great hair, a big leg, and I think massive balls whenever he's punting. And I appreciate the hell out of that American man punting balls for the Kansas City Chiefs, AJ Hawk.
He flipped the field, man. That's what punters can do to affect a game. And like you said, it usually goes right into commercial, and people don't really pay attention. They gloss over it. But if you go back and look at games afterwards, like when guys consistently, no one's consistently hitting 58-yard fair catches, but when they consistently can kind of flip the field for you, it's huge.
I don't know how many people are hitting 58-yard fair catches right now. I don't, I think I have maybe one, maybe two. I don't know. I couldn't even tell you. I was a fair catch guy too. Gave up little to no yards. That was my entire mission, the entire game. Like, we're trying to give up no yards here. We want fair catches. We want to be able to flip the field a little bit, but we don't want to give anything up. We would like full court defense, half court offense. Let's figure out how we can do that and get a couple good gunners. But what Tommy Townsend is doing, it's a home run derby when that motherfucker steps into the batter's box. It is. And it's everyone. You hear every commentator. If it's CBS, Fox, NBC, everyone goes, that's a big ball. Because those fucking commentators can see when the ball goes up. I think for that guy, he's hitting cloud scrapers too. I mean, that shit, I think they're doing like.
Did Romo love this one? Did Romo get juiced?
No, he gave good strategy too. He talked about why the height is more important than necessarily the distance in the NFL, because the rules in the NFL, I don't think he dove into it completely, but the rules in the NFL, only 2 guys are allowed to leave line of scrimmage before the ball is punted. So hang time is very, 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 very important. And that dude's hitting some of the biggest balls I have ever seen in my entire life. So fucking good on him. Let's keep that thing going.
For a team like the Chiefs, too, to have a weapon at punter where it's like, you're
never going to punt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're not expecting that guy to punt a whole lot, but when he does and he's hitting fucking nukes like that, it's like, yeah, that's massive.
So every punt he hits matters. So he won't get as many ops as some people that have bad offenses. And I'm not saying because I've been in these shoes before, because I was with Peyton Manning for a couple of years and then Andrew Luck, and all anybody says, I don't want to see a punt at all. It could happen too. Patrick Mahomes, I'm sure he is, said it all the time. And all that means to other punters is like, so every ball this dude hits matters. So if you're punting the ball 7 times a game, you can go like 4 of 7 and your average still be good and everything like that. You're punting the ball 2 fucking times a game. I mean, you hit one bad one, that's going to carry down your entire fucking season. So, like, the fact that he is doing a high risk, like, I don't even want to put it in the universe. I don't even want to put it in the universe because I'm sure Tommy's probably going to see this. Somebody's going to send it to him. But he knows, like, when you're doing that, you're sitting back. Like, there is, I mean, the sweet spot gets even smaller.
Is that the only way he knows how to punt, though? Is that the only way he does punt?
I fucking hope so, because if that's the case, it's like he's going to be good forever. Unreal. He murdered, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. Yeah. People should be talking about it, though.
Very impressive.
That guy fucking murders ball. And the young guy for the Vikings, Ryan Wright, he demolishes fucking balls. There's some young dudes in the NFL right now that are just blasting footballs. And it kind of makes me excited.
Yeah.
With that being said, we would all like offense to dominate the games. We don't want to see a lot of punts. But if we're going to see a punt, we might as well get that hang. Hey, when Tommy Townsend is playing, networks, bring that hang time clock back. And let somebody that actually knows kicking that you have around run the hang time clock, so we can get an actual time on it. Because I'd like to see what this fucking dude's doing in games, let alone in practice. I want to see what this guy's doing in games because I don't know if there's anybody maybe in the history, he hits fucking. I've never seen a ball go as high as he was hitting balls whenever I was watching him in warm-ups. I was just sitting in the suite like, I was thinking about coming back and maybe punting this year. What a joke. That guy is doing that type of shit. It's insane. It's cool. It's awesome. And he's going to get a lot of random piss tests. He needs to just go ahead and get the bladder ready to operate on command. That penis needs to do a lot of showing whenever, there's a little bit of going. But he needs to get that cup filled so his life isn't wasted from all of this. And it's a compliment. It's not a bad thing.
Well, and like you said, too, especially responding after your rookie year, you have a punt like that for a lot of guys could just be like, I'm done. And for him to respond this way and be an actual weapon, it says a lot about him.
It's just a cool thing to watch, and he won't get as many opportunities and will never get talked about. Travis Kelce going on his way to be the greatest tight end of all time. Patrick Mahomes going on his way to be the greatest quarterback of all time. They got weapons, and Andy Reid going on trying to be one of the greatest coaches of all time. It's like, I don't know if anybody's really chit-chatting about the guy that's punting on 4th down, but I will certainly take the time to acknowledge something special. 58-yard fair catches don't happen often. Wow. We should normally 45, 47, you'll get the 30-some yarders in the pooch area fair caught, 40-some yarders, to be almost 60 yards, just physics-wise. Yeah. That's got to go real fucking high. Unless you got 2 guys running 4.1s out there that I just don't know exist. That's very impressive. Let's talk about a couple of things we haven't chatted about. The Eagles are still the fucking Eagles, it appears. Sirianni was dog walking people at the end of that game and then walking off the field. How about them Eagles? Sees the camera. How about them Eagles? I love this guy. I think they do too. And goddamn, whenever they scanned that stadium in Philadelphia last night, I saw all the John smacking the chairs and yelling. I'm like, Philadelphia is the city that deserves this team, this moment, in this record that they have. Only team left undefeated. Jalen Hurts seems to be the perfect fucking quarterback, not only on the field and his ability to move and throw, but how he handles everything. Seems like him and Jalen Hurts might be the perfect match made in heaven, or him and Sirianni might be the match made in heaven. I love watching this Eagles team play football. And on the flip side, Cooper Rush makes some mistakes, throws 3 picks, they lose. Now Dak can come back in. He is the hero. They didn't stop a heater. It seems like a win in the long run for the Cowboys, but the fucking Eagles, man, what a team and what a year for all the Johns in Eastern Pennsylvania.
Well, Sirianni's awesome. I mean, everything he's doing, you see the videos from the locker room after the game, like these dudes, and on the sideline towards the end of the game, he and Fletcher Cox as Sirianni's yelling at the Cowboys and he's pissed at him. Like, I just like, it seems like, all right, Sirianni's definitely in charge of this team. It goes through him, but everybody is having a ton of fun. They're super confident and they're making plays. And if they can continue this, who's going to stop them? And I see Jalen Hurts. I saw the cool pregame feature. He did a little sit down. They showed him some videos of his dad talking to him, like
high school coach.
What a cool like relationship. His dad obviously seems like he was very like strict on him and like hard on him in a good way. And you see Jalen Hurts seems like a guy that, this guy is like the leader that we need.
Yeah, that piece was awesome. And I think, those types of things help us all out and understand our superstars in the NFL. Jalen Hurts' dad being a high school football guy for a long time. Long time high school football coach. So and he wasn't like a soft high school football coach. It was like, so Jalen, when he's a child, like little baby, he's in the locker room watching his dad and, hey, the commitment and what you need to do. And it's like you hear these stories from him at Alabama. And then when he was at Oklahoma, then he starts sliding in the draft for whatever reason and Philadelphia Eagles get him. And Carson Wentz can't handle it, right? That's kind of the conversation is that Carson couldn't handle Jalen in there. Jalen said, I'm just coming in to come to work. That Jalen's like, I'm just coming to work, which I assume he and his dad had chatted about, right? His dad's probably pretty big say in his entire football makeup, which makes sense because he's been around the game a long time. But you think back to Doug and, you think back to Carson in there and you think back to the situation with Jalen being dropped in there and what we know about him now. He's an alpha. He's a leader. He's a dog. He's really fucking good. You could see how that might cause some shit in the universe over there. And I bet you Philadelphia is thanking all the Johns anytime they get a chance that they were able to get Jalen and then mixing him with that Paisano offensive-minded head coach who, he's still that Mount Union guy that wants to go over. You know what I mean? Like, he's still that Mount Union wide receiver that wants to go over and fight. Like, I love this team.
He's having fun. Sirianni's having a great time, it seems like, doesn't it?
I love it, dude. I fucking love everything about watching them. I'm happy they were on primetime. Now, I did have to watch the second half this morning.
Sure.
Yeah. Makes sense.
It's a late night.
First half was
long Saturday. I apologize. It was a long Saturday. Okay, I think this is going to become a trend here. I don't know how many game days there are, but I do know that I'm lucky to be there, pumped to be there, have a blast to be there. Those Saturday morning wake-up calls weren't always there before.
Sure.
We do this Monday through Friday, and then Saturday I'll be able to sleep in a little bit, do my thing. Now it's like, hey, wake up. You got like one of the biggest shows in the history of sports to do.
Yeah, for 3 hours.
For 3 hours at 5 a.m. It's like, hey, let's go. So it's been a beautiful, I've had the time of my life. They've allotted me opportunities to do stuff that they should never allot me to do. I'm thankful for it. I enjoy the fuck out of it. Peyton was awesome. I got to direct a goddamn band this weekend with Peyton Manning. I got a chance to jump in their river. I've been told by numerous people since then that river is disgusting. So there is a chance I catch something. Felt good to me. The waters felt fine. Very chilly. It's an honor. But I do get a little bit more tired, I think, on Sunday nights, I'm realizing. So Sunday, I passed out at halftime. Had to watch a game this morning. I watched Philadelphia Eagles play at fucking 7 a.m. I watched the Philadelphia Eagles play at goddamn noon. I will watch the Philadelphia Eagles play football with this team. That defense, too. Like, we're not even talking about the defense. Barry and the boys back there, Barry and the boys, they are fucking
that D-line. How about that D-line, man? Yeah.
Well,
everywhere, all three levels, really.
Yeah,
but
the
D-line is fun to watch.
Too.
Yeah, Slay is just making plays. It's like, and you talk to Sirianni, he's like, how lucky am I? The offensive line got fucking Jason Kelsey, who's a dog, just absolute perfect mindset for a Sirianni offense, right? I mean, perfect mindset for a Sirianni team. He's the perfect for Philadelphia. Guy out of Cleveland is perfect for Philadelphia. Makes sense if you start kind of piecing it together and who he is. Then you got Cox on the other side. He's like, I got leaders and dogs on the offensive line and defensive line, which is exactly where the team builds through. In that first press conference, we all thought, this guy's a fucking dipshit.
What the hell?
But then I started getting messages from people in the Colts building, and they're like, we don't know how he'll be as a head coach. We do not know how he'll be as a head coach. But we fucking loved him in this building. I'm like, okay. People I respect are saying that they fucking love this guy. I'm happy he hasn't changed. I'm happy the team's going. And I'm happy Jalen Hurts appears to be a fucking dude because that was the only question mark coming into the year.
Yeah, I mean, Sirianni, his energy is just infectious. Like, you could tell. I mean, and granted, it's a lot easier when you're undefeated, but, like, we talked about with Ken Dorsey, going crazy and how those guys responded and how they love it because it's like, okay, this guy really wants to fucking win. Like, he wants to win as much as we do. And it is very evident that Sirianni loves all the guys that he's coaching, and he wants to win more than just about anybody. I mean, motherfucking players and coaches at the end of the game. Like, he's a madman, but he obviously loves what he's doing, and he's just so unique that it's hard not to love him.
I never played for a team that Sirianni has coached, obviously. But Bruce Arians, getting a chance to play for a team in which he acts and the way he operates, he's talking shit to the defense. He's not scared to be like, hey, let's go fucking beat these guys. That type of leadership, especially if you're winning, AJ, goes real far. That goes a long way with the boys.
It goes even farther in Philly, I think, than anywhere else. Like, Philly, I give credit to Sirianni, too. Like, if there's ever a place where a coach would be likely to pander to the home crowd and to everyone in his interviews and press conferences, it would be Philly because you want to keep them on your side somehow. But he's got them on their side, by winning. That's all that matters. But also, I think being authentic and being real and not trying to pander to what he thinks Philly wants.
Yeah, I love him over there, and I think the Philadelphia fans love him until they start losing.
Yeah, right, sure.
Then Philly will be,
Philly
again. The silver lining playbook will be, hey, fucking new coach.
Well, they're all fired up already this weekend because the Phillies are in the NLCS. So, going into Sunday Night Football, that town is already fucking.
Bro, think about all the Johns there.
Is he throwing the first pitch?
He should.
They should. Hey, I was kind of disappointed by NBC.
What's that?
What did they do?
He should be throwing the opening pitch.
He should be.
I thought the pause right there was me watching him do a full fucking
burn one.
Yeah, glove on.
Yep. Yeah.
He's going out there glove on.
Full uniform, maybe?
Yeah, I think so, and he is fucking I'm getting an opportunity to throw opening.
Yeah.
Go. In the playoffs?
Do it.
He's going.
Make that right.
Make it happen, Phillies.
Yeah.
Hey, Phillies, let's make that happen. Let's get him a glove and a uni.
Right.
We're not – don't make a caricature out of yourself, obviously, Coach.
Well,
but I mean, you only get this – how many times you get this opportunity, Coach?
Rip it.
Let's take advantage of this opportunity here. Anyways, back to it. They showed the strip. They said, are you Pats or Geno's? NBC.
Yeah.
And I heard every John go, come on.
These are tourist spots. Nobody fucking likes Pats or Geno's.
Do they stink? I don't think I remember if Pats or Geno's cheesesteaks actually taste good or not.
No idea. It just sounds because Ty said it so many times. I just know. Yeah, it does stink, and you have to go to Dallas Landros.
AJ, you ever stop by Pats or Geno's? You're a big tourist guy, yeah.
I've never been to either spot, actually. No.
I think I have.
I go off what Ty says. Ty is my cheesecake guy, cheesesteak guy.
I do like
also
cheesecake
too. Yeah. Well, you order from Cheesecake more than us, though.
True.
So.
I hate cheesecake.
You're the
I like
authority.
cheesecake, but I love the restaurant.
Yeah, I don't like cheesecake either. Texture, I can't do.
Gross.
Yeah.
Oh, so
I had
good.
a little cheat day yesterday.
Did you?
Ooh, well, the food.
Well, the food at the stadium kind of set it off.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Some nachos. We figured out which ones are. So got some nachos in there. Oh,
Pie.
oh, the apple pie. How could I not?
Ooh.
Had crunch on top. Am I an American or not?
Chocolate covered Nutter Butters.
Are we?
What?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm
Oh,
telling
yeah.
you, we have figured it out. Shout out to the Colts yesterday.
Shout out.
So good.
Top to bottom.
They had Marvel Day, which we thought would be a big disappointment. It was not. It was actually pretty good. Raised trash for cash. A little game in the middle of the first quarter or second quarter, where a fan tries to throw a football through the back of like a trash car thing, almost. Pretty good sized square. You know, about that big, I'd say. About that big.
Dump truck?
Like those 4
Yeah.
windows behind you.
Yeah, I'd say.
Right.
Yeah, that's probably the right
Probably.
size, right there. And when I was playing, they were doing this thing. They were clearly picking people that had never thrown a football in their life. So people go out there and they look at that thing and they would, and it was just boom,
Clang.
boom, missing off the side. People would miss the entire thing from like 5 feet the first shot. 5 feet. It's not even, it's almost like a please get this right. And they were clearly picking people that had never touched a football before. Then they went on a little bit of run. They got some like real, and then this last lady, okay, who got signed yesterday, I'm like, oh, Ray's up to her old tricks again. Ray's got somebody, because the first throw, she had the ball, she was told to put her hand on the laces. You can tell that. First throw, she turned that son of a bitch sideways. We're like, here we go again.
Uh-oh.
I watched this lady learn how to throw a football in the middle of this. She fucking hit every one of them. You get a certain amount of time to hit 3 shots. From her first throw to her last throw, I think we watched this lady who might have been 65, 70 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Might have been. I watched her learn how to throw a football, and she fucking took them for everything.
Hell yeah.
Boom, boom. It was electrifying. Then obviously the Colts have a big comeback win at the end. It was a good day at the Sweet yesterday, but it did cause me to go into a full cheat day. Had some ice cream last night.
Ooh, what kind?
I haven't had that in a long time. I haven't had ice cream in a long time. Cookies and cream. Of
course.
Got some.
Nice.
Hot fudge was an option.
Oh, nice.
They bring me a cup of hot fudge, put that on extra Oreos on the side.
Where is this?
It's Crave place I order from. It's called Crave. Okay. It's too close to my house. It wasn't on my DoorDash at my last home. This home, it's right there. It's 7 minutes.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
7
Dangerous.
minutes.
Good for ice cream.
I got home from Colts game. Colts just got a big win in the car. Didn't see the throw. Saw the pose for the throw because Hulu froze on the phone.
Yep.
And then saw the celebration afterwards. About to lay down, watch Chiefs Bills.
Get some ice cream.
Why not? I just had apple pie.
Yeah.
I mean, my fucking whole keto thing's already ruined anyways. I get on there. It says 8 minutes.
Unbelievable.
Kidding me?
Give me 35 cookies. Those things are all now sitting in the kitchen. Today's not a cheat day.
Okay.
Today, I find out about me, AJ. Today, I learn a lot about me when I get home.
Get him out of there then. Get him out of there.
What am I supposed to do? Just fucking...
Go donate him to somebody.
Well, they're going to be stale.
I'll eat them.
Go down to where Conman hangs out.
You bring them in here, they'll fucking disappear real quick.
Yeah, Meth Alley downtown would love those.
All right. All right, I'll bring them in the office. Okay. Although I would like to give cookies to Meth Alley if we ever have the opportunity to find a bakery near Meth Alley. I would like them to experience fresh cookies because it might be enough to get them off of what?
More
Meth.
Off of meth. No, Zito.
Probably
the
not.
other way is what I'm saying.
Yeah, nothing can get those people off meth. I've been watching them for
Need
months.
more.
You actually got binoculars to watch.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I would say we should certainly classify meth as one of those drugs. Never try.
Not a plant.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
They
not
make
a
it make it in somebody's bathtub. It's probably safe not to try it.
Yeah. Just never give it a go. There's people that get hooked on that stuff quick.
It's not a plant, right? Not a plant.
No,
Not a plant.
Well,
not just a plant.
you got to watch how meth is spelled, too.
That's right.
Because it casts spells. So whenever you see it spelled M-E-T-H, we got to think about what that really means psychologically as well.
You, me.
The.
Right.
Boom.
There's no I in meth, but there is a me.
There is.
And that's why.
Can't have it.
Because it's a very selfish decision to do
is.
that.
Bingo.
Think about what you're doing to your family. And
Think
to
about
everybody. Don't do meth.
Yeah,
AJ.
you're
Stop.
actually mething them up when you do it.
Yeah. You are mething them up. Like FC Barcelona.
Bingo.
Yep.
They methed it up when they let go of Methy. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase went back to the Bayou. And in the second half, they said, we still fucking got it. Joey Burrow wears Chase's jersey into the stadium that they won a national championship in. I was on the field, got a chance to watch him go to work. It was a glorious evening for the people of Baton Rouge. They called Baton Rouge afterwards. They know that the New Orleans, homecoming for Chase and Burrow was going to be electrifying. And it became just that in the second half as Chase notches 2 tuds and the Bengals get a big win over the Saints. I doubted the Bengals, AJ. I did. I said, I didn't know. I thought maybe the Saints would be able to get a win. Is Joe Burrow the same Joe Burrow? Is that offensive line able to do what they're able to do? I know Chase is a guy, but now everybody knows he's a guy, so they're going to be playing differently. Are the Bengals still the Bengals? They go down the Saints to get a massive win. I like the Bengals again all of a sudden. I think that's all I needed from me.
Do you put more into the win that the Bengals had when they traveled on the road and went and beat the Jets pretty good? Like, does that mean more now that we see who the Jets are?
Beat the Jets pretty good. The Jets now have a win over the Packers. They beat the Saints on the road. Who knows what the Saints are going to go on to do in that NFC South, which seems to be,
Yeah, wishy-washy.
Up in the air.
Wide open.
Up for anybody.
So you're 100% right. I do think those are big-time wins that maybe at the time of the Jets win, we go, on Mangled Day.
Yeah.
The Jets lay an egg on Mangled Day, of course. And then that was the receipt situation.
Yep.
And then that team has come around. They get a big win on the road against the Packers. Sauce has the helmet on, so maybe the Jets are a fucking different team than the Jets have been for a long time, which caused a lot of receipts, I'd assume. But nonetheless, the Jets seem to be back. I'm happy for them. I like this Bengals team again. They got an indoor practice facility that they're going to be using the rest of the year. Let's assume they're going to get extra reps in there. The offensive linemen's big bodies that are normally very sore and maybe don't want to get a couple extra reps out there in the next to the highway with no covering. Now they'll go out the indoor facility, continue to build the chemistry, continue to be able to protect Joe Burrow. And if you can protect Joe Burrow and you can run the rock, you can win a lot of games. Look at us. We're back in this fucking thing. That's how I feel about the Bengals right now. It's Overreaction Monday. That's how I feel.
That division is still wide open, too. Kaboli talked about it. You know, the Steelers are one game away from being in the cellar of the AFC and one game away from leading the division. So, like, that feels like, you know, it really is kind of anyone's game in terms of the next, like, 6 or 7 weeks. Who's going to win that division?
Hey, congrats to the Bengals.
There we go, Bengals.
Ravens can't hold on to a lead.
Yeah, the Ravens, hey, listen, we're talking about, okay, never mind. I was going to point at the division. Yeah, this one. We're talking about this one right here. Mark Kaboli dropped an interesting bar. Ty just repeated it. Steelers are 2-4. They win one of those games, they're going to be 3-4. Ravens can lose. They'll be tied for first in the AFC. They lose, and they're 1-5, last place in the AFC. So this is now potentially the NFC East at the beginning of this whole thing, right?
Yeah,
at the beginning of this whole thing. But the AFC as a whole has a lot of parity going on. But the AFC North, wide the fuck open. The team that's in the lead, the Baltimore Ravens, we would have assumed that they'd be able to just, you know, put their foot down and beat the fuck out of everybody.
Yep.
They got Lamar Jackson. They got a healthy running back situation as opposed to last year where they lost their top 5 running backs or something like that. Mark Andrews, their weapon is still there. They lose Hollywood Brown, but they feel as if they got enough weapons to have success. The defense is still the defense, and Harbaugh's running the special teams, so you know the special teams is good. With the rest of the AFC North being what the AFC North is, Steelers are in turnover. Browns are in turnover. Yeah. The Bengals are really the only ones you got to worry about, but they still got to figure out the offensive line. Going into the season, it was like, hey, Ravens are about to run the AFC North. No offense to the Bengals. That was what being, not by us. We're just talking about what the world was saying about the Ravens. Then they don't get that deal done with Lamar Jackson. Then they aren't able to, you know, close games out. You have to wonder if the Ravens are fucking biting themselves and yelling at themselves now because they didn't get that Lamar Jackson deal done. There was a couple plays yesterday I was watching where Lamar would bust out and he'd start running and he would bounce out of bounds, right? Skip out of bounds. And I'm like, in the back of his mind, how do we know that if Lamar Jackson has $235 million guaranteed, which he is rightfully due because the Cleveland Browns set a new quarterback market when they paid Deshaun Watson $230 million guaranteed without him ever accomplishing anything near that Lamar Jackson has accomplished. So if he gets 235 M's guaranteed, which is more than what Deshaun got in his own division into quarterback position that he is better than, they pay him that. I'm assuming there's some plays that he sticks and goes back, and he's taking that thing for 40. I think they're a different team now because of that decision, and I don't think Lamar's a bad person for this. Yeah. I think Lamar has to look out for himself, and who knows if Lamar's even doing it on purpose or if Lamar's just like, I still got to run for my bag right now. I haven't got my bag right now. If that's adjusting his game at all, you would have to think that the Ravens are thinking to themselves, why didn't we just fucking pay this guy? And I'm wondering, why didn't they just fucking pay this guy? What is the deal? What does the future look like? And do you like the Ravens going forward? I think I love everything about him, just like I did going into the season. But like, it just feels like there's a negative hanging over for whatever reason. And I think it's because of the goddamn deal.
Yeah, and that's the first thing anyone talks about when you talk about the Ravens. If they lose a game, like, okay, why hadn't they got this done before? How much impact does it have on Lamar's play? I don't think he's like actively doing anything different, but you would assume subconsciously there's certain, like, hey, they're not completely all in on me. I'm going to step out of bounds every once in a while, which he doesn't. Like, he still is putting himself in a lot of danger all the time. But, yeah, what would this look like? How, like, I don't know if it's splitting anybody apart. If other guys in the team are like, man, why didn't they pay this dude? Like, they need to pay Lamar. He is our franchise right now. Well, I don't know, man. I still am not out on the Ravens, though. I still feel good about them and good about what Lamar can do.
They got Lamar, so I'm still in on it.
Yeah.
Just because Lamar can do what Lamar can do. But you're right, the teammates going, This guy's won an MVP. This guy's done everything right. He's loved in the community. He's loved at home. Off the field, he's felt like, why aren't... It's hard not to think like that every once in a while. And once again, we're not saying that that is definitely the case. We're just hypothesizing about that potentially taking place because you could see how humans could maybe act that way. Connor?
Yeah, I mean, we watched a clip, last week, 2 weeks ago, of one of the faces of the Ravens, Ed Reed, saying, like, hey, obviously you can't, go out there and play completely different, but you do have to remember, like, hey, this is a business. If I do need to get out of bounds so I don't get hurt so I can be paid, like, that probably is a thought in his head. In the play yesterday too, he really did just take a immediate direct left when I wasn't on the field, but it looked as though he could have possibly made a guy miss and continue running the ball.
And that was early in the game. It wasn't at the end of the game when they're not able to put people away for whatever reason, not able to get a stop. And congrats to Wink getting a big win against the Ravens. And I wonder, and now we're hypothesizing about a hypothesis.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
What if Wink, the disagreement, he'd been with Harbaugh a long time in Baltimore. Long time. What if Wink, had a little bit of, why aren't we fucking paying this guy? Like, what if that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that would be the case. What did take place? We heard Wink talk last week about how him and Harbaugh are family, and family get into it. I think we all understand that happens with families in real life and real situations. And he talked about it. He never really said what happened or how it happened. Will we ever know? We don't know. There's some people that said philosophical differences. It's like, well, you guys have been together for a long time, so when did the philosophical differences come? Is it in how you play? Is it how you build the roster? Is it how you treat people? Like, why did Wink, who worked so well in Baltimore, with Baltimore having a team that looked like they were going to go on a run, end up leaving and going to the Giants, which it is working out perfectly for Wink. It's like, what was it in Baltimore, you think, that drove Wink out of there or drove Wink and everybody else apart? And was there a division? And did Wink really just say, you know what? We got Lamar healthy. We got like 4 running backs. We got our defense still. Yeah, I want to leave. And that doesn't sound like the way Wink is as a human. Maybe it's because
it had to be something. It had to be a slow build, don't you think? Like, okay, like there had to be little moments over a couple years, maybe even, where both of them, Harbaugh and Wink, thought of themselves. Like Harbaugh maybe thought, hey, what would it be like with a different D coordinator? And Wink may be thinking, hey, what would it be like as a head coach or a D coordinator on another team somewhere else? And now we're getting to see that in New York, and he has Thibodeau end the game on a strip sack of Lamar. So it's got to feel pretty good for Wink.
Then did you see how fucking happy and pumped Thibodeau was afterwards? There's people that saying they didn't want him on their team. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Because he talked about crypto.
Yeah.
Which
he was, in fact.
We don't know if that was.
NFTs.
We don't want to judge that. But he wasn't interested in football because he believed and talked about this new shit or whatever. It basically was, that's how he went from being the number 1 overall pick to falling to the Giants, in just 1 year later. It's like, what? I thought a year ago this guy was going number 1 overall. Yeah, we learned some stuff. Well, didn't they win? What did you? Oh, this guy, he's a fucking turd. Yeah. Oh, he's bad teammate? No, his teammates like him, actually. Bad on the field? No, he's still real good. Yeah, he's actually got better on the field. Yeah. What was it? Fucking loves these NFTs. Man.
Doesn't only talk about football.
What a fucking weirdo. You want an NFT guy rushing a passer in the NFL? It's like, in 2022, you might have to.
Not on my defense. No.
Is that what somebody's thinking, AJ, you think?
Some old school idiot, yeah.
Is that what it was? Is that why Thibodeau... I don't think we've still got an answer, right? They just say, he talked about weird stuff. It's like, what's weird stuff? Like going to an adult movie place and putting your penis in a hole in a wall? That's weird stuff. Yeah. Is that what he's doing?
Qualifies. But that's old school stuff. That's not weird to the old school guys.
I'd rather have my...
That's weird. You fuckers probably, getting pissed on? Like, that's weird. What are we talking about? He's talking about NFTs? That's weird, I guess.
Pokemon.
Is that what is the level of, why is this guy not the first pick overall anymore? We were trying to figure that out, weren't we? I mean, because at that point, we weren't as invested in college football as we should have been.
Mm-hmm. Not like now.
So whenever we see this guy and everything he was accomplishing and his resume, we're like, this is not the guy. They're like, no, not the guy. Then he goes, turns out he is the fucking guy, it sounds like. Yep. And he's emotional and loves football. The guy was crying afterwards, talking about how awesome it was. That's a guy you want Give me 11 of those dudes having it everywhere, as opposed to the conversation I had before. So we'd like to let Thibodeau know that it was fucked up what was being said about him around everywhere. But it also might have been the Giants telling everybody that. Sure. So they could potentially get. We can't trust anybody. We can't trust anything in this world, Ty.
That makes sense. I hadn't even thought about that. It could have been the ones, but he was like up until like a week before the draft, he was like a massive favorite to be the first pick, and then boom, all of a sudden, it's like, actually, this guy's maybe not going to go in the first round.
People are talking about he was called a turd, wasn't he? I mean, he was being described as a turd. I think I'm trying to remember.
He said that one thing about wasn't it like not listening to a coach because he knows more about football than he does or something like that? That was the one thing.
Yeah, which I guess if that was an everyday occurrence, which we don't know. Once again, we did not do enough research. We're just telling you what people were telling us about old cousin. It's like, he's a bad guy. Can somebody tell us why this guy's a bad guy? Wink's got him flying around. I think Wink has done that with everybody. They were our coaches at the Pro Bowl. Everybody fucking loved Wink immediately. People were like, oh, I know Wink, 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 Wink. Had a beer with him. He was great. I wonder why he left Baltimore and what's going on in Baltimore. And why don't they just pay the fucking guy? Just pay the guy who's money, man.
Could they do it now? Do you think they could do it now?
Well, he cut off the negotiation window, but since he does represent himself and he is not franchise tag, you can't negotiate during certain periods. He's just under contract. He can fucking negotiate anytime he wants.
They bring him that number.
Yeah, he'd sign tomorrow if they offered him $235 million.
What was D-Butt saying? He was saying 4 years, $200 million, or 5 years, $200 million? I forget what it was. 4 years.
I think 200.
4 years, $200 million. Make it guaranteed. Just get it on with it. You guys both got a deal. Is that affecting anything? We will never know because the brain is an interesting thing. Speaking of the brain, we tell people on the internet to open their brain up and let it all out. And they won't be judged for being ridiculous or dramatic. No, they'll be celebrated because on these Mondays, it's not just AJ Hawk overreacting to every fucking game. No. It's not just the toxic table. No. It's not just Tone Diggs or myself and everybody that has to speak about sports on television. It's everybody that's in the NFL fanhood. It's everybody in the NFL fan universe. How could you not overreact to your team? So we send out a bird call every single Monday morning and say, excuse me, use hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but, and let it all out. And we got a bunch of great answers this morning. Let's read through some of those tweets in a segment that has survived a long, long time because overreactions will be great until the end of time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but we're going to win the Super Bowl. With that being said, a lot of shit to figure out. We fucking suck. That's Overreaction Monday in a nutshell.
Yeah, that's right.
Both ways.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Colts are going to win the Super Bowl. A lot of shit to figure out. We look like we fucking sucked yesterday, but then we won, so who cares? Let's go to our first tweet that Ty Schmidt picked out. This one's from Daniel Ruffner, at Ruffner_Daniel. Hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but this might just be our year. Bills Mafia has to be feeling that way. It's almost like with the Dawson Knox touchdown for his brother and the tweet, you got the universe pulling for him there. With Josh Allen taking yet another step, not only on the field, but in leadership and in superstardom and handling it all in beautiful fashion, it's like maybe it is there. Stephon Diggs making plays still, dominant. Maybe it is there. Jordan Poyer on the defensive side grabbing the ball. Maybe it is there. That team feels like they can go. If you're getting 98-yard touchdowns on your first drive against the Pittsburgh Steelers' legendary defense, now they're route players, but if you're getting 98-yard touchdowns to Gabe Davis, who scores 9 in his last 7 games now. Last night he made a hand, it was an over-the-shoulder hand. Did you see the way he fucking caught that ball? Yep. That ball's coming over his shoulder like this, and he catches that thing like this. Like that is,
snagged.
His hands are fucking unbelievable. And he's a deep threat. I mean, that is just a weapon that nobody else seems to have at this point. It might be the Bills' year. I don't think that's an overreaction at all, AJ Hawk.
Not even close to an overreaction there. Yeah, if you're a Bills fan, yeah, you should absolutely feel like of any year like this, I feel really, really good about where we are right now. Now, it is October 17th. We hope they feel that way in December or January.
They're a third of the way through the regular season.
Yeah.
Von Miller, they pay a bunch of money to. They bring in what they thought was a hole in their roster last season that made them not win. They bring in Von Miller. He's picking up 2 sacks a fucking game. He might have his best season he's ever had because the Bills' offense gives him a lead, and then Von Miller gets the hunt. It's a great recipe for that Buffalo Bills team to have a lot of success.
Yeah, and they've been playing without their number 1 corner, Tre'Davious White. So you get that guy back soon. That team really, it does feel like it is their year.
Jordan Poyer's in a Mercedes right now driving across Ohio, I believe, to get back to Western New York and Buffalo. He's looking for a contract playing through a potential collapse. I mean, what a fucking team, a culture, a vibe, a fan base. And maybe a year they'll be remembered forever.
Yeah, it's actually the Bills are by far the toughest team to pick tweets for from this because it doesn't feel like anything people are tweeting is an overreaction. It's like, yep, that's about par for the course.
Yeah, it might be our year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
We agree. Yeah,
absolutely.
They lose to the Dolphins. Not able to get that snap off at the end. A missed throw by Josh Allen that never happens to Diggs, I believe, out on the right side, a little bit short. They're looking at themselves, pissed off that they're not undefeated. And we're all thinking to ourselves, they got that loss, so it's like the team that is so talented had like a wake-up call, and it was when Ken Dorsey lost his fucking mind, and they lost that team. It's like now they got their edge back, too. It's a wild recipe for the Bills not to win, it seems like.
And Von Miller talks about it. Like, they don't have like we're up 31-0. Let's just kind of go safe and, take this one home. Like, they are trying to put their fucking knife in the goddamn other team.
Why not win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, exactly.
Why not? Why not? What's next, Foxy? College Town Cop. Okay. It's a troll account, but hashtag PMS. I don't want to overreact. But Tom Brady's time in the NFL is over. He needs to hang him up. Dude hardly took part in the team's preparation for the game and couldn't beat a second-string Steelers secondary. He's just hurting himself, his family, and his teammates at this point. College Town Cop fucking has a lot of feelings here.
Yeah.
College Town Cop isn't just worried about the NFL or football. He's worried about Tom Brady off the field as well. We know that this unretirement allegedly drove a wedge, the final stake, through Giselle and Tom's marriage. They are getting a divorce. They're hiring divorce lawyers. Allegedly, remember, we don't know what's all going on. It appears as if his personal life is in shambles. Then you think about his football life. This man who is the greatest of all time in everybody's eyes could have retired and took a $375 million job with Fox calling games just a few months ago. Now everybody's thinking this guy doesn't care about his team. He's not showing up at walkthroughs. He's missing this other stuff. His team stinks. He can't beat these people anymore. None of it looks good right now. And Tom Brady, I hope, is taking all this in so he can come out on the other side even stronger. But it appears as if this unretirement was a bad decision at this point, AJ Hawk.
Yeah, I wonder what Tom thinks when he's sitting by himself, maybe after he gets done with his show that he does today on Mondays with Jim Gray or tonight.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
Does he think like, okay, if I had to reevaluate, would I still come back? Would I stay retired? I still think Tom loves ball. He wants to play football. I don't think his confidence is down, anything. I think he wants to get things right, and he's going to do whatever it takes to get them right. And I think, who knows? We'll see if the rest of the team can come with him.
Todd Bowles, I guess, mentioned before this past game, that a lot of people had been riding the high of the Super Bowl from 2 years still, and he's trying to get that worked out. Todd Bowles was an assistant coach last year, defensive coordinator. He probably saw that around the building thinking, oh, these guys think that they made it because they won a Super Bowl last year. If he's thinking that that's seeping into this year yet again, what the fuck, boys?
Bad.
A lot of vets down there. Let's go ahead and figure it out, hopefully. And if you're Tom, I hope the pillow talk to yourself is comfortable. I hope it's upbeat. And I hope it isn't second-guessing anything. We love watching you play football, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Love watching you play, Tom. Nobody's going to forget how great you were, Tom.
Nope.
Maybe.
Play as long as you want.
He's done. I think he is. That's kind of the why.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem.
Let's go to the next overreaction. This is from Adam Siebert, or Seibert.
Seibert? Sieberts.
E before
Maybe
I.
Cy.
Sounds like Y.
Is that what it says?
Except for words that sound like A.
Adam
What?
Sabert. That's what you're saying?
I just know what the saying is, so I'm not
I think
positive.
it's I before E except after C.
Yes.
I never knew the E before I sounds like a Y. That sounds like a very, is that what?
Sounds right. When I said it,
did you make it up or no?
I did make it up.
I think you made that up.
I did,
but it sounds right.
But it sounds right.
Adam Seibert says, hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but Cardinals suck. Kingsbury's time as a head coach should end soon. Poor defense and even worse offense. This does appear to be the reaction from everybody in Arizona right now. Why isn't it working, AJ? Cliff just got re-upped, I think. Kyler just got re-upped. And for whatever reason, they do not click, it appears. And how many years is the potential going to be the conversation? This team could be, this team could be, this team could be. Well, they're going to have to before some fucking real noise gets made. They get Robbie Anderson from Carolina this morning. Hollywood Brown gets an MRI today. Ian Rappaport says might be a season long. We will find out. And they are fearing that it could be a long time. D-Hop gets back. Will their offense change and the vibe change that much? We shall see. But goddamn, there's room to panic, I think, in Phoenix, AJ Hawk.
Well, if you add D-Hop and Robbie Anderson in the next like 3 or 4 games, we don't see like a big jump in their offense and them consistently moving the ball and putting points on the board, then probably should start to panic pretty hard if you are the Arizona Cardinals fans or on that squad.
Why doesn't it click? What is it?
Are they not clicking? Is it head coach and Kyler?
Yeah.
Does it start there?
Well, it's quarterback play and it's quarterback play.
What?
Ron Rivera, one word over there?
Hey.
I mean, Kyler stunk at quarterback this year so far.
Dude, in the second half, he's been great, though. Why is that?
Not yesterday.
Is that because they've been down and they're getting softer defenses, so it's easier to make plays? What is
makes no sense.
When the rubber hits the road, okay, who will get blamed? From external sources, I'd like to hear from internal. Who is, in the locker room? Who's the problem here? Somebody knows something. We're not going to hear it. Hopefully we don't hear it. If we do hear it.
Different fingers everywhere pointing at different people. That could be the problem, and we know that is a huge problem if everybody's pointing fingers at different people.
And even more so, if we do hear it, then we got leaks in the locker. Then you're in deep shit. Yeah. Then it's like, there's huge trouble brewing in paradise. Phoenix is paradise.
Wait, they have Amazon, right? Aren't they filming right now?
Hard Knocks.
Yeah,
it's Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Does it start this?
I think it starts like this week. I think
Tuesday. Is that tomorrow or is it next week?
It might be next Tuesday.
Yeah, because they have Thursday Night Football this week.
Good luck to NFL Film. I mean, NFL Films and us do something, and we're very thankful for our relationship with NFL Films. If anybody's on the Hard Knocks team in season that's working on our stuff, go ahead and go over that. We need it. We need all the good stuff.
It doesn't start till November 9th. We got them.
Damn, I thought it was week 7.
Yeah, I thought it was after the Thursday Night Football game because that's when the Colts start.
I think it's only happened once.
The internet says November 9th.
What the hell?
Hey, this is setting up just
we
like
need
the
this
Colts.
now.
We need it now.
We want the ball, and we're going to score.
That's right.
It is setting up like the Colts. Colts are like 2-4 or 1-5.
Yeah.
And then turn it around and almost make the playoffs, lose the Clown Town, which we beat yesterday.
Revenge.
Sorry about it, going to Super Bowl. But the Arizona Cardinals are an interesting story.
Going to Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You just snuck that in there.
Let's go to the next overreaction. Charles Henline at the 5 is an S. Smart. You see that?
Oh yeah. Is the L a 1?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
This guy's a dog.
Charles 7-9, which was his number. He was an offensive lineman.
That's right.
Charles Henline, former high school offensive lineman, tweets, hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but the Colts ineptitude is now a thing of the past. O-line is spectacular. Okay, I did not read these. People remember that these are my first time. This is my first time reading this. We pieced together before even getting to that line. Charles is a high school offensive lineman. His number was 79. This guy was a fucking dog. Hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but the Colts ineptitude is now a thing of the past. O-line is spectacular, and Matty Ice has been resurrected. D is coming together. The first of multiple big games in February of this decade comes this season. Charles, that's what I'm talking about.
Yo, Chuck.
Charles, you're 100% right. And if you watch that entire game, you'd be saying the same exact thing, AJ. I'm sure you didn't get to catch every single down and every single snap for the Indianapolis Colts. I'll tell you, from beginning to end, spectacular football, electrifying football, Super Bowl winning football, all 4 quarters. Not just the highlight you saw to Alec Pierce. No. Not just the big ball to Jelani Woods. That was happening every single play. Foxy, you were in there. Wasn't it literally from the first snap to the last snap? It's like Colts football is all the way back on the offensive side of the ball.
Completely different team yesterday. I could not believe it. I love it. They are probably going to win the Super Bowl, actually.
What's your problem, Connor? What are you shaking your head?
Look, I want the Colts to be good. And, I've decided I will no longer ask for my taxes back from the city of Indianapolis because of their performance yesterday. With that being said, the only game they'll play in February is probably the Pro Bowl, and it'll probably only be Matt Ryan because he did look unbelievable, and he's going to throw for 6,000 yards this year.
That's it, AJ.
I'm on a group text with a lot of pretty much all of you guys, and I just going off like the roller coaster of emotions that it was. It just doesn't feel like you guys feel everybody, at least as a whole, is 100% sold that their O-line is fixed, that Matt Ryan is going to win the MVP, and that they're going to play in February in the Super Bowl.
I thought you left that group text.
I turn the notifications off so I can pop in and read when I need to. I don't have to get my phone dinging all the time.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, we like to stay connected. Sorry, we're a team.
So do I.
Sorry, our chemistry.
Man.
Sorry.
What?
Sorry about it, dude.
I'm still there, and I even participate in that thing, too.
You're lurking like a weirdo.
Yeah, I'm reading.
But we do see him. He pops in every once in a while.
True.
We got 3 words.
With requests, yeah. Hey, send me this.
Yeah, you're right.
Just doing that shit.
No, he adds. You have not added much to the combo.
No, next to
I'm not adding. I can't add you. I can't send like stories. You guys see everything before I do. I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Then send some funny gifts or something in there.
No, you said don't abuse it. You guys told me do not abuse it. I'm very coachable.
Who said that?
We did not say that.
Who fucking said that?
We did not
say
that.
You guys, every one of you said, oh, don't abuse the chat room, bro. Come on, man. Don't do that. I'm like, so I'm not going to say anything.
That's Ohio State. Is that the Ohio State chat room you're talking about? We're talking about a group text.
That's your porn group
only
text.
chat room. You know chat rooms I despise. This is the only one I'm in because I don't like doing it.
It's a group text. It's on chat room.
It's not one of your Omegle chatterbait things, AJ.
That's one of those things I started using with my buddies years ago as sarcasm that have turned into real life, like your chain.
So agree, exactly. Started as
of course.
What's it called? Started as parody.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, and then it became like
you ironic, and then boom, that's just me.
That was the question. I thought about you the other day as I was putting the necklace on. I was like, you remember when AJ? So you remember when you're doing this as a joke, and now it just became a full-time thing? It's like, yeah, it has. This one's real long. This one was lost in some baggage that I didn't know from like traveling WWE coming home.
Mm-hmm.
I just kept the bag packed, I guess, and I finally opened it, and then I reach into the sport coat, and it was this chain there. I'm like, oh, the fucking
here we go.
Good one.
The longest chain of all. I put it on my head immediately. I think I walked out to the couch, just started dying. The tank top thing, was gone there for 2 days.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
2 days.
Didn't think it was ever coming back.
Yeah. And you got 60 of those, and you only got like actually 2 T-shirts.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little difficult to change up the entire fashion. Amazon's been coming through, though. I've been just ordering waves of shit, and like 1 out of 5 is good.
Yeah, they're awesome.
So I'm batting like
good.
200 off of Amazon.
It's not bad.
You saw the 3-piece I put on.
Yeah.
After coming out of the Tennessee River, I got baptized, and I put a 3-piece on the other side. The dress shirt that I had on underneath that thing was pink. It was Amazon a little bit too big.
Sure.
Still good color scheme.
Great color scheme.
It's for October.
Can't tell. It looks good.
It was bad the whole time. It was like kind of bouncing all over the place. It was actually hitting me in the jaw at one time when I was talking. And I was like, all right, probably talking too much if the fucking collar's hitting, and this has to look like the worst of all time. So they cut the Kirk one time, and I just tucked it in, and then it was sitting sideways. It was a fucking shit show of what I was wearing. But big thanks to everybody at ESPN for making the game day trip down to Vol Navy and back happen. I had the river water in my nose for like 3 days, 2 days.
Should have got a clip on your nose.
I thought about doing this.
Oh,
yeah,
just for you.
This one's for Hawk.
They would have jumped on you and sunk you to the bottom of that place if you held your nose.
Nobody else was jumping in that water. I don't think. You're really going in, couple people.
Goddamn right.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Fuck it.
Because some of the camera people were prefacing them. They were saying, he might jump into this water. If he jumps into this water, how deep is it? Because the Baylor situation.
Yeah, right.
Where they told me I was going onto a boat, and I didn't really give anybody a heads up. But as I was going up in through the boat, I said, how deep is this water? Just like as a conversation piece, 7, 8 feet or whatever. Okay. And then I go in there, it's 3.5. I'm like walking, if I didn't belly flop there, probably
broken legs.
Probably a problem there on that whole thing. So I actually did the right thing. With this one, they wanted to get ahead of it, So they were like, we have been told that it's like 10 feet at the bottom. I'm like, perfect. Thank you. I don't even have to ask. So then the people on the boat heard the camera people asking a question, and they're like, "Is he going to go in the water? Is he going in the water?" And they're like, "He might." So as soon as I get there, we're like running to get there. The people are like, "Are you going in that water?" And I'm like, "Maybe. I don't know. We'll see how the shot goes. If it's boring or I don't know, and we'll go in there or whatever." Couldn't hear a word Jess was saying. Obviously, could not hear her saying. She was on one boat right next to me. Could not hear anything she was saying. And then all of a sudden, it's like. There was a moment I was standing there while she was talking. I had my one leg up on the boat. I was trying to hear what she could say. I couldn't hear anything, even though they had an earpiece. There's nothing because they were just yelling in my back. And I looked around real quick, and I was like, who would I be?
Have to.
Not to go in this. I'm sitting on a fucking multi-million-dollar yacht in the Tennessee River right now on game day again. I got this old bibs on. Who would I fucking be not to go in there, AJ? So I did it. It tasted terrible. It was cold as hell.
Sure. It was awesome, though.
People took care of me perfectly from the ESPN, had everything ready. Like, if you go in.
How deep?
It was deep. It was deep. I didn't get to the bottom. I was nowhere near it. It was a moonsault. A lot of people said it was a failed backflip. It was on purpose. Backflip, because moonsault.
Come on.
How you doing? Keep moving. Did think when I was told it, that was my first time seeing a boat as I was walking onto the boat. I had never seen any of those boats or the setup at all before I got down there. Should have done some more research, but I like going in kind of blind anyways, just to see the natural reaction. Thought I was going to be higher.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you were going to climb up. Yeah.
I thought I was going to be higher, but there was nowhere for me to really.
It was like slanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have had to. I would have had to.
You would
launch yourself. I would have had to really make it. So as I'm like eyeballing, I'm like, I guess I'm just going off the dock down there, or the stern, or whatever the fuck it's called. Made it over, thank God.
It worked out.
Mouth was open.
Mouthful of water.
Oh no.
Yeah. Did a Triple H as soon as I got out of there, and that was really where it all set in. What's in this river? Turned out to be a goalpost by the end of the night, but that was an amazing. I'm very thankful for the people down in Tennessee. Happy they won. Let's do one more overreaction tweet before we get the fuck out of here. This is from Abram, 2414. So is that the nickname for Abraham? You think they call him do you think there's nicknames for in other languages, other countries? Like Abraham, we call him instead of Abe, Abram. Like, is that a?
I mean, Big Ham is just a layup for Abraham.
You think they say that or no?
Probably.
Maybe. I've never met an Abraham.
I don't know if it's a layup.
What was
what?
Abe Lincoln's? Or just Abe?
I think he was Honest Abe.
Yeah, Honest Abe.
Yeah, honest.
But they certainly.
Did you grow up with anyone named Abraham?
No. Did you?
I don't think I. No, I don't know anyone.
What was that Amish?
I guess. Yeah. I don't know if I know any Abes.
Yeah, I don't. I've never met one.
Well, we know one now, don't we?
Yeah.
Big
Abram.
Ham.
Big Ham.
Big Ham.
Big Ham Abram.
Ham bone.
Hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but the 49ers need to fire their entire health and conditioning staff because the amount of injuries sustained during the Shanahan tenure is ridiculous. This does seem to be a common storyline for the San Francisco 49ers. They have on roster a team that is going to win the Super Bowl. They got power, they got everything. Then everybody seems to get hurt. The important positions seem to get hurt. The reason why they drafted Trey Lance is because the quarterback kept getting hurt. Now, is it the offense? Is it Jimmy G? Is it a situation? You got your stars always getting injured. Is that Shanahan? Is it strength and conditioning? Or is it just bad luck? AJ, I'm interested to hear your thought on this. Are injuries just bad luck? Do you think you can prepare for injuries, especially some of the ones that have happened to the Niners?
Some of them you can. Some of them you can't avoid. It's just bad luck when guys tear things and ligaments and all that. But I guess soft tissue stuff, some of that you can put on whatever the schedule may be. But I remember I was blown away when I was talking to a strength coach one time and when I was in the league, and he was telling me that it's not in Green Bay, it's from somewhere else. But he was saying how, oh, man, if these guys keep getting hurt, if we have all these soft tissue injuries, they're going to kill me. They want to fire me. I was like, wait, what? They put that on you, on the strength and conditioning coaches? And he's like, yeah, who else would they put it on? I'm like, I don't know, the player, the individual, I feel like. How do you put it on these strength coaches? But I guess that's where they have to point the blame. But some of them, yeah, maybe they could help a little bit, the strength coaches, but a lot of them are just bad luck or players Sometimes guys sit out, they can't go, they don't feel right, like things like that.
It does seem as if the public narrative is for injuries, it's a strength and conditioning coach. Strength and conditioning coach never gets talked about, but with injuries, it's like this strength. And Abram is doing exactly what he thinks it's supposed to go. It's never made sense to me, because normally if you look into bigger injuries, it's like, well, how'd he pull a muscle? And he was like, well, he might have been dehydrated. Was the strength and conditioning coach get him hydrated? It's like, well, how the fuck is he telling him to drink? And when he's at home, and then with guys training off season, there's guys back in there for OTAs, but there's guys who have their own strength conditioning gurus. They have their own plans, their own modules. And I'm not saying that every strength and conditioning coach around the NFL is good. I'm not saying that every one of them is great at their job, but I think injuries are a tough thing to just say, oh, it's that person's fault. Oh, it's the turf. Oh, it's this. There's so much shit that could go into it. And in my eyes, and I'm untrained eyes.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I've done research because I've seen things happen, but in my eyes, seems like luck is a massive part of it all.
Massive. And also, if you have a lot of guys getting hurt in practice, then I think you can absolutely look at the head coach and whoever's running that. Like, what if all of a sudden you have one position group like, oh, we lost 4 D linemen during practice this year. I'm like, well, you might want to talk to your D line coach and see what they're doing in their individual period and when they come together, because that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I guess strain is something that I should have added in there. Like, whenever they're just running people, like strained groins potentially, like from practice reps that shouldn't have even happened. It's like, there's just so much that goes into the body that I don't think any of us understand, even though Alex Guerrero,
of course,
seems to have it all figured out.
That's right. Well, and then in terms of bad luck, like a guy like Kittle, it seems like he just every year, he'll have some kind of freak injury where he tweaks something and then he tries to come back early and then ends up missing time. And I think he's also kind of in that Christian McCaffrey vein where it's like he's so explosive, he's almost too explosive for his own good, and there's nothing you can do.
Bosa too. I feel like Bosa.
Yeah, exactly.
How about the Falcons? I mean, we're talking about the Niners here with their injuries, and I hope everybody gets healthy. And Abram, we appreciate your tweet, but did you see old Ari Smith with the Bud Lights with the boys afterwards? You win this game, we'll have a Bud Light afterwards. Right? And then they're just housing beers in the locker room immediately after a win. That's fucking epic. Chugging, too. Offensive line coach appears to be chugging one down. Artie, former son of a Marine. Taking it to the head. I mean, camaraderie is a big deal. I love what Artie Smith is doing down there. They were picked 32 out of 32, if you do recall. Get rid of their quarterback that they were going to pay $100 million. Now he's going to win a Super Bowl with Indianapolis Colts, allegedly, potentially, maybe. Going to go a long road. God get a lot better.
Sure.
God get a lot better. But nonetheless, they were supposed to rebuild, restart. His first time being a head coach. Now they're drinking beers after a big-time win against the San Francisco 49ers. I love what the Falcons are doing.
Nobody gave him a chance, I feel like. When we mentioned the Falcons preseason, right before the season, people think, if you mention, well, what if the Falcons make some noise? Like, come on now, their odds are plus 20,000 to win the division. Like, that's what people were saying. So I'm not saying they're world beaters, but I think you got to take them serious for sure.
In December, they're going to break some. There's going to be some heartbreakers that the Falcons are going to hand out in December. Yeah. They're going to be a team that is going to ruin somebody's go. Not that the Falcons can't go on a run this year, okay? Maybe. I don't think they're going to. The NFC, there are some teams up at the top now that separate themselves. I think the Vikings can be in that conversation. I think the goddamn Eagles are obviously in the head of that conversation. Why not the fucking Giants? Yeah. Why not them go on a run? I think there's some teams at the top that can really make, some noise in the NFC. With that being said, the fucking Falcons are thinking to themselves, everybody appears to be 3-3 in our world. We can go on and win this and get a home playoff game.
Yeah.
We get a home playoff game. Somebody's got to come to Atlanta and take on our team with our run game, our grit, our style. They might be able to still win. Can that team win a Super Bowl? I don't think. I think it's going to be tough. I mean, maybe they'll be able to, but they're certainly setting up for a fucking successful 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And if you're a Falcons fan, you got to be very pumped about that right now. And I'm almost becoming a Falcons fan after the Bud Light drinking afterwards. I love everything about that.
Yeah, I really need Artie Smith to keep winning too, because you've mentioned it before. He's the son of a guy who's worth $4 billion, so he doesn't have to be putting in these 150-hour work weeks, but he is, and he's hammering beers after the game, and he is doing the whole, you guys write your headlines, we'll get back to work. I love Arthur Smith, so I hope the Falcons do make a run at it, and who says they won't?
Yeah, I know, I agree. I mean, who says the Colts won't?
Well, Colts are first in the division.
Yeah.
They are.
I agree, but, I think we're seeing some teams that just seem now injuries affect every team.
Yeah.
But it feels as if the ones that are going on to win are very loaded at some positions. And there are some teams that have been able to take advantage of those positions. That's why, like the Vikings, watching them play, it's like, are the Vikings going to be able to go on? They got enough weapons. Their offense has enough complex to it that the defense can't just outsmart them and fucking bury them in the playoffs, which is what happens at the end of the season. Very smart defensive coordinator, very smart defense, ends up taking away your best punch, your second best punch. How can you beat them in the end? That's playoff football. It's like the Vikings might be able to fucking do that. Thielen gets in the zone yesterday. They got Justin Jefferson, whose confidence I think is only growing. He had sunglasses on, grill, 2 chains in fucking warmups that look so clean. He goes over, talks to Thielen. Thielen's got 2 chains on. Kirk Cousins got 4 chains on the plane. It feels like the momentum, the swag, the weapons, like the Vikings can go on a goddamn run. Kevin O'Connell might be, long haul, like one of the greatest coaches of all time, and that's Overreaction Monday, Week 6, October 17th, 2022, AJ.
Yeah, well, Kevin O'Connell's done something, like, obviously to their offense. He's added these different wrinkles and what they're doing, and Kirk looks great. But it's like they've been unleashed. Like they've been stuck with Zimmer for a while, having to, like, tamp down their personalities and what they want to do, and now we see them just having fun, winning games. There's something to it. It's the whole culture argument that we're talking about. Kevin O'Connell, in his short time there, we know we've spoken with Vikings players before too. Like they don't say anything bad about Zimmer, but they just say how awesome it is now. Like we love this dude. We love our whole coaching staff, and this team really seems to get along. So whatever O'Connell has done in a short time, it's working right now.
And you don't have to bury one person to put over somebody else. So we won't dive into all of that. But everybody seems to be enjoying themselves in Minnesota. And when you win, that can happen. If you do recall, when his new head coach and his new GM got hired, Kirk Cousins sent a long text. It was like, this is what we need to do. This might be the next chapter of Kirk Cousins, too. Everybody's talking about, can Kirk do it? Is Kirk good enough to go on and win it? Feels like everybody in Minnesota thinks he is, and we can't wait to watch. Adam Thielen on Wednesday this week will be joining us. Can't wait to chat with him. Aaron Rodgers tomorrow. What will he be chatting about after that devastating loss to the Jets at home yesterday? AJ Hawk will be back. The Toxic Table will be here. AJ, what'd you just say? Jamar Chase will be joining us on Thursday.
Wow.
That's first time, right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's first time?
Yeah.
Okay, 2 touchdowns in the second half. Jamar Chase against the Saints. Here we go. Tone Diggs will be here. All the boys in the back will be here. And Hammer Dahn starts in about 15, 20 minutes right here at youtube.com/Hammer Dahn. Before we get out of here, AJ, let's make our picks for the last game of Week 6. Broncos getting 4.5 points on the road against the Chargers. This is obviously an AFC West matchup that we have been waiting on all day. Didn't want to talk about this game much strictly because we have no clue about both teams. This Broncos team might be the most boring team to watch play football in all of football. And the Chargers team, on paper, could be a team that could go win it all. A lot of people have picked them to go win it all before the season started. Are they going to be the same old Chargers in prime time football, make some questionable decisions, lose the game? Or are they going to be the Chargers that we all want them to be, electrifying, going for it on 4th down, getting a massive win over good man brand ambassador himself, Russell Wilson? AJ, your thoughts on tonight's Monday Night Football clash?
Well, I'm not going to beat around the bush. As I say when I'm in studio with Ty, I got to take the Chargers here at -4.5. No question for me.
That seems like too easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But
Justin
I think
Simmons.
I've overanalyzed things at times and not trusted my instincts, and that's what gets me in trouble.
Can we go to the record from yesterday? Did we do that? I don't even know what it is. This is my first time seeing it. 7-6, 6-7.
Jeez.
So you've done good, AJ. I don't know what are you saying? You overanalyze. That's not bad. 500 is fucking good, pal.
No, it's not good. Not good enough.
Well, I'm going to take the Chargers, it seems like.
Good pick.
-4.5.
Good pick.
All right, I'll take the Broncos.
All right, I think I like the Broncos, too.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, Broncos are playing.
Good pick.
Justin Simmons off the IR.
I think, now that Surtain.
Yeah.
All right. AJ, so we're both on the Broncos, it appears. We want to give some final thoughts to it?
No, I'll take the Chargers, actually.
What? Man.
Yeah. Whew. All right, I'll take Chargers. You got Broncos?
No. I think I like the Chargers too.
Good
man.
pick. Good pick.
I think
All right, I'll take the Broncos then. Give me the Broncos plus 4.5.
Can we zoom in on Russell real quick there? Oh, give me the Broncos plus 4.5.
He was
I was
good.
really getting a chance to see it.
Saw that
I don't blame you.
specialist.
Yeah, I had to do it. Had to do it. Let's ride tonight, I guess.
Here we go.
All right, AJ.
All right.
Final thought, AJ. Where you at?
I'm right here.
No, on tonight's game.
What team do you have? Who are you picking?
I don't know. I'm in the lead and I'm in the studio, so that means you got to
All right,
go
I'll take the
first.
Chargers. Give me Chargers minus 4.5 then.
All right, lock it in for AJ. Chargers minus 4.5.
Locked in. Official.
I'll take the Chargers minus 4.5.
There we
go.
go.
Thank you, AJ. All right, thank you, AJ. Those are good picks. All right, I could have won either way tonight. I have no, leaning inkling
could.
either way. Everybody could. I'm excited for the game. We'll watch it. I'll stay up for this entire thing because it's Monday Night Football.
That's right.
And Joe Buck and Troy are on the call.
Yeah.
Are the Mannings doing it?
I don't know. I don't think
not
so.
This week.
Not this week.
I don't think so.
5 p.m. local there for this Monday Night Football.
Really?
Monday late afternoon football for Los Angeles Chargers fans.
Hopefully there's no thunderstorms.
Los Angeles?
It's beautiful in LA right
They will have to delay the game because that is not a dome.
Oh, yeah. Lightning.
Yep.
What was that? That was Monday night with the
Yeah,
Rams,
that's right. Yeah.
where they built this brand new fucking $6 billion stadium.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. One of the nice, so many suites. This whole thing is a 4K LED board on the roof. We can send message to the fucking aliens in the planes flying over top. They can watch our game in 4K on our roof here. But if lightning strikes, shut it all down.
Get them off the field.
Half hour.
Shut it all down. How come we can't wrangle lightning? Hey, I would like to know why we can't do that yet. If energy is going to be a problem going forward, I'd like to see somebody figure out how we wrangle lightning.
Big Ben Franklin almost had it.
He did.
Did. That's all you really need.
No, I think we need to wrangle it.
Capture it.
But just like that, it happened, and we've never been back.
That was the moon?
And fucking wrangling lightning.
You don't
With
know
a key.
shit.
He did it with a key.
Yeah. On a kite.
He said we went to the moon. What are you all upset about? That's a big deal. That's a big omission.
Huge
No,
deal.
he was saying that, and that's why we never went back like an asshole. Like we couldn't go back fucking tomorrow if we wanted to.
I don't know if we could. You think we could get to the moon tomorrow?
Yeah, we've talked about this. It just, men were different back then.
That's
okay?
true, actually.
The telemetry, the reading of the instruments.
I'm with you now.
I mean, if
Yeah, but Earth is spinning faster right now. Shouldn't we be able to use the slingshot model that we allegedly used on the opposite side of the moon to get us up there right now with how fast Earth is?
we could, but with how fucking expensive jet fuel is, is that something we really want to undertake right now?
You're saving it for Mars.
TC would go to the fucking moon tomorrow.
He's
if
literally
you
the
asked him
only
to.
one on Earth who could get there
He's
right now.
been there.
Now, he will be the first civilian to make a spacewalk when he is filming this next movie, which is crazy to think about.
That's a shoot happening.
That is
Yeah, it's
about
real.
him and the director are going on a rocket to the International Space Station, and he is doing a spacewalk for his next movie.
He's the best.
TC, baby.
Of course.
Goat.
That's us getting to space to the moon.
Unbelievable, right?
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
We did it, AJ. We fucking landed on the moon.
Thank you, Buzz.
Thank you, Neil.
Didn't we, AJ?
Yes, we did.
That's right. How about the birds aren't real protest that happened in New York yesterday?
All the time.
I don't really dive too deep into that one.
Well, I sent it into the group. You didn't see it?
Yeah.
Did you just skip right
I
through?
saw it. I don't really give that one a whole lot of credence.
Yeah, there was like an 8-year-old yelling at something and then
Yep.
another 10-year-old yelling at
Yeah.
a thing. And then Connor was quote tweeting and saying, these boys are on to something.
Yeah, I stand with my brothers in the bird, war, as we call it.
You've seen it. I mean, there's a crow
Yeah.
literally beating the shit out of our window in the middle of this program. There's a crow up there pounding away. You think that is a surveillance camera, that crow?
I think there's a massive chance, yeah.
The fuck are they
Like a
coming to the Thunderdome
malfunction?
for? Aren't we in the middle? Isn't there a bunch of wars going on somewhere? Why aren't
Yes.
they sending the birds over there? And how about in the cold? Where the birds leave? There's nothing bad going on there?
Some of the birds stick around, and we all know they got some of the cameras in trees, and they can, watch us wherever from
We also
our phones
did
and
talk
laptops.
about the frequency interference we were having.
From the birds.
Yeah, which is weird. It's
whenever the Crows are around.
Yeah, it's interesting how sometimes the connection in here.
I don't want to make a connection, but when I had to buzz out of the building earlier, Crow was standing right on top of Bill's truck.
How about that?
Bill's got the red one out there, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Bill got Crow.
Crow standing right on top of his truck. As I was running out, I literally
They fly to death, right?
They do.
Yeah, and Bill's also the keeper of the YouTube.
True.
So they know, hey, we kill the guy who kills people. Maybe we kill their YouTube.
Bill, keep your eyes peeled for these crows.
Please.
Be careful.
Feels like they're circling in on you a little bit.
Well, it's it's not a real coincidence that they're standing on top of the truck that has rotting flesh inside of it that they want to get in to eat.
So I don't know if that's true or not, but Bill, you should. There's crows standing on top of your truck. They might run this clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're listening.
Downloading.
No,
Probably
I'm
saying
talking about in court.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, why are these crows sitting on your truck?
Get your shit together, Bill.
Let's get out of here.
Technically accomplices since we know about it.
No,
we don't.
that's what I said.
We don't know.
We're not
we don't
accessories
know.
to murder.
We've
No.
all wondered. I'm gonna let the crows seem to be sending a message.
They could.
Bill, is that your red truck facing this way right here, Bill?
Fortunately, just like the old studio, he is still like 2 minutes behind, so.
It is
he
his
won't
red truck,
catch
though.
on.
It was standing right on fucking top of it.
Oh, yeah.
I came right out like,
Makes a ton of sense.
I gotta go, but
That's a problem.
why is the crow on Bill's car?
What is happening?
Because there was one walking around on the driveway
Mm-hmm.
in the parking lot, and then there was one standing right on top of that. He's probably got scratches. Crows are fucking big. He's probably got scratches on top of that truck.
And on the inside of the top.
Yeah. Nail marks.
Like The Office when Dwight put the sprinkles in the freezer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's right.
Bill doesn't deserve any of this. I think it was on Bill's truck because of how sweet of a guy Bill is.
Could be. Or it could be with the slop he's bringing in. Maybe they know, like, Bill's eating a live crow in here the other day for lunch.
Well,
Just
it was
fucking
weird when
taking bites out of it.
It was weird when
Bill's awesome.
When Bill asked the workers here for the extra soundproofing foam that they didn't use. He has to take it home and use it for his house. I don't know. I
Got
didn't
a
get
room
that
in
one
my
either.
basement.
Bro, we need all the soundproofing
For
in this
Twitch.
fucking thing, dude. Hey, Bill, you don't deserve any of this. Well, unless you do.
Unless you do.
Which, once again, this might be run 10 years from now, 15 years from now.
If Bill kills anybody, it's because they deserve it. We know that.
Oh, like Dexter.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he walked up on a pedophile and he's like, "Oh, you got to go."
That's right. Bill's a good guy.
Thank you,
Thank
Bill.
you, Bill. Thank you, Bill.
How do you find
Bill, we
a pedophile?
appreciate your service, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. Love you, Bill.
Good question, Con.
What's that?
How do you find a pedophile? Going to a convention?
Well, if he happened upon.
Oh, okay.
If he happened upon.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like Dexter.
Just like Dexter.
I don't know Dexter.
Dexter Morgan.
He was a serial killer that
It's
killed
like
bad
Boondock
people.
Saints.
Yeah.
He's like a vigilante.
Kind of.
Anti-hero.
He was
Robin Hood.
He was gonna kill normal people, but he found his out.
He says he has a dark passenger and he tells him to kill.
He
but
loves.
He uses it for good.
Yeah, he loves killing people.
Robin Hood was killing people. Robin Hood.
He brought up Robin Hood because he wants to fucking shoehorn Favre in because Favre saw Robin Hood and said, "That's a great idea, but what if I stole from poor people instead and gave it to the rich?
Give it to my people."
That's a great idea."
His name has been slandered all over the media, he said.
Mm-hmm.
Those text messages are out there, Brett.
Yeah. No one's ever going to find out what we've done here, right? Okay, good. Then fuck these poor people. Steal as much money as you need to.
We do not know if that was his inflection when he sent it.
No.
But those were.
That was, yeah, verbatim.
Essentially.
Well, AJ, you were on the phone with him.
He did not tweet. He did not text, fuck those poor people.
No.
But he did say, no one.
No one's ever going to find out what we're doing here, correct?
Because they're running his rebuttal on, because I feel like they feel like in journalism you have to give both sides or whatever. And he did attack the media exactly. And I don't know if he considers us the media or not, but I mean, none of it looks good at all for Brett Favre ever again. So I don't know what he's. This would be something that if I'm Brett Favre, I'm trying to figure out what the monetary value is to kind of get out of this and be done with this. Yeah. And I'm trying to raise that money for the rest of my life without anybody ever finding out where I am ever again.
Yeah.
It's a bad look, dude. Bad look.
He should change his name or something.
To what?
Bill Favre.
All right, let's get out of here. Hammer Don's in 20 minutes. We can't thank you enough. Everybody, we'll see you tomorrow for Aaron Rodgers Tuesday. Hey, Brett, just give him money back.
Just give the money
You know
back.
what you did, Brett.
Give him money back. Sell all the volleyball nets in the building.
Mm-hmm.
That's been the Pat McAfee Show. We appreciate you all so much. Goodbye.